Calypso Classic is our first time. I myself, I was shocked. I thought I knew everything about Calypso in Dominica, but I was shocked to have learned. I know that he was. I was told that you at the junior level competition, you partake at SME, but I was not aware that the same year he joined the League of the Seniors and held his own along with the greats like Kitterer. And we will talk about that in a while. In the meantime, let's listen to.
A lady tell me she really loved this young man, especially when he have the bat in hand. One thing she says she really can't understand, where he learned to keep a good position. Ali Bowling, Julian Bowling, over in Jamaica, they had to hide for her. And this country, he is my king. I say I like him. All right, blood and blood.
Good evening to our great listeners, Ray, Ray and all the good folks down upstate New York, and Adele upstate New York, and Ray and your wife, and of course your daughter, and all the police officers listening upstate New York, and Dominicans in Dominica and overseas too. Good evening to you. Emerson, my good buddy, our days in Toronto. Good evening to you. Jerry Stevenson and your wife in Pennsylvania, and all the great folks down in London listening. Good evening to you in Australia, and the folks down in Antigua, and always hooked up to your number one station, DBRS Radio. And Ruler down in St. Thomas, and how can I forget Saru? Good evening to you. My old folks, good evening in St. Thomas. Good evening to you. You ready?
Promise me you'll keep it a secret, so we will take a chance at it. But if someone by chance happen to see, just remember it is you for sin. For you young men who love the minute, take that all night will be your everything. If you lash the cat, take that all a sugar. I just stand the lips on me back. If you lash the cat, take that all a sugar. And the implications that you did, you will still not do the
Again, good evening to Calypso Classic Night and good evening to our wonderful listeners. We have a special guest for you tonight, and he's no stranger to Dominica and no stranger to the world. He's a global creature. And of course, as I said earlier on, and the likes of Moving Thomas, all of us down, in Maho, growing up, of course, we really enjoyed, of course, listening to the greats of the days. Of course, when you think about the 70s and the caliber of personalities who emerged in the field of music and in the field of culture by extension, that was just exceptional. And the guys were all very bright, young folks, some of them, most of them from out of town, and came into the city of Roseau and made a name for themselves and excelled in music. And of course, some of them are still around, tremendous intellect. And we have the honor of introducing on Calypso Classic tonight the great. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, good evening. What an honor to be on Calypso Classic.
Yes, yes.
Humble.
It's an honor to have you. I'm flattered, though, to have you on tonight. And of course, we planned this thing. And I was doing some research, and I never knew that you were deep in Calypso before you moved to the field that you have made a name for yourself and for Dominica and the rest of the Caribbean and the world by extension. Tell us something about yourself. Everybody knows God and Listen, but of course, few people would have known that you were the first junior Calypso King of Dominica. Tell us something about that, though.
Yeah, that gives an idea of how old I am. Well, back in the day at the St. Mary's Academy, many may not know that it was run by Americans. The brothers were Americans, and they had a glee club. A glee club was some sort of a glorified choir, and they introduced Calypso and a Calypso competition. And one year, 1967, there was King Everlasting, Rocco, the caterer, and myself. In those days, I called myself the Mighty B. One may ask why. It's because I was at school, my only sport was boxing, and my idol was Cassius Clay at the time, before he called himself Muhammad Ali, and he used to say that he floated like a butterfly and he stung like a bee. So I thought I was the Mighty Bee. And that year, I won the Junior Calypso crown. And the 4 Calypsonians that I cited, we all got qualified for the senior finals.
Oh, tell us why this competition took place, though.
The competition took place at the St. Gerard's Hall.
Okay.
The St. Gerard's Hall, which I think during this renovation of the cathedral is being used as a chapel. But in those days, it was a place for talent shows and concerts, and smaller competitions. The Windsor Park was used for the seniors. And while I say that, since we're in a mood of musicology or ethnomusicology, we are reminded that the Catholic Church has been instrumental in bringing carnival, music, entertainment, village feasts, and that sort of thing to Dominica. And the St. Gerard's Hall was really a place where Calypso, more or less, was born.
So it's interesting. So all the folks like Caterer, Sylvester, Sones, that's his right name, isn't it?
Right.
I can never forget the name. And good evening to you, sir. I know you always listen to Calypso Classic. And you had the other guys, Everlasting. And so they went to school together with you.
Yeah.
And there was somebody else. I'm just looking at the way you guys were attired then. Nicely attired with your tie. In those days.
Yeah, in those days, both high schools, I must say both, because we only had two with males only. I think that the Dominica Grammar School became co-ed after. But in those days, we were only boys, and we were dressed with our neckties. And we were not caught. We should not have been caught in the streets with the ties off. We had to go home. And, well, I always love the necktie. And I should praise you. I am sure that you love the necktie as well, because I know that you are a very neat and smart dresser with the necktie.
Yeah, well, we know. Yeah, I still love ties. As I get older, I don't like the ties anymore. But again, yes. But I was also looking at the uniform, and with your white shirt then, and your nice tie, your pants nicely, pressed, and I saw you guys in that picture yourself along with Sones and Raphael what?
Racco. Raphael Francis.
Raphael Francis Racco. And Hubert Peter, the King Everlasting.
Yes.
Right. You guys had wonderful names. Raphael, so you got Racco. Yes. And then tell us something about the Sones, Racco, and Everlasting. What do they got you guys to actually to be interested in Calypso?
Well, I think that was an era right before the Black Power movement. So I think that we were going slowly into West Indianness or Caribbeanness in the way of thinking. Because before that, in terms of music, we loved Calypso, but it was an underground thing. What we really loved at the time was soul music coming from the United States, people like Otis Redding, James Brown. We also loved the pop music that came from England, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones. Later on, a certain type of identity started growing, and of course, it was followed by the Rasta movement coming from Jamaica, something that had started in the 1930s, but we were not really aware. So we preceded that period when the whole Caribbean, the youth of the Caribbean, seemed to be very impressed by this new movement that many thought really came from Africa, but it came from Jamaica.
Yeah. Okay. So, that brings us to a very important question. Well, to set the foundation as to how Calypso really emerged from a historical perspective and our understanding today of what really is Calypso itself by way of a product itself. And some may want to believe that it may have inspired Kadas, or I'm not sure. But give us a historical perspective as to How do you see Calypso emerging over the years? And what were the cause folks like yourself, as you just said, to gravitate towards Calypso during the period in which you did? Because there was a perception that Calypso before used to be the ordinary guys, but you guys were at SME. All bright, very bright folks. Souls, Sylvester Souls, very intelligent guy. And yourself, you're an intellectual, as far as I'm concerned, to be kind of honest with you. So there had to be something in Calypso that actually caused you guys to get into it.
Well, before I give my side of the story, I insist at this time of my life that Calypso, and if we were to pronounce it in English, it would be cadence Lipso. But we decided to pronounce it in French or in Creole. Cadence Lipso is Calypso. It is a variation of Calypso. It is the Calypso of the 1970s. Now you're right. You're very, very correct that in the late 60s, 1967, when we four guys from SMA entered the Calypso competition, Calypso was considered, or I should say, still considered as something for the lower class and for the illiterate. So, from a historical standpoint, we have to be real. We know that there were no languages, and no one has come up with any empirical evidence of an African language being spoken anywhere in the Caribbean, from Jamaica to Trinidad. So we also have historical evidence that the slave masters made sure, they ensured that the enslaved African did not communicate at all. They tried their best to make them work under the whip, but communication was not an issue, an option, because communication may mean and often meant rebellion. So they would be able to plot. So there are two things that we know that began on the slave plantation is the Creole language, which is number one, and number two, the idiom, the musical idiom that we may call Calypso at a certain point, but something began. Many historians come up with evidence that it was called Kalinda, it was called all different kinds of names, and it should not be confused, sorry, with idioms like Bel Air that came partially from Africa, or quadrille that came from France, or polka that came from Poland. What we call Calypso was created on the plantation, similarly to the language Creole. Now, if we have to push it down, fast forward a little bit, it went to Trinidad, and that's very important. It went to Trinidad from all the French colonies because of what the British called the Cedular Acts. So we should remember that Trinidad was at the time different from Dominica, that went from French to English to French again. Trinidad was Spanish. As a matter of fact, the capital is still called the Port of Spain. So
The
We
Spaniards.
should have no doubt about that. Then the British took over Trinidad, but Trinidad at the time, we all know it's the Greater Antilles. So Trinidad had, despite its size, a very small population of about 2,500 to 3,000. And the British wanted to develop, and they put out 3 acts. So you're in a very good position to explain to people what acts are, and they were called the Sedular Acts. These Sedular Acts were meant to attract people, so they attracted slave owners from all the French colonies. And these slave owners at that time had good reason to flee. One, Haiti, which was called Saint Domingue at the time, because of the Haitian Revolution. There was a lot of fighting against France. As a matter of fact, the blacks won. People who like reading can go to a very famous book called Black Jacobins. I think the author is called H.R.L. James. He's Trinidadian, as a fact. I say Trinidadian because in my young Calypso days, we used to pronounce it like that. Yeah, and then all the other French colonies, so we're talking about Martinique, Dominica, Guadeloupe, St. Lucia, and even Grenada. And we have traces of Creole in Grenada up to this day. These planters took advantage of the Sedular Acts, and they went to Trinidad with their slaves. So much so that the population moved in the first instance from 2,500 to 25,000. And Creole became the lingua franca, or the spoken language of this Trinidad British colony. Probably I should take a pause now, but they went with their language, and inevitably they went with their music. The last thing I'll say on this point is when some Trinidadian historians speak about the birth of Calypso, they often speak of the great Gros Jean, not Big Jean, Gros Jean. But that could not logically be the birth of Calypso because Gros Jean spoke what they call patois, or what we called patois then, and we call Creole, because our intellectuals thought it was not a patois, which by definition is a broken language. It was a language which is rooted in, or mainly rooted in French. I'll pause here.
Yeah. So essentially, we are connecting the dots there, and you see there's a nexus between from looking at the evolution of Calypso itself, between Calypso and Calypso.
Calypso is a variation of Calypso, because Calypso, of course, in the times of Gros Jean, they sang in Creole. And let me give, because I like to give empirical evidence that people can check. When Trinidad started doing the excellent job, because we must say bravo to Trinidad for the evolution of Calypso. They took it from chant and response in patois to an excellent genre. Now, the first hit, Calypso hit, a million selling record, was done by 3 Caucasian ladies called the Andrews Sisters in the United States. And their song was titled Rum and Coca-Cola. However, if you go on YouTube now, you can find the original version, which is titled L'année passée, which means last year. And the singer was a man called Lord Invader. I don't know his real name. And interestingly as well, Lord Invader won the first, many people believe, it's the first copyright infringement case in the music industry's history in the States. At the time, he won $175 US, which is equivalent to about 3 million today.
Yeah, can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Yes,
you know,
yes,
he moved to the States. So this is why I say that from this period, it went, now this is 1940, right? We're talking about 1940 there. That's the time of rum and Coca-Cola. That's the time when Harry Belafonte released another million-selling record called Calypso. His album was titled Calypso. And between 1940 and 1970, this is a period, I was born in 1949. So this is the time I started hearing Lord Melody, Lord, well, the Mighty Sparrow Kitchener, and a whole trail of Calypsonians. Now, one of the misconceptions is people tend to believe that in the 70s, when a group of relatively young men like Shorty, and I dare say like me, with our different influences, we decided, we might not have known that's what we were doing, but we brought something to our expression. When we did that, Shorty called his Soca, C-A. I called mine, and I say I because I did it with a group of other guys. Cadence Calypso. So obviously the Ka of soca, the Calypso of Cadence Calypso indicates where it came from.
Yeah.
They are not genres that fell from the sky.
Yes.
And this misconception that people think that the phenomenon of continuity stopped suddenly, and Calypso is referred to only as the expression between 1940 and the mid-70s. And this is the intellectual debate that I would like to instill. I have been doing that in speech and recently in music.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think it's absolutely exceptional what you have done so far. I mean, you are able to justify in every aspect of your argument thus far, and as to the origin of Calypso itself, and the variations that exist or existed and continue to exist. Now, over the years, some of the big songs that hit the road had serious patois in it. You had Ketera, Bayoboa.
Yes.
Okay. And even in recent times, I use recent times in the 80s and the 90s, the likes of Hurricane always incorporated patois in it, and
no more love for you again.
Right.
I think that was the scent.
The sense, right? And and Everlasting himself, all those guys did that. Provoker, and did that. Even the Hurricane, not Hurricane. My good friend from from Collier. Rabbit. Rabbit, you know.
Right.
Rabbit incorporated a lot of. And this guy, a lot of people underestimate Kelly the Ghost. And, you know, very witty.
Excellent writer.
All
Ghost. Excellent
exceptional
writer.
writer. Witty, everything, you know. And, you know, you put it, you know, Zafamali way, you know, when you speak a song about Mamo. And, you know, and that's it. So I want to agree with you. Even Chubby contested
Yeah,
as a
yeah,
Calypso.
Chubby.
And then,
Uh,
and he,
I don't know if you remember his great hit, but he had a hit.
yes,
And this is why
yes,
I
yes.
am happy.
Now let's take a pause and let's listen to your former schoolmate. Were you guys in the same class? Raphael, Francis, and Sylvester, Sones, and
Yeah, we
you
were all. Yeah, we were all.
wonderful, wonderful. And we'll come back to you as to what happened, because that same year I think you may have made it to the senior competition. So let's listen to a colleague of yours. Let me see if I get it right.
Okay.
This thing happens sometimes. Let me see if I can get let's see, the computer is sticking there. Let me see. I'm trying to get let's continue. So you made it in 1967. You got the road match Calypso Junior Monarch. And then you decided to compete at the national level. How was it for you?
At the national level, I think I was disastrous. I remember being on the stage, and in those days we hardly had monitors. I couldn't hear myself. I wasn't good at all. I think that the other guys did much better than me at the senior level. I don't know if any of them placed, but they did much better than me. And probably I was overwhelmed by being the junior Calypso king. So
Okay.
that's how it went. That was 1967.
Okay. And then did Caterer and your other friends, did they compete that same year?
Yes, they did. We all four went to the finals.
No.
All four. All four.
So they went to the final, but did any of you guys placed?
I am not sure if any of them placed because I was very bad that night. And I know I could not have placed. I know I didn't place. That's for sure.
Well, I'm not sure.
But
I know.
Remember.
I know. I'm trying to research because we have DBS has some junior Calypso competition in the 60s. I was trying to see what I could have put my hands on your voice at the time. The song that you sang, can you recall that song?
I can't remember, sorry, the melody, but it was titled Coney Island.
Okay.
I
Do
I remember the
you
first
have?
line.
Can you give us a couple lines and something like that with your wonderful
I
voice?
can only remember the first two lines. And these were the days. As a matter of fact, we're doing a series when we're talking about the evolution of the structure of Calypso. These were the days when the first two lines of any stanza or verse would be repeated. So it went something like, Coney Island left Trinidadian flat, but it will kill Dominican worse than that. And you'd have to repeat it, you know. That's all I can remember. Oh, yeah. The bee couldn't understand. Oh, Coney Island. I really can't remember. That is what, almost 60 years ago. I can't remember. But it was about Coney Island. I noticed that probably 20 or 25 years later, WCK had a hit.
I was about to say that.
Coney Island.
Now, that song, I mean, I'm not sure whether WCK would have had any knowledge of that
No, no,
song.
I doubt
You
it.
know, I think so. We're not trying to imply that there's any copyright infringement there.
No, no,
You
no,
know,
no, no. And besides, I often hear on the radio people speaking about the first time that Coney Island came to Dominica. And because of in Dominica, we like to say things like, I don't know because I wasn't born yet.
uh,
So people usually make their references, their history is based on their lifetime.
yes.
But Coney Island, in fact, came to Dominica when I was a boy.
Hmm.
So
How,
any
old,
first
how
time,
old were you when Coney Island came to Dominica?
well, I might have been, before leaving high school, I might have been about 15 years old then.
Mm-hmm.
And it was on Lindo Park. They were installed on Lindo Park in Goodwill. And I remember well that on weekends, I used to go down to Portsmouth, where my family lived,
Mm-hmm.
and I went to Lindo Park and started the little gambling that they have there, taking bets, and I won a lot of money
You serious?
for in those
When
days.
you say a lot of money, can you give us an idea as to
Well, I must have gone there with about 50 cents, 75 cents, and at one point I had about $20.
so that was plenty of money then?
That was a lot of money because my weekly allowance was probably $1 or $1.50.
You serious?
But yeah, but the end of the story, that's to buy Bix and that sort of thing. The end of the story is I continued playing and I continued losing
Mm.
until I lost all the money, including my fare to go back to Portsmouth on my weekend.
Wee boy.
And from that day, I decided I will no longer be a betting man.
Mhm.
That was the end of it. No more bets.
Oh, no, that's absolutely wonderful. I mean, the kind of life that you guys lived and what you guys created, and the legacy still remains. And I believe a number of people who have emerged over the years in the musical field and in Calypso, of course, you would have paved the way for them. And to learn that you were the first junior monarch. So not only
Yeah,
have
well,
you're associated with Calypso in the actual creation of Calypso itself, but of course
yes.
you went to the origin itself of Calypso, which actually created Calypso. And I think you have a wonderful story to tell. And notwithstanding that you have been around for a while, you still look very strong, very functional, very intelligent. You have a sustained discussion and recapping from a in a sequential manner the things that have
Thanks.
transpired.
Thanks.
And I want to commend you for that. And I believe we have to get it back to the communities and the classrooms. And while you still have the energy, I think you maybe can inspire other people to go to the communities, go to the classroom, so these things can be taught. And I believe out of that, the Calypso itself, by way of a final product, will only improve. And that will pave the way to create an interest, the level of enthusiasm, not only for folks who want to write, want to sing, but folks who want to judge. You know what I'm saying? And I believe,
Yes.
I believe the tremendous prospects there, with folks like you still around, with all that knowledge that you work with on a daily basis, yourself and many others. But I believe that because you're able to articulate very well, so some people may have the knowledge, but they may not be able to articulate the way you do, and to reproduce by way of writing. And you can always do that, or you can also do that. So I believe that discussion here tonight should not be seen as just a program here tonight, but of course, it's an indication. But we still have, the caliber of talent out there who can influence minds. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that is something that we need to get, because every year we have Calypso in itself. Every year we have a banter as to the Georgian. And the reason for that you may have people involved in the industry, involved in Georgian, who do not have the appreciation like you do. And so that we need to go back to the classroom, the communities, and so we can have people, just actually that, you can have people, wanting to be a Calypso writer, wanting to be a Calypso judge. And I believe because, in those days, SMA, when you went to SMA, in the days when you went to SMA, you had to be a big boy, It was difficult for Zanfa Malewe. You know what I'm saying? Pour sortir Guantan, parce comme ça. Vicas, Cassibros, when he was all l'école. SMA. But you did it. And many of you guys did it. And you're here today, and I believe that is why I believe there's so much potential out there. And I believe that we can do better. And the same thing, we're having a Calypso discussion tonight. The same thing goes back to Calypso. And my good friend Sobas, I hope he's listening, who's very passionate, Sobas Esprit, about the art form. And then he's of the opinion, like myself, that we have to take it to the classroom. Yeah, we take it to the communities. Because the older folks, that's life. And I mean, aging is a concomitant of life, aging. But the important thing is, what do we leave behind? And we have to impart that knowledge.
But you're so right, because we have to get this thing in a proper way into our education system. Because many people confuse music education with musicology. Because sometimes when we have these kinds of discussions, people would jump and say they should teach music at schools. Of course, you could teach music at schools, but music education is about notation and that sort of thing. Of course, we should teach it. But mostly in the United States, I'm told in Dominica, there are a few schools that offer a subject that is called music appreciation. A lot of the judges of Calypso in Dominica need to study music appreciation so that when they listen to a Calypso, that they can tell about the structure of the song. As a matter of fact, the criteria that is used to judge is very confusing, because we cannot tell if it is the song that is being judged or if it is the singer. So it's a combination of the song and the singer.
I don't want to interrupt you because it's your program. I want you to talk.
Go ahead.
But I wanted to repeat that because it is so profound. I wanted to repeat that. And you're making a very important point about music appreciation. And I'm going to come back to that point in a while to support what you have just said.
Well, we copied something from Trinidad. There are so many things that race through my mind. We have been ahead of Trinidad in numerous respects, but we will go back to that if we have the time. But the criteria that we use to judge Calypsos that we copied from Trinidad has a malaise. There is a problem, because it is judging the song and the singer at once. So you have 100 points, and I think 40 of those points will go to the song for, I think they call it music. Another 40 will go to the song for lyrics. And the rest, rendition and whatever, will go to the singer. And at the end, you judge only the singer. And this is in infringement, or even the very laws of copyright because many songwriters or calypso writers have to make separate deals with the singer to get paid, and it this is turning calypso into a law, into a folklore. But we would need an entire program to explain that. So music appreciation is necessary even from the association's level to set up criteria. And when I say criteria, I really mean in the plural, as it's intended to judge the calypso. Let me just shoot in that the idea of copyright has been ignored in Trinidad for a long time. And I will give a small anecdote to prove that we in Dominica were ahead of them. Most Dominicans might not know it because to them, Trinidad is Calypso. So I have two little points to bring up. One is a few years ago, Wadix is alive. So he was on a delegation with Eddie Toulon and myself. We went to Trinidad to promote the World Creole Music Festival in the very early years. And at a press conference, I was bold enough to tell them the meeting, the conference was chaired by a famous singer and MC called Sprangalang. I think he's deceased now. I told them that I don't understand what's going on in Trinidad because my copyright society wrote to me asking me if the song Sugar Boom Boom of Kitchen is mine. And I was amazed that Trinidad, a man like Kitchener, that I grew up as a boy admiring, had no idea of copyright and registering his songs. So that is one point to show that at one point, Dominica was ahead of Trinidad in the area of copyright. So there is no, we shouldn't be alarmed that when we copied their criteria for judging, they were backward, for lack of a better word. The other point I would like to bring up at this point is, I think it's in 2024, after the great Marshall Montana went to the university to do a master's degree. I figure this is when he discovered that soca, which we call a variation of calypso in its evolution, is calypso. And our listeners can go to YouTube, and I think his song is titled Soca is Calypso or something to this effect. And he became the Calypso King of Trinidad in 2024 with such a song. Trinidad didn't realize, because Trinidad, in the national narrative, to them Calypso had stopped miraculously in the 1970s. Enough for now. I think your mic is muted.
Yeah, I was saying it's amazing. I'm trying to get a song from your one of your colleagues there at SME. It's amazing that the wealth of knowledge that they're bringing out here tonight, and I'm hoping that we can come back. I'm hoping I can get that song of yours, maybe some miracle, and we can go back and to maybe hear your voice when you started, to hear Kitterer's voice when you started, to hear Everlasting voice when you started. I mean, and to see how Everlasting and Kitterer, who went on to become the Calypso King and Road March King at the same time when he sang Bio Boy.
Yep.
And, you know, and then he would have sung about, he got the Road March King crown twice. And then he placed in the top three on several occasions. And so he was a top tier Calypsonian. But you went to do something else that actually have gotten you where you are and very comfortable. life so far. Praise God for that because of all the work you have done over the years with your guys, Vivian Wallace and all the guys, Fitzroy. May his soul rest in peace. And you guys really put Dominic on the map, and you still continue, Gordon, to do well. I know Dr. Mackle, Dr. Mackle likes, that's Dr. Irvin McIntyre. If you're playing in at the Saints or something, he's going to go. Once he's gotten listen. Yeah, so I know.
He was present at a concert we did in Marigaland.
I tell you, so can you imagine that? Can you imagine
we
that?
We're happy to see him.
Yeah, yes. So I'm saying, so that's the thing. I mean, I know one of your best songs, if not the best song, Fresh. I love that song, man, Yeah, but I mean, it's so, I mean, everybody who listen here tonight would have, gotten a sense, or we got a sense, we're still speaking, that what you have said here tonight, tracing back Calypso in itself and the fusion or the variation that emerged, that gave us Calypso, will agree with you because you're able to justify. It's not like a statement of thesis, statement, but going forward to explain it. And I want to commend you for that. And there's so much to learn from what you have said here tonight. But let's tell me something. Can you recall when you won the Junior Monarch, or when you participated thereafter in the national scene, did you get anything, Laja?
Yeah, I think we got a gift. I can't remember what the gift was, but they might have given us I don't know, maybe 20 pocket change.
Yeah.
It was more about the fame. Because at that age, I don't remember, 14, 15, what it did for me more than the prize was I was a very shy young man at the time. But I had no shyness on stage.
Wee boy. When you got on stage, when the fire started when you got on stage.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But what it did was, the audience was mainly high school boys and girls. Convent girls in particular.
Why you stuck on convent? What about Wesley High School?
Well, I thought of Wesley High School, but Wesley High School at the time was more or less a smaller school. And St. Mary's Academy being a Catholic school, we used to have school dances, the Calypso competition, so it was more of a Catholic affair. The Wesley High School had mainly Methodist. So the Calypso, what it did for me was made it easier for me to speak to the girls.
You serious?
Oh yeah, the skirts were very important. So at least the girls would approach you as Calypso King. And so that helped me in many respects. One, my shyness, I could overcome my shyness. And also, it helped me in future years to deal with attention as an artist.
Okay.
Because we have seen many artists who would fall along the way and seek. Maybe these were the years when marijuana was being introduced into Dominica, and mainly in Portsmouth being a maritime town. So we always had a lot of little yachts, and we would see Caucasians come in and they introduced marijuana into Portsmouth long before it really went across to Roseau. And I mention that because many young artists at the time thought it was a great thing to do, but when you win the Calypso crown, you want to keep your head on,
Yes,
you
yes,
know.
yes, yes, yeah,
So
yeah.
you don't want so that experience taught me a lot of things at a very early, not age, but a very early time in the journey, point in the
Yeah.
journey.
Yes, and so I am kind of struck by the fact that you just said that singing at the time get you to speak to the girls. That was the most striking thing. Tell me something about that. What was so important about that?
Oh, it was exceedingly important because even speaking to boys wasn't very easy, you know.
Um,
I don't know if you're familiar with the Creole word kodash,
yes, yes, yeah.
right?
Um,
Growing up between the ages of 5 and probably 11, I remember being called by my parents, particularly my mother, kodash, because we would go to places and she would tell me, well, greet this person. And I would more or less, I was very talkative at home, but meeting strangers was a very difficult thing for me. So at the age of 14 or 15, when I went into this Calypso thing, I would not, as a matter of fact, and that could help probably some young boys today, but I think that young boys today are not as shy as I was then. I remember a brother at the St. Mary's Academy telling some of us, including me, that when we are at a school dance, don't go directly to a girl when the band strikes a song because the girl might not want to dance, and refusing publicly would make you even shyer, if that's the comparative. Now, what he advised was before the band would have struck a song, that you would go discreetly and ask a young lady, a girl, will you please dance with me for the following song?
well, that makes more sense. That makes more sense.
Yeah, and they would say yes or no, and you would hang around until the music started. So this describes the degree of my shyness at the time. And at the time, and speaking about Calypso and the evolution of Calypso, because we are in a point where I consider Bouillon as a variation
Mm-hmm.
of Calypso. At the time, people danced like Europeans
Mm-hmm.
did, holding each other
Mm-hmm.
face to face.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen in the evolution of Calypso dance that seemed to have disappeared and people dance apart
Mm-hmm.
like Africans did, strangely, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's only in 1960, according to most observers, that Africans, there was something in Dakar,
Mm-hmm.
Senegal, called the first festival of Negro arts.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where Caribbean people started dancing face to face, holding each other like Europeans, that Africans adopted this pattern, this way of dancing.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, African dance by themselves,
Mm-hmm.
with each other, but without holding. So this is a little point that we kind of interject here to show in the evolution of our music and dance.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you have been around for a while. You have been following Calypso, of course, every year. And going back to when you sang, when you started, you would have gone against the great Lord Breaker, who was phenomenal and extraordinary on stage, from what I was told. And you went and to face the likes of Breaker and all the other great guys as the age of 14 years old. You know, now looking at Calypso, how it has emerged over the years to now. Um, what is what is the take in terms as to how Calypso lyrically and by way of arrangement has emerged over the years? Do you see an improvement and in terms of the lyrical content and the musical arrangement?
Well, I should say that, first of all, probably 1967, I'm not sure. I think Bricker is the one who won the
Yeah,
competition when all four of us
yeah,
went. I think so.
Breaker one, yeah,
I can't
Breaker one, yeah,
recall.
Breaker one, yeah.
Okay?
And Spencer,
Now,
I think Spencer may have gotten the road match.
okay. And interestingly, your question is very, very good if we have to make analysis.
Mhm.
Dennis Joseph was the architect behind the Breaker.
Mhm.
So he wrote songs, very structured songs. Everybody complaining about the rise in the cost of living,
Yeah.
but the government putting more pressure. I can remember these kinds of songs. So Dennis would handle everything, including the stage performance. Even one year that Breaker had a cast, he had a broken leg, a fractured leg,
Yes.
and arranged to bring that into the show and that sort of thing. So in composition,
That's the one he sang from the car with a broken leg or something like that, from what I was told.
that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So in terms of composition, Dennis Joseph wrote great songs.
Mm-hmm.
We will recall that when Dennis Joseph, which to me served as a type of model because he created the Gaylords,
Yeah.
which to me, as a boy living SMA, was the way to go, because today and then Calypso looked like a seasonal thing
Right.
that people frowned upon, and I didn't see a future in that, but I saw a future in show business, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
So he created the Gaylords.
Mm-hmm.
And even in those days, I don't know if he consciously did it, but he knew of the importance of Creole. We will recall, Ma John Levy, Metema, we went the war, and so
Yes.
on.
Yes.
So Dennis Joseph, who is still around,
Mm.
who is very, very lucid and capable, is an asset. And to answer the final part of your question, I think that the Calypso expression in terms of writing has stagnated. Not that it went back, it has stagnated. And it's not because the writers, and I kind of hesitate on this writers thing, because originally Calypsonians were meant. It's a good thing that it has become more of the music industry thing with specializations with performers and writers. But in the beginning, a Calypsonian would deliver his own material. He would not write because they could not write. They were illiterate. They were enslaved Africans who didn't even have a language of their own. They had to build one. So this notion of writers came later. But the writers that we have for the last 30 years or so are of the misconception that Calypso is frozen, as I said, from 1940 to the mid-70s. So they continue writing with the same formula. And if we were to go to not the musicality, but the structure of composition, it is always the song will start with the band and the horns. So the horns will do something where I am, and then the singer will come with a verse, and there'll be a chorus line with people responded, and then the horns will come back. This is a formula of the 1940s. The Trinidadians, although they call their variation soca, that we cannot take as cash money, because what they call soca has progressed or evolved. What Shorty called soca, and he coined the name, is not what we hear as soca today. And the format, and this is the Calypso that is selling the most in what we may call the Calypso niche market. Although I should quickly put that our Calypso, and we can bring empirical evidence, went much farther in terms of distance than any variation of Calypso that left Trinidad, in terms of where it was distributed, manufactured. We brought Calypso to Africa, all across Africa. But we would need a whole program to give that kind of evidence.
Yeah, certainly. I think you have given a lecture here tonight, free of charge. And you made a point just now, which I want us to go back to before I want to play two songs before I leave here tonight. To have the appreciation for Calypso itself. And you also made a point about Calypso being a seasonal thing. And so the appreciation, how do you define appreciation of Calypso or music? How can someone demonstrate appreciation to Calypso?
Well, first of all, if we were to, I think we can train teachers across Dominica in a very short period, maybe in 16 hours. They can learn the fundamentals, and they can teach children about Calypso appreciation. First of all, it would be necessary to learn the history of Calypso, and I like to bring up the point, teaching the children, giving them empirical evidence of all the arguments. That's number one. Number two, they need to do a little form of musicology. So they would have to learn, for example, the sounds, simple things like the sounds, to recognize musical instruments. So you could play songs from our favorite Calypsonians way back from Ketara across up to today, showing the various variations. You can have people like Cornell Phillip, who is involved both in the variation of 1940 to the 70s, which we love. I love it as well, but I will not try to be a specialist of 1940. You understand what I mean?
I got a
So,
point.
yeah, so you would get the children to identify a bass guitar, a rhythm guitar, a trombone, the various instruments, and that sort of thing. Then you would have to do courses to the children, and I think it would be very exciting, huh? Because you could bring in, as I said, musicians like Cornell Phillip into the system. You could bring in singers to demonstrate. You could bring in what we call today writers to give structure and really teach them that from 1940 to 1970, this is how we structured the poetry of Calypso. Because Calypso is a song. So it is about poetry. It is not about prose.
Right.
So normally poetry has rhyme. There are many different ways of rhyme. In Mao, you have a brilliant exponent who has a very unique way of rhyming from top to bottom in many songs.
Halibut.
You know, Harry Potter. You know, and Tisha, there are different rhymes. There are inter rhymes.
Yeah.
There are rhymes in two lines, etc. Make them identify these factors. And then you will go to the musicalities part where they will learn about stage performance and try to make them ignore. And it's not criticism, it's observation. Chuck Doss, I saw a lecture of Chuck Doss in Dominica. I think it was at the university campus in Dominica, telling Calypsonians how they should dress with hats. And up to today, I see some guys coming with hats. And what he was really telling them is when Kitchen and these guys went to London at the Windrush time, they came back to Trinidad dressed in these wool suits and hats and so on. But he was speaking as if this was cast in stone. If you're Calypsonian and this is sacrosanct, you mustn't change it. You must be dressed like this. You have to expose all these historical realities and then come to the modern times, the contemporary, show them what is bouillon. Let us define bouillon. Bouillon is essentially Dominica's carnival music that is played with modern instruments and modern technology. And carnival is a very important market all year round, all over the world. And young people should question, have we become a carnival society? Because I love bouillon. I love a good bouillon, particularly the new ones that will introduce singing as well. Because some bouillon is like rap. It's a lot of chant and talk. Recently, we had an enormous hit that almost won soca in Trinidad with a beautiful melody, but there was singing. So in a nutshell, there is a syllabus. And one of the reasons that I can talk all night on the syllabus of music appreciation is because I've been doing that for a while. And pretty soon, we are talking with some important institution, and we might be bringing it across the Caribbean.
Yeah. Make sure you bring it to Dominica first. Because
Well, that's always my first choice.
Yes.
But it's not my prerogative. It's like I offer, but I cannot force it.
Yeah. But we have to get to the schools, we have to get to the communities, and to get that appreciation and going, and not only in terms of Calypso, but in terms of Calypso, because it's our thing, and
Yes.
and then we have to create that legacy, and the best way to create a legacy is through knowledge. And with knowledge, we'll bring the appreciation that we sought. So I believe that we have, as you have identified, some of the talented folks out there, Cornell, all these other guys who are around, and to go out there and let us start to see whether we can get this new generation to buy into this thing. And we could have stayed for the whole night. We're going to be back again and open up the line. But I really want to commend you because you're in France tonight, this morning?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, what's the time now?
Time is it? It's 4:50 in the morning.
Can you imagine
but
that?
I slept already.
Yeah. And then we were speaking on Sunday, and then we have this thing tonight there. And I really want to commend you for that. And we will be back. And good evening to Stein with Dr. Stein. And he had this great
Calypso Drift.
Yeah. Calypso Drift, man. This guy is so brilliant. But we are so blessed in Dominica to have this small island. There's, so many people with extraordinary talent and expertise, throughout the world and contributing towards, and the various spheres of life, not only music. And what you have done, Mr. Henderson, I want to take this opportunity to really highly commend you. All the great folks, growing up, I'm listening to your songs and the likes of Billowman. I always say that the guy, the lead vocalist for Billowman, what's his name again?
Linford John. His friends call him Akrab.
Linford John and yourself, this guy, man. To me, these are the two best kind of Calypso vocalists you're going to think about. And you're not only a vocalist, I understood that you played all kind of instruments. You could play keyboards, what else you play?
The guitar.
Yeah.
The bass. I started on the bass guitar.
Yeah, I was told so, yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And what about Linford John?
Well, I knew Linford's older brother. As a matter of fact, when I went to SMA, for the most part, I lived at the SMA hostel, which was next door to the school.
You're a big boy, man.
Yeah, so we were like 22, I think. We were 22 boys. And that was a great experience. And his older brother, whose name is Glenn John, excellent singer. I think that he was the lead singer of Naked Fit at some point.
That was a good band too,
Yeah, great band that was very diverse.
Diverse, yeah, man.
That was not only Calypso.
Right.
And one of the reasons that some of the bands like Gramax and even the Midnight Groovers that many people associate to Calypso is these bands played all different types of music before. So the foundation, Calypso became popular and in demand.
Right.
To supply, so they had to supply it, But the background. Now, one of the problems that we have today is, and this is why we should take a critical look at Bouillon, is what is the background of the exponents of the Bouillon musicians. Some of them admit to me that they are not musicians. They are, in fact, people who can use modern technology, even on their telephone, and they can construct songs. And with the advent of artificial intelligence, you might come up. So we need that. And that's why we need to train teachers in the area of musicology, because musicians cannot teach musicology. Music is music. Musicology is another subject. So you need sometimes two individuals to take to the classroom, one to demonstrate like a workshop, and the other to explain the anthropology of the art.
I like that word you use. Yes. No, great. And so we're going to be back and we'll open up the line, but I wanted us just to introduce that topic here tonight, and to listen to you, and to give us this historical background with justification too. And I want to commend you for that. And what a wonderful night it has been. And the mere fact that you're up after 4 in the morning and speaking so bright and strong tells us how you're taking good care of yourself. And I have most of your songs, if not all. And I am immensely touched by your lyric because for me, a song, the weight of a song to me are the words. That's me, the words, me personally. And what really struck me is listening to you guys, yourself, Linford John, all the other guys. Even Grandmax had some really great songs too. But one of the guys singing, what's him? I mean, you see, let me tell you something. And that song, Top Eye, Top Eye, Top Eye. Yeah? And you came with you Top Eye Point. You see? And I mean, when you listen to the content, and without technology that we have, like we have today, the various levels that you guys had in your musical arrangement, I mean, you guys are geniuses. And many of you started singing calypsos, like yourself, Chubby, I mean, all these guys there. And the likes of Hurricane. These guys were in bands, etc. And I want to commend you for that, and thank you for what you have been doing, because we are happy to have, we are blessed to have you still alive and still endlessly strong, you know. And I think I learned a lot tonight from you, and from the Calypso scene, and I went back to history to see how you guys looked in 1967. Real smart, but this guy's Everlasting was a short guy, man.
Everlasting, yeah, he likes to, because we exchange a lot on social media.
Yeah.
He lives in Canada.
Yeah.
And he likes to poke jokes at himself.
Yeah.
With regards to his height.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, and I know Kuta was listening. Souls, man, this guy,
But I lived with Souls in the same hostel as well,
Oh, yeah.
Although he was a Roseau boy, for some reason, he lived at the hostel as well.
But tell us something about the Roseau boys and the guys that come from the countryside. You guys were fighting or something like that?
Well, when we came from out of, I was a little exception because I was born in Roseau.
Okay.
And my parents went to Portsmouth. So I came back as a Portsmouth boy. Now, the first thing is the way that people out of Roseau spoke.
Yeah, man.
So our accents were different. Like in Portsmouth, the indefinite article, we pronounce it as A. You might notice in Parliament when Ian Douglas spoke,
I know.
Talk about a book, A. Yeah.
And the boy.
So
the boy.
Yeah. So we wouldn't say a boy. So we had to be very careful to get in line.
Yes.
Not to be singled out. So no more a boy. Now we notice that guys from Granby, where Creole is predominant.
Yeah.
There's no it was a hash a. So it's a boy. And then the Roseau boys would look, but the Roseau boys had their little drawbacks too.
Yeah.
They would not say where is. They would say things like way there.
Way there, okay. But
way there.
Did you go to school together?
I hit this fella a cool wash.
Yeah. Did you go to school? Yeah, I know. Did you go to school together, Robbo, the football guy? Because I mean, he was from Portsmouth too, and then
I don't know if you're talking. I went to school.
Edgar.
Oh, Edgar Robinson. Well, he is the one that can remind you more about me than myself
Yeah.
because we did primary school together,
Mm.
and then he went to the grammar school and I went to SMA. But we've remained close forever, you know?
Because as we're just drifting a bit, and it's interesting because he was giving me some. I always listen to the older folks. He was giving me some years ago some experiences. Folks who did not come from Roseau had when they came to school in town, and you were saying to me, the folks who had it easier were folks like Rosie Douglas. May so rest in peace because of his father, etc. But folks like him,
Mhm.
they went through hells. You know what I'm saying? And there are a number of guys up to this day did not like Rosa, you know. When they come to town, is to do their transaction and back because of the
Yeah.
experiences they said that they had. But I'm happy that you had a wonderful experience. And it's so nice to have had you to here tonight, Mr. Henderson. I call him Mr. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. For telling me you like me to do that interview with you. You know, and I think I've learned so much. And thank you very much for educating us here tonight. Maybe you want to, maybe you never know. You might decide you want to come and contest again. Not for the money, not for the money,
You,
but for the fun of
you
it.
know why I
And come
wouldn't
back.
contest again?
We'll sing a
It's
calypso, man.
because in the music industry,
Mm,
and this is something that we have to start thinking about.
mm.
In the music industry, competitions and song contests are only for amateurs.
Yeah,
We can look it up,
yeah. Why is
The
that?
Voice and this and that.
Mm,
And there is a point, and there again, the Trinidad model that we copied made us believe that we should go against that music industry rule, quote unquote, because there are many Calypsonians from Dominica, like the Hunter.
mm,
I've listened to Hunter in interviews. Well, he's a professional
mm.
in his own right, but he could have been a professional singer
Mm.
slash Calypsonian touring the world.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, so he had options and he chose one of his two talents.
Yeah.
But and I noticed that he wrote the winning song
Yeah.
this year,
Mm.
and he could have probably won because I noticed that when the monarch was singing the victory rendition,
Mm.
he was on stage and he sang a verse.
Mm.
And the way that the man sang that verse, man,
Mm.
I mean, for those who can truly appreciate Calypso,
Mm.
could see, you know, that is that variation of Calypso at its best.
Yes. Now, so yeah, so this song about this song was a big song. I mean, the sophistication, you know, and the thought in itself, and the big song, the ground that you're walking on,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
but I believe for me in the first round when Joy sang, I mean, she was just to me something above the rest. You know, yes, the second song was great. My best song for the year, in totality, is from Sanis about experts. That's you know, but in
Yeah,
terms
yeah,
of
yeah. Well
consistency,
written.
oh, well, that's a big song, and
Yeah,
it's contemporary. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
that's the good thing about it. No, and then about Joy, there was something about Joy this year. She was just you know the first song she sang. I mean the way she commanded the stage, standing before the mic, and the voice, man, you know, and to come back in the second round with that song, it was just something else. But over the years, as we wind up, you have been who the Calypsonians have already stood up to you. Um, Going back the years before and now, who are the top five? You say in your mind what you have seen. that actually impress you?
Wow, that's a tough call, eh?
Okay, right. But
Because
you can just name.
yeah, I will run through some when I started discovering Dominican Calypso, people like the Idol,
Yeah.
the Saint,
Mm-hmm.
the Spark,
Mm-hmm.
these people were well-rounded
Mm-hmm.
calypsonians. They followed the rules of composition. They had the wit.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't refer to what we call mask.
Mm-hmm.
They used all the various what are they called? Personification,
Yeah.
all double tone figures of speech.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So they use all the long list of figures of speech that the English language allows,
Mm-hmm.
and they put it into poetry.
Mm-hmm.
So that era we had these people. Then we had um, an era with people like Castle,
Mm-hmm.
Spencer,
Spencer was good. Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
uh, Breaker.
Mm-hmm.
Breaker had stage presence and
Mm-hmm.
that sort of thing. Then to go quickly, there I particularly liked Hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
So we're moving down the line.
Yeah.
Um, what's the name of the one who passed recently? Mass in the Cemetery.
Solo man.
Solo,
Yeah.
Rabbit.
Rabbit. Yeah.
Um,
But you hitting the guys, man. You hitting the God, you good man. You hitting the fellas, man. You hitting
well,
the,
I
yeah, man.
have always followed
Mm-hmm.
what happened in Dominica,
Yeah.
and particularly Fitzroy
Mm-hmm.
was the advocate because whenever it was carnival, no matter where we were, Fitzroy Williams would go to Dominica
Mm-hmm.
and come back with all the calypsos as before the internet age.
Mm-hmm.
So Ito, I don't remember his calypso sobriquet
Was that
as his, he's a Ito. He is
Trinidad?
yeah, Trinidad. I mean structured calypsos.
Yeah.
And then you move into the era of dice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in that era, since I like the calypso variations from 1940 to 1970,
Mm-hmm.
I like very much the 1960s style of the man himself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's stuck in the 60s, but it's great. Hunter and Scrunter.
Yeah.
Our friend from Marigot,
Okay, Caressa.
Caressa. These are Sparrow lovers,
Yeah.
and I'm a diehard Sparrow fan.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I
now,
didn't hear you call Spider though.
oh,
Yeah.
I forgot
Yeah, man.
Spider. But Spider was an ultimate king.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's my
An
boy.
ultimate king.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, there are so many. That is why I said
Yeah, I
that
know. But you have hit the
five
guy. You
would
have
be
hit the
very, very
you have
difficult.
hit the big gun there. You hit the big guys. And if I were to choose, I would have actually concur with you.
Yeah,
So-
I think as a lover of Calypso, you would have to
but
select these
I would also
guys.
put in
These
NC.
guys
I would also put in
just
NC.
fantastic.
NC.
Yes,
NC.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, a top five is difficult.
Yeah.
It's more like a top 25
Yeah.
and probably putting them, era by
Yeah, right.
era,
Yes, yes.
and so on.
Uh,
But excellent,
yeah.
excellent,
Yes.
excellent.
Okay.
And we should put in there, in the same logic
Mm.
of the continuity of Calypso, um, Cornell Phillip mentioned another musician that worked alongside with him to do the arrangement of
Mm.
Carib Bacchanal.
Mm-hmm.
And many people thought is the introduction of bouillon
Mm-hmm.
into Calypso.
Mm-hmm.
And they thought this is something questionable,
Mm-hmm.
but it should not be. Bouillon is Calypso.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's just Calypso from another era.
Mm-hmm. Yes, 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 boy. I mean, good stuff. And so the top five for me, I will not say tonight, but I have my top five. But I have
Right?
to agree with you, it's difficult. But I have my top five. Going back to, yeah, I have my top five. And there's some obvious names. And it's just a pity that he's not still long on the scene. But Bricks would have been a top tier guy
Oh,
to
Breaks is great as well.
yeah, you know.
There's another Calypsonian that didn't stay very long.
Mm.
Um, not Randy. Pat Aaron wrote for him.
Oh, you talk about a guy from One Prosper?
Scratchy.
Scratchy, yeah, Scratchy was had talent.
Yeah, he didn't stay very
Yeah,
long.
yeah,
As
but
a
yeah,
matter of fact, a
yeah,
very witty Calypso writer
yeah.
that you should know very well
Mm,
because he's a police officer.
mm.
He wrote in a song called Kingmaker that the Kingmaker made Scratchy
Oh,
um, leave Calypso or
yeah, no,
something
no.
like
No, yeah. But I think we, at some other point, I mean, it's one thing to talk about the Calypsonians themselves, but the writers, and those who
that. Yes,
arrange,
yes.
and those who arrange. Let's not
Yeah.
forget. And because you cannot do it without the writers. Now, some guys write their own songs, but we have a lot of writers, a number of writers who have done, I mean,
And
tremendous
are
work.
commendable.
Yeah, come here, man.
Yeah.
Yes. So, Gordon,
Ian Jackson and
yeah,
all these people.
yeah. So, it has been a long night, a nice night. I'm so thank you very much for your time. And
Well,
we'll
it
meet
has
again.
been an honor. Thanks
Yes.
for having me.
Yes, man.
And do remind the people that I have a new single that will be released on the 16th,
Yeah, you too, yeah.
but it's available to all radio
Yeah,
stations.
yeah. I'm only one song?
Yeah, it's a single. It's a single.
Anything you do, it can be half of a song you do, is good. It's
Thank
going to
you.
be not gold, but platinum. Yeah. All the best, man. God bless you.
Thanks for having me. Bye
You're
bye.
most welcome. God bless you. Yeah.
Today when he was a child of 13, On carnival day when I hit the road, they must say I'm mad. I put in me costume on, I carry in me placard. I have a big tool bag and a giant poster just to advertise. I take in on any job, regardless of size. A plumber, carpenter, mechanic, electrician. Don't worry, just call me, I am the mobile odd job man. A hammer, a hacksaw, a toolkit, a big keyring, a hatchet, a crowbar, a spanner, a donkey thing. Man, when I start to work and I show you the donkey thing, well, you sure to hire me. Your mouth come to water and you go back to try me. I go from street to street, house to house, even I get paid. I go work on anything, I'm a jack of all trades. If your man go in the barn, I'll check you out. Don't worry to fret, cause I have a BAFTA wheel, so we go white when we wet. A plumber, carpenter, mechanic, electrician. Don't worry, just call me, I am the mobile odd job man. A hammer, a hacksaw, a toolkit, a big keyring, a hatchet, a crowbar, a spanner, a donkey thing. Man, when I start to work and I show you the donkey thing, well, you start to hire me. Your mouth comes to water and you go back to try me. I checking out old and young, weak and strong, homosexual leper. You could sick in bed with cancer, well I am a doctor. If you have a donkey that won't do a special job you want it to do, don't pity for animal, for I could do the job too. A plumber, carpenter, mechanic, electrician. Don't worry, just call me, I am the mobile odd job man. A hammer, a hacksaw, a toolkit, a big keyring, a hatchet, a crowbar, a spanner, a donkey thing. Man, when I start to work and I show you the donkey thing, well, you try to hire me. Your mouth comes to water and you go back to try me. And if the COC want a treasurer to control the money, I have the experience, I work in that field already. And if they want a new carnival queen or Calypso queen, just for a change of scene, I volunteer right away to tell them try me. A plumber, carpenter, mechanic, electrician. Don't worry, just call me, I am the mobile odd job man. A hammer, a hacksaw, a toolkit, a big keyring, a hatchet, a crowbar, a spanner, a donkey thing. Man, when I start to work and I show you the donkey thing, well, you try to hire me. Your mouth comes to water and you go back to try me.
time. Last year carnival, I had a nice time. Last year carnival, look fun.
Dominicans have done their duty since they re-elected LeBlanc and his regime to rule this country. Now we gonna see our country get some respectability because we got men with plenty capability. Some say Zubia and a lack of education, but I thought it a good move for the betterment of our nation. Dominica has come a long way. I am sure no man would defy me on this today, since Mr. LeBlanc has been our leader. The Carib, the Negro, the mulatto, all are with one. Trade and industry has been improved considerably. A new ministry to save us from a one-crop economy. Plans for a deep water harbor gonna put us in the picture. What a move, oh, what a move. Our tourist trade will be greatly improved. Dominica has come a long way. I am sure no man would defy me on this today, since Mr. LeBlanc has been our leader. The Carib, the Negro, the mulatto, all are with one.
Hopefully we shall meet again some other time. Calypso Classic Night, Deepress Radio, the number one station. Keep on listening to your number one station, Deepress Radio. Those of you who are listening from your homes and from your workplaces, thank you very much and have a wonderful evening. Good evening.
A renaissance to our nation, scholarships to high school and university has risen appreciably truly. In bygone days, the sort of education one had to get. Well, if you weren't the son of so and so, out in the field to sweat, Dominica has come a long way. I am sure no man would defy me on this today, since Mr. LeBlanc has been our leader. The Carib, the Negro, the mulatto, all are with one. cares and tribulation. This man has piloted our nation. Employment for plenty and more arms for the needy. No segregation, what we have is racial equality. Fella, you, me and John Quashie, we'll all live in harmony. Dominica has come a long way. I am sure no man would defy me on this today. Since Mr. LeBlanc has been our leader, the Carib, the Negro, the mulatto, all are with one. The Carib, the Negro, the mulatto, all are with one. The Carib, the Negro, the mulatto, all are with one.
I saw my rubber with guns running around, hoping to throw our ship aground, but I sure they go follow. I did not mind when they were gossiping. No bad thing when they were demonstrating, but whenever they try to be mutineering, my children they bad talking. So brother, tell them, those overthrowers, tell them that we don't know bias, we'll save it rather than us. Tell them, if they're gunpowder, brother, tell them, they better beware, or we'll kick them all out of here. I tell ya. On the rough seas, I know. Hungry passengers, no produce to show. We are not sure which port that we are heading for. Soon we all might be cast ashore. Only Chaz knows what in store. I did not mind when you were just smoking. No big thing when was a little selling. But when it come to marijuana trafficking, my child, you incriminating. So tell them, ganja traffickers, tell them that we don't know bias, we'll save each land and us. Tell them, with their gunpowder, brothers, tell them, they better beware, or we'll kick them all out of here. Yeah. Oh.
GMT. Singer-songwriter Luke Black represented his country Serbia at the Eurovision Song Contest, the world's largest live music event, in 2023. I'm Andrea Kidd, and on In the Studio, after the news, I'll be following Luke as he writes and records his latest collection of songs, which have been inspired by the video games he loves. He explains why he's going darker in his musical themes and why he's written them from the perspective of the video baddie.
BBC News with Chris Barrow. China's President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he described as bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those at the gathering in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. US markets have surged to their highest level in several months in response to major tariff cuts agreed by China and the United States. The Dow Jones closed up by 2.8%. The Israeli-American hostage Idan Alexander has been reunited with his family in Israel. Hours earlier, he'd been released by Hamas. He met relatives at an Israeli military base. There are renewed calls for a ceasefire in Gaza in the wake of the latest hostage release. The Red Cross has described the humanitarian crisis there as catastrophic. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Moscow has still not responded to his call for Vladimir Putin to meet him for direct talks in Turkey on Thursday. Mr. Zelensky said Russian attacks had continued. Medical sources in Gaza say a well-known Palestinian photojournalist has been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a hospital. Hassan Asli had been in Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis for nearly a month after being injured in an earlier strike. Australia's re-elected Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has been sworn in for a second term. His centre-left Labour Party contains a record number of women in the cabinet. Amnesty International says many Kenyan domestic workers in Saudi Arabia suffer exploitation which amounts to forced labour. Conditions have been described as brutal and inhumane, with women often enduring 16-hour days. The family of Uruguay's left-wing former president Pepe Mujica says his health has worsened and he's now receiving palliative care. He's been suffering from cancer of the esophagus. That's the latest BBC News.
Welcome to the documentary In the Studio from the BBC World Service. I'm Andrea Kidd, and I'm with the Serbian singer-songwriter Luke Black. Luke represented his country in 2023 at the Eurovision Song Contest, the world's largest live music event, with his song Sama mi se spava, Sleep Forever.
I just want to sleep forever. I like it better when I dream.
His set and choreography on that global stage, with its special effect giant fighting robot, wowed audiences of over 160 million and were inspired by the video games he loves.
Hello? Game over.
Luke has continued to explore this theme since Eurovision. It informed his debut album, Chainsaws in Paradise, and now he's returning to it again, but this time inverting it, taking on the role of the robot and looking at the world through the eyes of the video game villain to create a new, darker collection of songs. He's also given himself the challenge of writing it music first.
I wanted music to be my words and then the lyrics to become just a poetry over it. It's a very daunting task that I'm doing.
I meet him at his home in North London, and he invites me to his studio space, which also doubles as his bedroom. I notice he can jump straight out of bed and start working on his keyboard.
I think it's due to, having small confined rooms in London, that your keyboard is right next to your bed. But, I think it's a really inspirational thing to do, to wake up and then immediately see the possibility to create something. So it's kind of like you live your art.
Tell me about the project that you're working on at the moment.
Right now, I'm kind of making a continuation of my debut album. I'm considering it kind of like a parasitic entity that kind of latched onto my debut album, almost like a video game part 2 or a film part 2. As I'm a very big gamer, I seen the finishing of the album as a boss fight, and then in all hero films, you have the villain waking up again, and you have to kind of do the final battle. And I think that's kind of the reason why I wanted to do it. I think the first one was inspired by this pursuit of happiness and paradise, and the second one would probably be inspired by what it would be like to be a villain and to be on the other side of the battle, and exploration of pursuit of evil and grotesque things.
You mentioned there that you wanted to create a boss fight. What's a boss fight?
The boss is like usually a larger than life opponent in a video game. So on the Eurovision stage, it was a huge robot, like 6 times size of me. And it's usually stronger, and you need more power. You need a smarter way to think how you can beat it. And in the Eurovision performance, the boss fight had his own health bar, which is like how much health he has. And when I was removing the cables out of the people that were zombified by him, he was losing a tiny bit of the health. But then the whole dance that we've done is also another way of fighting him. So that's how he was finally beaten.
We mentioned that you could just jump out of bed and go straight to your keyboard, but actually, as a gamer, you can also jump straight out of your bed and go and play on the game machine, because that's also just here as well.
Yeah, that's my biggest struggle in life. Every day I wake up and I'm greeted by the choice of either I make music or I play video games. And I have to say that I choose video games most of the time, but then setting bigger goals, like releasing a big piece of music, is kind of making me choose doing music more than video games.
Why have you decided to write music first and then the lyrics?
I wanted to write from a perspective of the robot I was fighting. And I imagined it being beaten on the floor. I take its head out and I put it over myself, and I watch it through its red eyes. And the red eyes for me signified loads of sound signals that the robot could hear. It was more digital, as hardcore as possible with the sounds, and then go from there and see what imagery the sound signals give to me.
But are you making it more difficult for yourself by starting with the music and then not changing that music?
Yes, I'm making it more difficult for my producers as well.
One of the songs that Luke is working on is called Hydra, inspired by the terrifying multi-headed serpent-like creature from Greek mythology. If you cut off one of Hydra's heads, even more grow back in its place.
The way that the bass is moving in a liquid way and kind of sneaking up on you and grabbing you in their jaws, that actually reminded me of the mythological monster Hydra, and that's how the lyrics were born. Welcome to my studio session. I'm here with my producer Benjamin Dunkerley. We're working on my new song Hydra.
Is the auto-tune okay for you?
Yeah, the auto-tune is amazing. I thought it was going to be too much of it.
Yeah.
It sounds very natural.
Yeah, I put it on 100% humanize and retune speed 30.
I really think autotune is important for this project because it comes from the perspective of the robot, and I feel like it gets you into character. So I want to try and chop like myself, like Hydra, 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 Hydra.
I think it has character.
It has character. I just think like we need to take a little bit of the Hydra. Like we can actually take a little bit of the break and make it faster. Like we can just chop the vocal. So to be like Hydra, Hydra, you know? So we can push the vocal a bit more forward, the last Hydra. So Hydra, Hydra.
In contrast to Hydra and the songs inspired by the video Baddies, Luke is working on a separate song called Roses in the Concrete.
I was very inspired by what's happening right now back in my country, which were massive protests, student-led protests that, you know, demand justice, and it's anti-corruption. And it was some sort of a way seeing the young people communicating their message in a very peaceful way. It's something that I dreamed of when I was living there.
The next day, Luke heads to another studio to work on the song, this time with producer Bowen.
This kind of love was never seen, so we grow right in between.
Ooh.
Like roses in the concrete.
Wait, so where do you feel the drums could come back in?
Yeah,
to me,
Cause we are young and we are free. Dancing to a different beat like
Yes. Put the drums here.
this kind of love.
Get that chords with the drums. Continue on with like the hopefulness, and maybe add 8 bars again where we can actually do some vocalizations. It's like, oh, like roses in the concrete. The song is inspired by like very concrete architecture of Belgrade, where there's almost no trees. It was like a July, I think. The heat was radiating from concrete, and it was just an overflow of emotions and the nature kind of going through the cracks of the concrete and growing. And roses for me is one of the most beautiful flowers. And I thought, that would be a perfect symbol of like revolution, an idea in a place where it shouldn't be born.
You're listening to the documentary In the Studio from the BBC World Service, and I'm with the Serbian singer-songwriter Luke Black as he works on his latest collection of songs. Back in his bedroom studio, Luke is now working on editing his best vocal takes of Roses in the Concrete.
For the purpose of recording this song, especially since it's like a genre that I rarely dabble in, I wanted to do a phrase-by-phrase type of recording. I'm kind of trying to, out of all of those phrases right now, choose the best takes. And I'm taking my time. I'm trying to enjoy it as much as I can. It's not always fun, but I'm halfway there, I would say. I had to have a little bit of a video game break in order not to lose my mind. But
Of course you did.
well, it's all in good faith.
So we've got the computer open now in front of us, and I can see the waveform of the song. There's an awful lot of edit breaks here, far more than I would ever expect to see in a song.
It's not like a one take is bad. It's just that I have so many that I've done, and now I have 10 takes to choose from.
But you're not even doing it per phrase, you're doing it per 3 words.
Yeah, or 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. How long is that?
It's 30 seconds.
16 cuts in 30 seconds. Okay.
Each take gets 2 seconds, and then it gets changed. Yeah.
It is very colourful. I mean, you've got beautiful purples and pinks, and I can see green in there as well.
For my editing, I use pastel colors to make me calm. So this bit here, that one is 2 takes. And then if I took the old take, it's just a tiny difference. I don't think anyone's gonna hear it, but I hear it. It's just a different way I took my, the breath in. I was like, So right now I'm going to go through the chorus. So the chorus lyrics go, we were young and we were free, dancing to a different beat, like roses in the concrete. The continuation of it is, this kind of love was never seen, so we grow right in between, like roses in the concrete. I singled out one of the takes. We were young and we were free. And then try and see the other one. We were young and we were free. So the first take is a bit more pronounced and the second one is a bit more continuous. So I guess it's like a very small difference. I think this part of the song is very calm in the instrumental bit. So I feel like it should be a bit more on the beat. We were young and we were free. Or I can try and see the continuous one. We were young and we were free. It's a very difficult decision for me to make because both of them I kind of like, but I'm happy that now I can actually go through 7 more takes.
I actually like number 1. I preferred number 2 when it was on its own, but I think number 1 flows better with the instruments.
If you like the first one the best, I'm going to put it in my little calm area, calm space.
I notice in front of us is a very worn notebook.
Yes, it's worn out because the whole of the debut album is on it. This lyric notebook I'm carrying around everywhere. I was drinking and eating around it. It has a lot of liquid on it, but I think it brings some kind of soul to it. Imagine it was like pristine and untouched. That would make me nervous.
It looks loved. It looks loved and used. And in fact, the page that it's on, I'm going to sneakily look at, it says World of Machines. At the edge of X, it's got a big cross there. And then you've got Madness. And then it's slowly. And then you like your big crosses, don't you? They're huge crosses out. And then Baby.
Yeah.
Don't you know what it all means? You've got very good writing. I can read this. Don't you know what it all means? And then you've got another cross and spinning in circuits of endless dreaming. I don't know how to break free. How many songs are you working on concurrently at the same time?
I'm working at the same time on 20 songs. Does that mean all of them will see the light of day? No. Although I think yes. I believe in everything that I write. And if I don't, I just put a big cross on it and I never use it.
Can I have a look and see if anything's got crosses on it then? Upside down as well. Okay.
Yeah.
You just grab the book and go. All different pen colours and sizes. Lots of doodling. You've got World of Machines again here, which says Take 2. It's in a completely different part of the notebook.
Yes, it's I've taken a bit of a break from it, and it's a different idea that I have for it. Is it the first person? Is it like saying you, or is it I, or is it we?
So what's the melody of this one then?
I have that in my brain, and I then write different lyrics to it.
How long then between Take 1 and Take 2 has there been?
The first take on this particular song was last year, and the second one is today.
Can I have a sneak look then? Well, how's it different? Allow me to introduce myself. So it has completely changed.
Completely, yes, completely changed. Allow me to introduce myself. I'll be as
it was whatever, and now it's
yes.
all that. That's been crossed out.
It's a decision of like a number of syllables within the word, so it didn't fit my melody that I had. I'll be all that you want me to be, and I will build something beautiful for you, unless you want to break free. And it's my idea of being this Wizard of Oz. You know, the mechanical face that you see, but it's actually a facade. And it's kind of like the character of this song is selling you something that they're not. In video games, you can create a character as well. You can make their lips bigger. You can make their eyes bigger. You can, create the perfect version of yourself. And that's what this kind of song is about.
What sort of beat have you got to this then with these lyrics? Because they're very lyrical, I say poetic lyrics, but what sort of beat are you working with?
So it wouldn't be like a faster type of metal. It will be but the guitar that's around it is very fast. The way I sang it obviously sounds like it's a ballad, but it's not. It's actually quite rich. This is might be the angriest track.
Or it could be a lyrical ballad if you change your mind.
I will not change my mind for this one. I won't. As I said, the process of making this body of work is music first, lyrics later. I wanted music to be my words, and then the lyrics to become just a poetry over it.
You sing now in English. Why English rather than Serbian?
It's not by choice. It's just the intuition kind of drew me there. I learned English through watching films and playing video games. I don't know whether it's because it's not my first language. It creates some sort of a wall, like a shield, where whatever I write is completely like 100% personal. But I actually tried writing in Serbian and nothing is coming out.
Because you've anglicised your name. You're not Luke, you're Luca.
Yes, that's true. I've anglicized it when I was 16 on MySpace. I created this name Luke Black, and now I'm kind of stuck with it. I don't mind it. It speaks a lot on my art and my love for art of darkness.
When are you next going back into the studio?
I am traveling to Amsterdam to perform, and then I'm coming back on a Sunday, and then on Monday I will be already in the studio.
Do you enjoy performing?
I love that so much. But if you asked me this question before Eurovision, I would say no. I didn't enjoy it at all. I felt very not confident. My first post-Eurovision concert was done in South London, London Bridge, and that was my first performance. I wouldn't say ever because I was in the arena performing for Eurovision, but I don't really count that performance. I count this as my christening to become a performer.
For us here in Europe and indeed in Australia, we grew up with Eurovision. It's a big deal. Even if people didn't watch it, they are very aware of it. And the Eurovision Song Contest is the largest live music event in the world. So it's interesting that there you were on stage in the arena being watched by people who were cheering away during your performance. I was lucky enough to see a performance at the final rehearsal in Liverpool, and everyone was very, very energised. But also you're performing to 160 plus million people around the world, and yet you don't think of that as your first performance.
I would say I wasn't myself on that performance. Not the art that was in front, but what I was while I was performing that art. It's an amazing competition, but my first performance, even though it was a much smaller venue, was in my arms, and I embraced it. And I think like any self-doubt that I had just disappeared the moment I came out on stage and people were screaming every single lyric. It made me a performer.
Has it been difficult to readjust to life and work after Eurovision? Because, you know, it's not just the semi-finals and the final performances, but it's months of rehearsals, choreography, concerts, interviews around Europe. And then suddenly it's all over.
As an independent artist, a lot of the things you do on your own, and you feel very lonely within the process. Of course, I was working with my producers and I had friends that were included in the project, but having a plan that was for months there, you always knew, oh, here you needed to, you're supposed to perform in this country, you're supposed to go there. I didn't stop from, I guess, end of 2022 up until July 2023, and I'm actually never complaining about it because I wish it could continue being the same. But what I want to say is, after it's all finished, I was met with like a big withdrawal of the high because it just snaps. It's done. It's over. What kept me sane is actually creating music. It's like the answer that I'm giving right now. If you ask me post Eurovision, I would say I'm depressed. But now I've learned to work really hard and be resilient.
Back from his performance in Amsterdam, Luke heads straight to studio with producer and engineer Benjamin Dunkley, recording the vocals for his song Parasite. Luke had planned to keep this song a secret, but his fans have discovered that it might be the title track of a new album.
I've had a working title for this album or an expansion pack to my debut album for a while, and I had to do my own electronic press kit that I've also put on my website, as some fans have found it. So there you can see that my working title for the album is Parasite. We don't know whether that will be the title. Now maybe I will change it. Parasite.
Okay, I think we got a good one. I'm just going to compare one. We're having to re-record all the main vocals in Parasite because it was originally in A minor, but that's a difficult key for Luke to sing in because it's the melody of the song is on the breaking point of his voice. So we're recording in F minor, which is deeper, but it means that we have to re-record all of the main vocals. It's a bit of a monster song to record though, because there's we're on 111 tracks, but it's just because we have so many choirs and stuff, and it's really a big song.
Ben and Luke listen back to what they've just recorded.
I think it sounds pretty good. It still needs like mixing and stuff, but I'm pretty satisfied with that. Okay, we have to go back into the headphones again.
So right now I'm singing from the perspective of the parasite. So it's going to be a kind of different delivery. It's going to have like a bit of more of a cry to it, I think.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, I'm alive.
Such a happy song. Such a happy song.
Sleeping under your skin till you harmonize. Let me dance in the shadow of the moonlight. Do I like those lyrics? Maybe I should change them on the spot. All the thorns of the garden turn off the light. Yeah. Hold my slithering hand, let me be your guide. I
like the thorns lyric.
It's a parasite for songs and for music. And there is a lyric where I sing to the being, nobody knows me like you do, deeper and deeper than anyone could. You suck out the poison from my veins, so I learn to love the pain. I suck out the poison from your veins. Yeah, I know you love the pain.
You know, I think it was actually a really good take. I usually do like lots more takes, but that was actually really good. So let's do a couple doubles on that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Like one take?
I swear.
Okay, well, I trust you. I've also thought about this song as a notion of like a loved one, a love that is in your life that's completely draining you, but you're still returning to it. In my relationships, it was something that had happened. So I fully kind of went into the memories and the pain of it to create this piece.
So we're going to record very, very close to the microphone.
A growling vocal.
Yeah.
We're calling it a growling vocal. We did this a lot for my Eurovision song. War, violence, rage, virus. Okay, let's do it. 1, 2, 3. Into the night. Turn off the light. Let me be your guide.
What do you enjoy about creating in a studio like this?
I enjoy not being alone in my musical journey. That's the most enjoyable process for me. Yes, I like making music. I like writing songs. I've been doing that for like over 12 years, but now I don't do it alone anymore. I feel like I can share my sorrows and my happiness and wins with someone. So I'm not alone playing video games at home. I get to feel the warmth of collaboration.
I leave Luke in studio to enjoy the collaborative experience. You've been listening to the documentary In the Studio from the BBC World Service with the Serbian singer-songwriter Luke Black. The programme was presented and produced by me, Andrea Kidd.
This is the BBC World Service with Victoria Hollingsworth, hearing from women on the front line around the world.
You're not held to a higher standard. You're held to the same standards as everyone else, but you are more visible.
More female soldiers are fighting than ever before. At a time of increased tensions around the world, I ask, what's in it for them?
Women Warriors, Saturday at 11 GMT. Or listen now wherever you get your BBC podcasts. At bbcworldservice.com, Unexpected Elements,
where we bring you ant wrangling. If you've ever wondered who would win in a fight between a human and 10,000 angry leafcutter ants, stay tuned for tales of suffering for the scientific cause, plus cancer sniffer ants and astronaut ants.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Rob Young and Laquessa Burak.
In a couple of hours, the US President Donald Trump is due to touch down in the Saudi Arabian capital Riyadh. He's touring the Gulf region with economic and political deals in his sights.
Also coming up today, an area where there is hope for diplomatic progress is with a possible peace deal for Gaza, the release of the Israeli-American hostage. Edan Alexander has raised those hopes.
Elsewhere, the positive news about US-China trade has boosted share markets. News of a reduction in tariffs on Chinese goods entering America has made markets more optimistic.
And in sport, basketball legend Michael Jordan returns to the NBA, this time as a contributor for the NBC TV network, which has regained the broadcast rights after more than 2 decades.
All that after the news.
Hello, I'm Chris Barrow with the BBC News. Donald Trump is due to arrive in Saudi Arabia in the next few hours at the start of the first major tour of his second term at the White House. The emphasis during his visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates is expected to be on trade. Here's Mike Thompson.
Aside from chasing lucrative business deals in this oil-rich region, President Trump is likely to focus on several turbulent topics, from the wars in Gaza and Ukraine to nuclear negotiations with Iran. Persuading Saudi Arabia to normalise relations with Israel was one of his big objectives, but that currently looks too big an ask, with Israel set against any progress towards a Palestinian state. But it's hoped that Mr. Trump's brief presence in the region could yet push Hamas and Israel towards an elusive and lasting ceasefire deal in Gaza.
The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Palestinians in Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini of UNRWA said the Israeli government had weaponized food by barring supplies for more than 2 months. Our international editor Jeremy Bowen reports.
Throughout the war, Philippe Lazzarini's views have been dismissed by Israel as lies, which he denies, along with Israel's repeated allegations that UNRWA has been infiltrated by Hamas. Mr. Lazzarini's view of Gaza's food emergency is backed up by the latest update from a joint venture of UN agencies, aid groups and governments known as the IPC. It says Gaza is close to famine, with the entire population suffering acute food insecurity.
The Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he described as bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those at the gathering in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. Mr. Xi said they'd always united in tough times. His words are spoken by an interpreter.
Since the turn of the century, and in particular in recent years, China and LAC countries have ushered in a historic era of building a shared future. We stand shoulder to shoulder and support each other. China firmly supports LAC countries in pursuing development paths suited to their national conditions, safeguarding sovereignty and independence, and opposing external interference.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said Moscow has still not responded to his call for Vladimir Putin to meet him for direct talks in Turkey on Thursday. In his nightly address, he said Russian shelling and assaults on Ukraine had continued. He accused President Putin of remaining strangely silent on the proposed talks. BBC News. Unofficial results from Monday's midterm elections in the Philippines show a relatively poor performance by candidates backed by President Ferdinand Marcos. The election was overshadowed by a bitter feud between Mr. Marcos and his Vice President Sara Duterte. Our Southeast Asia correspondent Jonathan Head is in Manila.
Incumbent presidents typically do well in Filipino midterm elections, with most of their picks for the Senate winning. But not this time. Only half of the candidates backed by the president won. That suggests flagging public support for his administration, and there may now be insufficient votes in the Senate to impeach Sara Duterte. She remains popular and a front-runner to win the presidency in 3 years' time, even after her father, former President Rodrigo Duterte, was sent to the International Criminal Court in March to face charges of crimes against humanity.
Australia's re-elected Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has been sworn in along with his new cabinet, which contains a record number of women. His centre-left Labour Party won a surprise majority in this month's snap election. 12 of the 22 cabinet posts went to women. A report by the human rights group Amnesty International says many Kenyan domestic workers in Saudi Arabia suffer exploitation, which amounts to forced labour. The study described the conditions as brutal and inhumane, with women often enduring 16-hour days with little or no time off. Amnesty estimates their hourly pay to amount to 50 cents. There's been no official response to the report from the Saudi government. British police are investigating fires at 2 London properties linked to the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. They say the doors of the 2 homes were damaged in the suspected arson attacks, which happened within 24 hours of each other. They're also looking into a car fire last Thursday for any possible connection. That's the latest world news from the BBC.
Chris, thank you very much for that. Hello, welcome to Tuesday's edition of Newsday on the BBC World Service. And it's Rob Young and Luquessa Burek with you today. Coming up this half hour, we've got stories from Saudi Arabia, Israel and the United States. From Singapore in our business roundup, Maura Fogarty has more on the deal that isn't quite a deal between the US and China and that bid to ease trade tensions. And Rebecca Adams from the world of sport on the return of basketball legend Michael Jordan. It's a return to the NBA with a difference. Stay tuned for that.
In a few hours' time, the US President Donald Trump is scheduled to land in Saudi Arabia. This is the first major foreign trip of Mr. Trump's second term in the White House. As well as Saudi Arabia, he's also scheduled to visit the other Gulf nations of Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. And he's following in his own footsteps because in his first term, he also chose to kick off his overseas visits in the region. So what are both Mr. Trump and his hosts hoping to get from this week? Samir Hashmi reports.
This was how President Donald Trump was welcomed to Riyadh back in 2017. Hundreds of Saudi men performed the Ardha, the traditional sword dance at the historic Murabba Palace. And among them, swaying and smiling with a sword in his hand, was President Trump. He broke with decades of tradition by choosing Saudi Arabia as his maiden foreign trip. Modern US presidents have typically visited Canada, Mexico, or the United Kingdom first. Now, 8 years later,
I can also confirm the dates of the president's trip to the Middle East. He will travel to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates from May 13th until May 16th.
For Trump, the stakes are high. He is eyeing major Gulf investments, especially from sovereign wealth funds. Saudi Arabia has already pledged to invest $600 billion over the next 4 years. The United Arab Emirates has committed $1.4 trillion over the next decade. Now President Trump wants the Saudis to raise their commitment to $1 trillion. Experts say that the figures are ambitious, but big deals are likely. Karen Young is a leading Gulf expert at the Middle East Institute.
These are very big numbers. They're not really realistic in terms of what would flow in direct investment. It's about sort of long-term strategic investment in the United States. But yes, he wants the announcement. He wants to have a big poster in a meeting that describes where these investments might go and some estimation of what they do in the American economy in terms of job creation or his big push, of course, on domestic manufacturing.
Defense will also be high on the agenda during President Trump's visit to Riyadh. The United States has long been a major arms supplier to Saudi Arabia, with President Trump offering a $110 billion weapons package during his first term. But those deals face scrutiny after the 2018 murder of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi, leading to restrictions on arms sales. Now, with bans lifted, President Trump is expected to propose a new $100 billion deal. Saudi commentator and author Ali Shihabi says Riyadh will be looking for firm assurances from Mr. Trump that this time the deals will go through.
It's a question of also having in place a more efficient procurement system, which allows the kingdom to get ammunition, for example, on an expedited basis, to get access to more military equipment. So it's important that the visit of President Trump highlights that and confirms it and keeps it on a solid footing.
I'm standing outside the King Abdulaziz Convention Center here in Riyadh. This is the venue where the Saudi government will be organizing a major investment summit on the day President Trump arrives. It will be attended by ministers and chief executives from both the countries. While much of the attention is on President Trump drawing Gulf capital into the U.S. economy, the Saudis will use this opportunity to attract American investments into the country. For Saudi Arabia and its neighbors, this visit is more than symbolic. It's a strategic reset, a chance to revive ties that frayed during the Biden years. But for President Trump, it's about investment deals. With the US economy shrinking for the first time in 3 years, he's chasing Gulf capital to prove his America First agenda is working. In this region where billion-dollar deals are sealed with handshakes, this visit is not just about diplomacy. It's about validation and stability as well.
That was the BBC's Samir Hashmi reporting there, and we'll hopefully be heading to Riyadh in the next half hour of the programme to speak to a Saudi geopolitical analyst.
Now, on Monday, Hamas released the Israeli-American hostage Idan Alexander, who was captured during the 7th of October attacks in 2023. Idan Alexander was serving in an elite infantry unit on the border with Gaza when he was taken prisoner. He's now returned, as I said, to Israel, where he's been reunited with his family. There was some footage released by the Israeli government showing him wrapped in a US flag, being hugged by joyful members of his family.
The moment that Idan Alexander was reunited with his family there. Well, there are also celebrations in Tel Aviv, in Israel and in the US state of New Jersey, where Idan Alexander is from. And of the 251 hostages initially taken by Hamas, 59 remain in Gaza, up to 24 of whom are believed to be alive. But I've been speaking to Shlomo Shor, who's the director of the New Jersey office of Agudath Israel, a Jewish rights group. He campaigned to free Idan Alexander and has met his parents many times. So I asked him if he knows how Idan is.
I've not spoken directly to the parents just yet or to direct family, but from what I'm hearing, he is in what they're saying a stable condition. He seems to be a little weak, some bruises. He seems that he was being treated pretty roughly, to put it mildly, while he was in captivity during the last 584 days. But doctors are optimistic that he can recover fully.
You have been campaigning for Idan's release for many months. What is your reaction to the news that he has finally been released?
Yeah, so like you said, it's been 584 days, almost 2 years, and his parents have been completely leaving no stone unturned in their efforts to free their son. And hearing the news yesterday and then seeing it happen today, the amount of emotions is almost very hard to describe. Feeling thrilled beyond words, really, seeing him walk out alive, especially because we've heard a couple of times over the last 584 days that maybe he was dead or in very great or serious condition. So seeing him walk out on his own power, so to speak, was immensely beautiful and thrilling for someone who's been trying, as much as we can to talk to politicians around the world, here in the United States, in Washington, Governor Murphy here in Trenton, as well as congressmen who represent New Jersey, namely Josh Gottheimer, Senator Andy Kim, and others who've been extremely active. For the last 584 days, seeing what happened today was not just the fruits of the effort, but also gives hope for the remaining hostages.
What is your understanding of the circumstances surrounding his release? Because he is being released on his own after talks between Hamas and the United States.
Right. So it's understood that the United States obviously negotiated this, and it's understood as well that he, being a United States citizen, being from here in New Jersey, one of the last remaining one that's alive, the one that was being held hostage. So it does make sense that the U.S. would take that interest as the United States protects the citizens around the world, wherever they may find themselves. And whether it's in other countries or in Gaza, the fact that the United States took a special interest in Idan is something that makes sense. And we're hopeful that President Trump can continue using the power that he has in the United States with him backing him to secure the release of the remaining 58 hostages, alive or dead.
What do you make of the prospect of further hostages being released? Because we keep hearing from Israeli politicians and military spokespeople that we have on the BBC World Service saying that it is only through military pressure that hostages have been released. But here we have again an example of somebody who's been released from negotiation, as we have seen also previously.
Right. So it's definitely possible that this came through negotiation, but it's also possible, like some are saying, that it's negotiation plus the threat of another Israeli ground invasion right now, which could have led to this. And we won't know, and we don't know right now. It's possible we will one day find out. But if it's negotiable, and that other hostages will be able to be released, I think any more loss of life is something that both sides don't want. And what we should be hopeful for is that we could have a negotiated end to this, because both sides are hurting really badly right now. And whether it's victims of terror attacks in Israel or innocent civilians in Gaza who are taking the brunt of this, sometimes it's something that if the hostages can be negotiated to be released, that's something I think everyone should hope for.
Now, you've met Edan Alexander's parents many times. What
Correct.
have they been saying to you during this time of his captivity? And I suppose, what is the wider Jewish community in New Jersey saying to you now he's been freed?
Right. What was striking to me was his parents, and I met them early on and many times over the last 584 days, was how much they were devoting towards their son. And obviously no parent should ever be in that scenario, but they were, like I said, leaving no stone unturned, and they were pursuing every avenue they could, using the full reach of the federal government, our representatives in Congress, Josh Gottheimer, traveling to Qatar, going to the White House, the local politicians, really on all levels, doing everything they can to put up the pressure, to negotiate, be in secret, in public. And you see now today the wonderful results of them not giving up.
And having campaigned for so many months for Edan to be released, do you hope to meet him, having never met him before, right?
Absolutely right. I've never met him before. I never even heard of him before. New Jersey is, while we're not a small state, we're a small state and not large. And while I got to meet his parents, I'm now looking to meet the rest of the family, the complete family now. And when they do end up ultimately returning to the United States, if they do, and greeting them at home in Tenafly and being able to celebrate all together, hopefully in good health.
Shlomo Shaw there, the New Jersey director of that organisation, Agadath Israel, on the release from Gaza of that Israeli-American hostage, Edan Alexander. And we'll be heading to Gaza in the next hour of the programme to look at the humanitarian situation there after the UN called for urgent action after saying that 1 in 5 of Gaza's population now faces catastrophic hunger. You're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Luquessa Burak and Rob Young. A reminder of a couple of our headlines. Donald Trump is embarking on the first major tour of his second presidential term, with talks in Saudi Arabia, which he hopes will produce huge trade deals. And President Xi Jinping has appealed to Latin American leaders meeting in Beijing to resist bullying as he seeks to rally support against Washington.
OK, let's catch up with all the sport, and Rebecca Adams joins us in the studio. Lovely to see you, Rebecca.
You too, Luquessa. Thank you. What a welcome. Well, basketball legend Michael Jordan will return to the NBA as a contributor for the NBC TV network from next season. The network has regained the broadcast rights to the league after more than 20 years. Meanwhile, Jalen Brunson scored 39 points as the New York Knicks beat the Boston Celtics 121-113 on Monday to leave the reigning champions on the brink of elimination from the playoffs. In tennis, and at the Rome Masters, world number 1 Jannik Sinner is into the last 16 after beating Jesper de Jong. And in the women's draw, top seed Aryna Sabalenka is into the quarterfinals after a straight sets win over Marta Kostyuk, while Coco Gauff eased past Emma Raducanu 6-1, 6-2. And in cricket, the IPL is set to resume on Saturday. That's after the tournament was suspended last week because of tensions between India and neighbouring Pakistan. And there's more sport in half an hour's time.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Let's get some business news now. We can cross to the business desk in Singapore and speak to Maura Fogarty, who is looking at what's been happening to the share markets, which have been reacting to the news of a trade deal. It's not quite a full trade deal, is it, Maura, between the US and China?
Well, I guess if you go back to where you were before April 2nd, is that called a trade deal? If you're back to the same the same situation, and that's essentially what's happened, right? So in a way, we're seeing here in Asia, the markets kind of responding in a similar fashion. We had a huge uptick in stock prices in the U.S. overnight. A lot of companies' share prices were rallying. Toy makers, for example, in the U.S. saw huge gains overnight because now they could get their products out of China, with businesses in the U.S. us buying them, and being able to ship them overall, not having to face these ridiculously high tariffs of 145%. In Asia, we saw shares rallying at the start of the day, but they've actually kind of moderated quite a bit now. So you do see, for example, Hong Kong share market actually in negative territory. China is flat at the moment, but Japan is indeed higher. So it's a bit of a mixed picture altogether in terms of how the markets in Asia have reacted. Not quite as exuberant as we saw US stocks reacting.
And I'm fascinated by what you're saying there, that because of the 90-day reduction in tariffs, companies in America are now shipping as much as they can get from China. Probably loads of Christmas stuff, right? Toys and whatever else. They've got 3 months to do it.
Exactly. And imagine if you're running a business in the U.S. and you are all of a sudden, faced with 145% tariffs, you're going to put those orders on hold. And now you've got a window of opportunity. I think the issue here for a lot of businesses in the U.S. and in China, and by the way, elsewhere in the world, is the unpredictability of what's happened over the last few months and of the Trump administration going forward. How do you operate your business when you don't know if the rules might change and if the levies might change? And so, yes, of course, you're going to be ordering as many, goods as you can and getting them in stateside so you avoid any increase or potential increase in tariffs that might come about if the two economic superpowers don't reach some longer-term agreement at the end of 90 days.
And so we do have these negotiations continuing between the US and China. And we've had the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, speaking at a meeting of Latin American leaders in Beijing, talking about the need for countries to stand up to bullying. A clear swipe there, I suspect, at Donald Trump's approach to trade. So these talks are not going to be easy.
No, they're not. And I think one thing to kind of, have people understand and realize is that they're not just only about trade, right? They're multifaceted. They're about everything else. Don't forget, there is a Hong Kong listed company that wants to sell the ports it owns along the Panama Canal to a U.S. investment fund. China has blocked that deal and said no way. The U.S., meanwhile, has said, hey, we think the Panama Canal is of strategic importance to us. So we are looking at how we can have more influence over it. That's just one kind of topic, right? There are many other things around it as well, including fentanyl. I should mention that because that is a key concern of the U.S. Administration. But there are other things around technology, around, financing and Chinese influence around the world. So trade is only part of the equation.
All right. Thanks very much indeed. Maura Fogarty there at the business desk in Singapore.
So the self-styled master deal maker is going to be looking to shake hands on economic agreements and also to further diplomatic deals with partners in the Gulf region. I am, of course, talking about the US President Donald Trump. He's expected to land within 2 hours' time in Saudi Arabia, touching down in Riyadh. So let's discuss this a little bit further. Salman Al-Ansari is a Saudi geopolitical analyst and he's joining me today from Riyadh itself. Good morning to you, Mr. Al-Ansari. First off then, how is Saudi Arabia seeing this trip? I mean, the optics of it all.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Good morning, all. It's definitely a very important day here in the region. Saudi Arabia has consolidated its global stance and global standing in the world with regards to being an important anchor of peace in the Middle East and the region and globally. And we've seen this with how Saudi Arabia helped in mediating relations between the U.S. and Russia and how they actually worked with the U.S. to de-escalate between Pakistan and India. So Saudi Arabia right now is in its golden era. And this has been also crowned with the fact that President Trump has chosen Saudi Arabia as the first official state visit for him for the second time. So overall, the Saudi-US relationships, I cannot think of a period that is having this beautiful, strong, fruitful relationship than now. So we are living the golden era of Saudi-US relations, and I'm not being hyperbolic. Saudi Arabia is among the biggest investors in the US with over $700 billion, and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is willing to invest an additional $600 billion in the US, some in the form of investments in technology, AI, knowledge transfer, stock market, and some in the form of direct purchase of military arms, and that like military arms alone will exceed $100 billion according to reports. So there are so many things that we can discuss. Definitely there are some regional dynamics that we can get to in a moment.
Simon, let's get to those regional dynamics because, many people are saying that for the US and for international politics, this is quite a unique time that the president could be using to try and, work diplomatically on those major issues within the region. What are they, and what is the role of Saudi Arabia in those?
Absolutely. So definitely, as we all know, Saudi Arabia in a very rough neighborhood. We are speaking of many countries that are not actually functioning well, with a lot of non-state actors, with a lot of internal problems. The issue in Syria and how Saudi Arabia wants Syria to be back to the international community, and how they are actually really interested to pressure and convince the Trump administration to lift the sanctions. So you can't actually put the blame on the people and make them accountable for the previous administrations or for the previous Assad regime, etc. Also, we have the Gaza issue, and the Palestinian cause as a whole will surely be discussed heavily in the summit. The Saudis want to have an end to the cycle of violence and having an end to this 7 decades conflict. And the focus should not be on Gaza alone. It should be about the overall grievances of Palestinians, and the Saudis are working decisively on reviving the two-state solution, which unfortunately the Netanyahu government has been trying to rebrand it as the two-state delusion. But I think the Saudi position is principled and also pragmatic and realist, because how can the Middle East be safe and prosperous and become the new Europe, as the Crown Prince has mentioned earlier, while having a complete people under occupation? And so I think there are so many things to discuss. We are definitely going to be discussing the nuclear issue with Iran. We're going to be discussing also the issue in Sudan. So there are so many things that are intertwined and interconnected here in the Middle East. And I think the U.S. trusts the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be the key, or the golden key of peace in the region and globally.
Salman?
So I think...
Salman, I just want to jump in quickly, because you yourself, you said these statements are not hyperbole. I can't really avoid the question of why is it that this new standing, this rebranding of Saudi Arabia is so important to the Crown Prince? Because in the past, there have always been accusations of human rights abuses. What's happened in Saudi Arabia itself to open up and for things like this to matter?
Actually, it has all been mentioned precisely in the document of Vision 2030 that was launched in 2017. Saudi Arabia has been having this vision to reform all sectors, socially, culturally, economically, administratively, etc. So Saudi Arabia wanted to better its position, not domestically and globally. And it's not only about having a good word or reputation, but it's also at the heart of it is actually the fact that Saudi Arabia wants to enhance its standing globally. Because
Salman,
and we have seen.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. Just running out of time, but thank you for that. That's Salman Al Ansari. This is Newsday.
This is the BBC World Service.
How are you feeling today?
Science and technology can help us to understand ourselves.
I'm an AI, so I don't have feelings, but I'm here to help you.
To understand our relationships with each other.
Many studies in recent decades have found that the experience of romantic love and pair bonds is associated with dopamine-rich brain activity.
And to understand our place in the world around us.
Humans have become a major component in pretty much all the ecosystems of the world.
We're not separate from our ecosystems. We depend on them, and they also depend on us.
Science and technology, from the BBC World Service.
Hello there, welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service. Rob Young and Luquessa Burek with you.
Coming up, more than 100 people have been killed in massive flooding in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
We're also hearing plans for alleviating Kenya's national debt.
And we look at the Starlink satellite network and what it could mean for Africa. But first, a summary of the latest world news.
BBC News with Chris Barrow. President Trump is due to arrive in Saudi Arabia in the next few hours at the start of the first major tour of his second term. He hopes to be able to secure huge trade deals during his visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Palestinians in Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini of UNRWA said the Israeli government had weaponized food by barring supplies for more than 2 months. Israel has dismissed his views. Medical sources in Gaza say a well-known Palestinian photojournalist has been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a hospital. Hassan Azli has been in Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis for nearly a month after being injured in an earlier strike. China's President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he called bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those at the gathering in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. Unofficial results from Monday's midterm elections in the Philippines show a relatively poor performance by candidates backed by President Ferdinand Marcos. The election was overshadowed by a bitter feud between Mr. Marcos and his Vice President Sara Duterte. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Moscow has still not responded to his call for Vladimir Putin to meet him for direct talks in Turkey on Thursday. Australia's re-elected Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has been sworn in for a second term. His centre-left Labour Party contains a record number of women in the cabinet. Amnesty International says many Kenyan domestic workers in Saudi Arabia suffer exploitation, which amounts to forced labour. Conditions have been described as brutal and inhumane, with women often enduring 16-hour days with little or no time off. BBC News.
Cheers, Chris. Thanks very much indeed for that summary. Hello, you're with Newsday on the BBC World Service with Luquessa Burek and Rob Young. Thank you for being with us today. Coming up this half hour, you'll hear stories from Kenya, from Peru and from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rebecca Adams will be here with your sport and the perhaps surprising news about the basketball legend Michael Jordan returning to the NBA, but this time as a pundit. Your thoughts on all of our stories, welcome by text or WhatsApp. The number you need is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
Over 100 people have reportedly died in flooding in a village near the shores of Lake Tanganyika in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. According to local officials, the flooding followed heavy rain on Thursday night and led to the Kasaba River bursting its banks. The BBC's Emery Makumeno spoke to Didier Lugangwanya, a spokesperson for the South Kivu government, and he says the death toll has exceeded 100 and assistance is desperately needed to search for survivors.
Étant donné que notre équipe de terrain est restée en pleine évaluation,
we can report 114 deaths, including 49 children. More than 170 homes were destroyed. There are 30 injured. And unfortunately, after contacting the workers at the Yungu Health Centre, it turns out that there is a shortage of medication. It turns out that at the same site, there are serious issues with people who are currently homeless and exposed to the elements.
De personnes actuellement sans abri qui sont exposées aux intempéries.
Well, let's cross to Kinshasa and speak to Emery Makumeno himself. Emery, I wonder if you could just update us, please, on what we know so far. Emery, hello? Can you hear me?
Emery.
Hello, Emery. Sorry, we lost you there for a moment. What's the latest on the ground?
The latest from Kasaba is that the death toll has increased from 62 last Saturday to 114 people who have been whose bodies have been found and already also buried by the Red Cross, which is also in charge of the rescue operation there in Kasaba. Most of the people have been buried because it's a remote village near the shore of Lake Tanganyika, and there is no mortuary there to keep the bodies. So whenever they find the body, they are obliged to go to burial. Many people have lost almost everything, and they are in need of shelters, of food, of clothes, and this is what the authorities are pressing to get from the government here or any humanitarian that can assist them.
Okay, the UN is describing this as a double disaster, a double crisis, because people in this region are also dealing with the fighting with the Rwandan-backed M23 rebels. Just what significant impact has these two tragedies had on the peoples in this region?
Yes, the security concern in the South Kivu is dire. The local authorities fled Bukavu on Valentine's Day when the city fell under the control of the M23 rebels, and they've now moved to Uvira, which is the temporary headquarters of the authorities there, and it is from there that the fighting is still going around Uvira, and the Kasaba village where the tragedy happened is 150 kilometers south of Uvira, and you see they are battling with security issues, with ongoing fighting with rebels, and now they have to look after a great number. We are talking here of several hundreds people that need everything.
Okay, so the flooding has swept away homes, it's displaced people, but I understand that this is also a critical time for crops, as agricultural land was also wiped away. So just talk us through the main issues there.
The main issue is that the agricultural fields have all been swept away. Even the cattle, the goats and the cows that people could rely on, like what they would sell in when they need to send their children to school or look after someone who is sick. This is what you will sell. Now for the daily substantial needs or daily needs, you of course go to your fields to get whatever it is there for to eat at home. Those are everything that people have lost. And I should say that during March, April and May, the weather forecast here had already announced heavy rains to happen in most parts of the countries, and we are talking here of 78,000 people who have been somehow victim of heavy rains, torrential rains across the country.
Well, Rugumba was also flooded last month, wasn't it? And there was the fears of the disease outbreak. Certainly cholera cases, I believe, are 6 times higher than they were last year. Why do people continue to stay within this region if it's so obviously flood prone? What does the government say about this?
Well, this is a nationwide issue. Here in Kinshasa, where I'm talking to you from the capital, we have 9,000 people that have been moved to shelters because their house was also swept away by the flooding in Kinshasa. You have 11 other provinces where the recent floods and the recent torrential rains have left many people without any shelter. So this is a growing number of population in the country where the state has limited capacity to help the people find good accommodation and also help them when there is a tragedy.
Okay, Emery Makumona, thank you very much. And just to let you know that we'll be talking to one of those organisations helping with the assistance from the UNHCR later on Newsday in the next hour. Thank you.
Now, the size of many African nations' debt piles is back in the spotlight as political leaders, economists and civil society groups gather in Togo to discuss the continent's debt challenges. One nation drawing particular attention is Kenya, whose debt situation is currently being assessed by the International Monetary Fund. With repayments mounting and interest rates climbing, the government in Nairobi is under pressure. We're joined now by Ali Khan Sachu, economic analyst and chief executive of Rayburn Management, usually based in Nairobi, but joins us today from London. Welcome back to the programme, Ali Khan. Before we zoom in on Kenya, let's talk about the situation more broadly. What is this conference today trying to achieve, and what can it realistically achieve?
That's an interesting question. I think, what it's trying to achieve is some kind of common position across the population. It's interesting that it's thrown it open to various groups, not only finance ministers and heads of state, but also civil society. And the theme of it is Africa's public debt management agenda, restoring and safeguarding debt sustainability, which tells you immediately that the problem is that the debt is currently not sustainable. And I think, we've entered this period of tremendous uncertainty where there's a lack of credit available for Africa during this Trump era again. The capital markets are largely shuttered. China is more reluctant to lend its balance sheet to the continent at the moment, and there is a lack of liquidity. So I think one can see that we're now reaching a point which might be quite serious.
When you say a lack of liquidity, just a lack of ready money sloshing around, a lack of willingness, I suppose, on people to lend to nations.
Exactly. So, most nations have to roll over debts. They've got existing borrowing that they are paying interest on, and they tend not to pay it back. They tend to borrow it again. This is a global phenomenon, and the worry is that money will not even be available for rolling over existing debt, let alone new money being made available. That new money is not being made available.
Right.
That's a fact.
So we've seen in recent years Ghana and Zambia default on their debts and have to cut spending and raise tax revenues as a result. How serious is Kenya's debt situation? Because there has been some speculation that it is at risk of defaulting on its debts maybe next month.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen that quickly, but clearly, if you're spending 80 cents of each dollar you're raising on servicing debt, you're very near the line, as it were. And I think Kenya escaped crossing that line because of tremendous support from the IMF and the World Bank under the Biden administration, where the Biden administration was looking for support from African countries, and saw Kenya as a strong partner, and pressured the IMF and the World Bank to continue a high degree of support into Kenya. The question is that going to continue? And it doesn't appear so. And the challenge for the Kenyan government was some of the conditionalities that the IMF was attaching to the lending was raising taxes. Raising taxes became very unpopular.
Well, we saw those big protests, didn't we, last year?
Correct, yes. So the government has now made the decision that it's not prepared to raise taxes because, most governments want to stay in power. They don't fancy being chucked out.
So what does Kenya do then if it doesn't want to raise taxes? It clearly doesn't want to significantly cut public spending. It's still got this debt to pay. What does it do?
It's an absolute conundrum. There is no appetite to cut public spending. There is no appetite to trim the size of the government. And there's absolutely no appetite now to have people spilling into the streets. So, we're at this crossroads, and it's very difficult. You're watching it in real time. And I think the decisions that are going to come to bear now, they raised some money out of the UAE recently, about $1 billion. The UAE has been increasing lending into Africa, and I think they're going to try and tap these alternative sources of funding and band-aid it through for the next few months or even a year.
It all has to be paid back, though, doesn't it? Thank you, Ali Khan Sachu, there, economic analyst and chief executive of Rayburn Management.
This is Newsdown, the BBC World Service, and this is Rebecca Adams.
Thank you, Laquesa. Well, it was announced on Monday that Carlo Ancelotti has agreed to take over as head coach of the Brazil national team in what is one of international football's most interesting appointments. The Italian will leave Real Madrid this summer to lead a group that struggled against European opposition since they last won the World Cup in 2002. Here's the BBC's South American football correspondent, Tim Vickery.
Brazil's performance last time out, they were beaten 4-1 by Argentina, and it was an abject humiliation from start to finish. Brazil were lucky to get one, Argentina were unlucky to get only 4. They can't possibly be worse. In all the recent World Cups, ever since they won the last one in 2002, the campaign has ended as soon as they come up against a European team in the knockout stage. So why not bring in a European to try and get them over that hurdle?
Elsewhere in football, and Tottenham manager Ange Postecoglou says that his players remain firmly behind his methods. That's despite them being 17th in the English Premier League table after a dismal domestic campaign.
As a manager, I guess that's a key to everything you do, just how much belief the people, not just the players and the staff have around you. Now, when things are going well, that kind of takes care of itself, but fair to say we haven't, sort of had smooth waters this year where there was the opportunity for players to question and sort of maybe lose a bit of faith or belief in kind of what I was doing and what I wanted us to do. But I just never sensed that.
Well, Spurs do have a chance to save their season though when they play Manchester United in the Europa League final next week. Basketball now, and in the NBA, Jalen Brunson scored 39 points as the New York Knicks beat the Boston Celtics 121-113 on Monday to leave the reigning champions on the brink of elimination from the playoffs. The Celtics now have a 3-1 deficit to overcome if they are to defend their title, but they might have to do it without all-star Jason Tatum, who was carried off the court with a leg injury in the final minutes. And in cricket, the Indian Premier League resumes on Saturday after it was suspended on Friday because of ongoing tension between India and Pakistan. And that's the latest sport, but there's more online at bbc.com/sport.
Rebecca, thank you. We're going to bring an interview later on with a Pakistani foreign minister. Now, for today's episode of Africa Daily, Alan Kasuja has been looking up to the skies, specifically the strings of bright, fast-moving lights that can be spotted in the night sky. These are most likely Starlink, the network of thousands of satellites put into orbit by Elon Musk's company. More than 20 governments in Africa have granted access to Starlink to operate in the hope that they can provide cheap internet access to people in hard-to-reach communities. But does it come at a cost? Alan has been speaking to Temedaya Onyonson, a Nigerian space scientist, to find out how Starlink works.
Starlink is already operating in more than 100 countries globally. The United States is still its biggest market, with the highest number of subscribers. In Africa, it has obtained license in more than 20 African countries also. In fact, in Nigeria today, Starlink has grown to become the second biggest ISP in the Nigerian market. So it's rapidly growing, and it's estimated that in the next 2 years, probably more than 30 countries will have given license in Africa.
There is a push from Elon Musk for it to catch fire in Africa, for it to catch on. Why do you think that is?
To be honest, for most of the countries, it's needed, because most of these countries have, terrible internet penetration, and most of them are not interested or, looking at investing a lot in laying fiber optic cables and stuff. So, Starlink provides an ideal alternative for all of this. And it's also why a lot of the citizens are actually yearning for it. Even in countries where they don't have license yet, people are using it illegally. So, the promise of faster connectivity is one of the things that is, influencing the adoption.
What is the difference between Starlink and the internet service providers that currently exist in Africa?
Well, most ISPs in Africa today, they actually leverage on fiber optic cables and those types of technology to provide internet services. Most of the ISPs have to leverage on infrastructures that were set up by the telecoms operators. And the problem is that, most part of Africa are actually not connected to the internet because of the unavailability of, fiber optic cable. And for many of the countries, it's going to cost them a lot of money to actually set up, to lay, cables across the entire country and connect the rural and urban areas together. The difference with Starlink is actually leveraging on satellite connectivity. So the advantage of technology like Starlink is it's satellite based, so which means you're gonna have internet services pretty much everywhere. Remote areas, rural areas, urban areas, everywhere.
We've been talking about Starlink and how the space-based internet services hit the ground running on the African continent. But what are the tensions between Starlink and some African nation states from a digital rights perspective? That's what I've been asking Juliet Namfuka, a digital rights researcher and a member of the African Digital Rights Network.
The startup cost of accessing the device is still hefty for many, including those who are marginalized. A lot of its positioning seems to make the promise of enabling access in rural and underserved areas, but its entry point price is still hefty. But nonetheless, where it is entering, it's gaining market share. And we have seen that in Nigeria, one of the countries that we tend to look at in terms of behavior in the telco industry. What are the markets saying? How is the population responding? So it's presenting quite an interesting case.
And then there have been all sorts of concerns around privacy, around security, because people are saying we are opening up too much to an organization that's based in the US, and we're not sure that our interests or our concerns are placated or are adequately addressed in some cases. How have those issues been handled by the countries that have an existing relationship with Starlink?
For many countries, it seems that Starlink is gaining access into the country courtesy of goodwill from the president. Recently in Uganda, we saw an announcement by the president welcoming Starlink officials and ultimately the product into the country. We saw that some of the regulations were waived courtesy of the president in order to allow the service into the country. So these are regulations that encourage local ownership in a company, for example, that is foreign owned. Part of the ownership of the company to be held by nationals. But that specific regulation was waived in order to allow Starlink into the country.
Based on the research that you've done, would you say that there will be tensions between African countries and Starlink?
There's been a lot of reporting around some of the tensions between Starlink and various African countries. We saw this in Zimbabwe, where Starlink was being utilized in the absence of registration. And this was early in 2024. And the state communications regulator instructed Starlink to stop allowing access within its borders. And Starlink adhered to the request. On one hand, it can be argued that it did so because it had intentions of entering that market anyway and had to play by the book.
And one issue people have raised is the prospect of Starlink becoming a monopoly if it manages to crowd out other internet providers.
So it comes back to issues of data localization. Who is holding our data as users? What type of access do they have over it? It also raised issues around shutdowns. We have seen Starlink block internet in instances where it has been instructed to. We also have issues around, of course, data protection. This is particularly concerning as we're not aware of how Starlink will operate in offices, for example, in the countries it's operating in. There are only 3 offices for the whole continent, one in Kenya, another in Cairo, and in Nigeria. So there's a lack of local regulatory oversight. And this is particularly concerning as not too many African countries have well-vested, well-drawn-out data protection laws. So it's quite a bit of a conundrum. We are happy to receive these services, but at what cost in the long run? You know, we are pushing for the growth of local economy, local service providers. But what does this foreign entity that has the clout, the might, and the capacity to take over an industry, what does that mean for smaller countries, perhaps with not as big GDP as we have in Nigeria? What does it mean for smaller entities, smaller countries, which actually do need to build their internal capacities?
That was Juliet Nanfuka there talking to Alan Kasuja, and you can get a longer version of those conversations by downloading Africa Daily either on our website at bbcworldservice.com or wherever you usually get your downloads.
Now, we've heard quite a bit, haven't we, how Pope Leo XIV spent much of his time working in Peru. Peruvian people have taken him and regard him as his own. There are restaurants around the town of Chiclayo advertising the Pope ate here. Well, Father Pater Samuel David Miranda is also from Chiclayo, and he caught up with the BBC's Mimi Swaby to tell his stories of knowing Pope Leo.
Yo soy de Chiclayo, de la misma diócesis donde él estuvo los últimos años.
I am from Chiclayo, from the same diocese where he spent the last few years before coming to Rome. And as a Chiclayo native, I felt the times I was able to meet him, because I do not belong to the clergy of Chiclayo, I belong to another diocese. But the times I met him, I always found him to be a very welcoming man, very simple and with a very, very gentle gaze and with a very deep gaze. The first time I met him was on the day of my ordination, which was in June 2018. I found he was always concerned with a lot of detail and always attentive to what people told him. I invited him to the day of the celebration of my ordination, and he came, and there were even some photographs and videos of that little moment and the times we have met on other occasions. I've always perceived him as very close, very attentive.
Muy cercano, muy atento.
How do you think his time in Peru has influenced his view of the world?
Definitivamente que Perú le ayudó.
Peru definitely helped his sensitivity towards others. Just look at the photographs of him walking through puddles of water and giving a plate of food to the most needy, hugging children and young people. And this already tells us a lot about his sensitivity. Remember that he is a devout person, and as a priest and as a missionary, he has had to experience very deep realities. I believe that Peru, and Chiclayo above all, taught him to be a good missionary. And that has been the foundation for him to place the poor and the whole world at the centre of his pontificate today.
I know celebrations are still happening right across Peru as this news is still kind of settling in. What are you hoping to see the Pope achieve in his papacy?
Él utilizó en el momento en que salió al balcón para.
He used, when he stepped out onto the balcony to make his first announcement, a word that I believe will mark his pontificate. A man of peace. You only have to look at the Pope, and that is what he conveys, a great deal of peace. I believe that his presence in this moment will be extremely important. A man who will build bridges, who will call for unity, like Augustine, who is one heart and one soul, who will call us to be brothers and remind us of what he said in his words, that evil will never prevail, good will always be ahead of everything. I hope for a pontificate where he will continue to be simple, close, profound, and brotherly. Of course, the Peruvian people would love to have him as soon as possible, but I understand that he has priorities. A week before he was elected, before the conclave, I was talking to a friend of mine and he said to me, "Hey, what would happen if the bishop who ordained you in Chiclayo became the new pope?" And I said to him, "Well, it would be crazy. It would be extraordinary." And that conversation, which seemed to be a bit of a joke, came true because God wanted it that way. And it reminds us once again that God does not look at appearances, but looks at the heart. That is God's work.
And that was Father Pater Samuel David Miranda speaking to us from Chiclayo and speaking to my colleague Mimi Swaby. Well, do stay with us here on Newsday on the BBC World Service. We're keeping a very close eye on cameras at King Khaled International Airport because a certain president, the US president, is due to touch down within the next hour. This is Newsday.
This is the BBC World Service with Yemisi Adegoke looking at the problems facing one country's education system.
Nigeria has one of the world's youngest populations and 10.5 million children out of school. I hear from those at the sharp end of this crisis, facing economic uncertainty and concerns for their safety.
Educating Nigeria. To listen, search the documentary online or wherever you get your BBC podcasts. At bbcworldservice.com, Sporting Witness.
With me, Megan Jones. I'm taking you back to when one man's passion led to an innovation which revolutionised the way sport is played around the world.
Now it's back to Newsday. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello, you're with Newsday on the BBC World Service with Lucrezia Bierak and Rob Young.
Coming up, the US President Donald Trump begins his 3-day tour of Gulf nations in Saudi Arabia. Today, on the agenda, economic deals. He's wanting to tap into the region's capital for investing in the US.
And there's also the possibility of diplomatic deals, with hopes that he'll take the opportunity to push forward talks on a potential ceasefire in Gaza.
This has been given impetus following the release of the Israeli-American Idan Alexander by Hamas. Many hostages, though, remain in captivity. Israel is continuing to block aid deliveries to the territory.
And in Nepal, Buddhist monks, government officials and scientists have been holding what they called a funeral ceremony for a Himalayan glacier. They want to highlight the impact of climate change on the world's ice formations and the environmental impact of their loss. But we'll start this hour with a bulletin of news.
Hello, I'm Chris Barrow with the BBC News. Donald Trump is due to arrive in Saudi Arabia in the next few hours at the start of the first major tour of his second term at the White House. The emphasis during his visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates is expected to be on trade. Here's Mike Thompson.
Aside from chasing lucrative business deals in this oil-rich region, President Trump is likely to focus on several turbulent topics, from the wars in Gaza and Ukraine to nuclear negotiations with Iran. Persuading Saudi Arabia to normalise relations with Israel was one of his big objectives, but that currently looks too big an ask, with Israel set against any progress towards a Palestinian state. But it's hoped that Mr. Trump's brief presence in the region could yet push Hamas and Israel towards an elusive and lasting ceasefire deal in Gaza.
The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Palestinians in Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini of UNRWA said the Israeli government had weaponized food by barring supplies for more than 2 months. Mr. Lazzarini warned that conditions in Gaza were desperate.
Starvation is spreading. People are exhausted. People are hungry. We can expect in the coming weeks, if no aid is coming in, that people will not just die because of the bombardment, but they will die because of the lack of aid.
Israel has dismissed Mr. Lazzarini's views as lies. It says UNRWA has been infiltrated by Hamas. Medical sources in Gaza say a well-known Palestinian photojournalist, Hassan Asli, has been killed by an Israeli airstrike on a hospital. Mr. Asli died in a drone strike on Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. The Israeli military had accused him of involvement in the Hamas attack on Israel on October the 7th in 2023. He published dozens of photos and videos documenting the onslaught from inside Israeli territory. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he described as bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those at the gathering in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. Our business reporter in Singapore, Maura Fogarty, was listening to Mr. Xi's speech.
He had some sharp words for the U.S. He said there are no winners in tariff wars. He also said bullying or hegemonism only leads to self-isolation. So again, no guess as to who he's referring to. But it is part of President Xi's strategy to become less dependent on trade with the United States, looking for new trading partners and investment partners around the world. And he sees that Latin America and the Caribbean countries as a key part of that.
World news from the BBC. Unofficial results from Monday's midterm elections in the Philippines show a relatively poor performance by candidates backed by President Ferdinand Marcos. The election was overshadowed by a bitter feud between Mr. Marcos and his Vice President Sara Duterte. 12 national Senate seats were contested. Half the candidates backed by the president won. Our Southeast Asia correspondent Jonathan Head is in Manila.
The key thing about the Senate, it's a popular vote. It's a nationwide vote. And if you look at the candidates, those supporting Mr. Duterte are at the top with very high numbers of votes. One of the independents has high numbers of votes. Mr. Marcos' candidates, not so much. So it is a setback for the president, both for the plans to impeach Sara Duterte, but also as a general reflection of his fading popularity. And we've been aware of that from polls because the economy is not doing well and he's not perceived as being a particularly effective leader.
Australia's re-elected Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has been sworn in along with his new cabinet, which contains a record number of women. His centre-left Labour Party won a surprise majority in this month's snap election. 12 of the 22 cabinet posts went to women. A report by the human rights group Amnesty International says many Kenyan domestic workers in Saudi Arabia suffer exploitation, which amounts to forced labour. The study described the conditions as brutal and inhumane, with women often enduring 16-hour days with little or no time off. Amnesty estimates their hourly pay to around 50 cents. There's been no official response to the report from the Saudi government. Israel's entry in the Eurovision Song Contest has told the BBC she's been left scared by anti-Israel sentiment in Basel, the Swiss city hosting this week's competition. At last weekend's opening parade, a protester directed a throat-slitting gesture at Yuval Raphael. She said she expected some boos from the audience and had practiced performing with such distractions. BBC News.
Thanks very much indeed for that bulletin. Hello, you're with Newsday from the BBC World Service with Laquessa Biorak and Rob Young. Thank you for being with us today. Hope you're doing all right. President Trump is heading to the Middle East due to touchdown in Saudi Arabia within the next couple of hours for his first major international tour. We'll spend a lot of time looking at the region in the next half an hour because one of the big questions is whether it is personal, international or national interests that are on the agenda. Maybe it's a combination of them all. We'll unpick the details over the next half hour. We'll also be speaking to a mourner, I suppose they're called, who attended the funeral in the Himalayas this week for one of the Earth's most significant glaciers. We also have sport and business for you as well, of course. And your thoughts welcome on our stories by text or WhatsApp. Please send them to +44 77 86 20 50 85.
So let's begin with business, which is said to be at the top of the agenda for the US President Donald Trump's trip to the Middle East. Beginning today, it's 3 days of visiting Gulf nations, the region's most wealthy nations. He's expected to win new investments for the United States. He's touching down in Saudi Arabia shortly. So he'll be meeting with the country's de facto leader, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, in Riyadh. He's then going to be moving on to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. As part of all this trip, he's expected to attend business forums, signifying the economic importance of his trip to these nations. Will international diplomacy get much of a look in? That's one of the big questions that people are asking. There are so many regional issues at play here, which the US could have a role in solving. We've got the war in Gaza and, of course, from Iran, that nuclear deal. Well, earlier I spoke to Ned Price. He's a former US ambassador to the UN.
Well, I think the White House and our partners in the Middle East have made it very clear. There's one and really only one priority, and that's business. As some around the White House have said, this trip is about deals, deals, deals. This trip will be distinct from what you might envision as the first presidential trip abroad for just about any other president, in that President Trump has made it quite clear he doesn't intend to engage in some of the more difficult, some of the thornier issues of the region, whether it's Iran, whether it's Yemen, whether it's the tragedy unfolding before our eyes in Gaza. Rather, he's going to these three countries to try to come home with a series of deals that he will claim will make the American people wealthier and more prosperous. I think there are a lot of us who are at the same time wondering just how much wealthier and how much more prosperous he will return from this trip.
Yeah, there is a lot of criticism. I mean, just need to look online and, they point out that these are three extremely rich nations, and there's a question mark whether it's about national interest or personal.
That's exactly right. When the president says this trip is all about business, I think we need to ask the very simple question: whose business? Is this about what's in the American national interest, or is this about his own personal interest? And I think it's fair to ask that on the basis of a few elements. Number one, he has a long history with business dealings in these three countries. In fact, his family's organization, the Trump Organization, just a couple weeks ago inked more than a $5 billion deal with an entity closely linked to the Qatari government. Of course, he's heavily invested with the Saudis, with the Emiratis as well, from real estate to crypto. And so there's the basis there for, at the very least, the appearance of impropriety or self-dealing. And I think that itself is a problem. But then you layer on top of it his very clearly transactional style and the very recent data point of the gift, if you can call it that, from the Qatari government of what purports to be an Air Force One, a Boeing 747 airliner that on the free market would cost about $400 million, that it seems the Qataris have offered to the president to use as his presidential jet. And so if this is Exhibit A in terms of the deals he hopes to strike, there really are legitimate questions about whose bottom line is being served here.
I don't know if you've ever travelled on Air Force One in your role. You have. Tell us what's so special about Air Force One and the primary concerns from a security angle on accepting this gift from Qatar.
Well, I'll tell you what's so special about Air Force One, as someone who's flown on it several times now, is not the luxury or the opulence. Yes, it's a nicely outfitted plane, but it's also a plane that's been in service since, I think, 1990. The president has a very nice cabin. His senior staff certainly don't have, lie flat seats that you might find on some commercial airliners these days. But to your question about the security, I called it a modified Boeing 747. In some ways, it would be unrecognizable to the mechanic of a traditional 747. The entire thing is retrofitted to essentially make it the most secure flying compound that has ever existed. Reports are that it can withstand a nuclear blast. Part of the challenge is that even if the Qataris were to give President Trump this plane, quote unquote, free of charge, it would cost millions upon millions of dollars to retrofit it and to transform it into something that is safe and secure for the president to fly on. And then if the plan is to be followed, the airliner were to be, quote unquote, donated to the Trump Foundation when President Trump leaves office, it will cost millions more to unretrofit it. So this very clearly is not a gift. This is not a free item given to the American people. It will cost the American people millions upon millions of dollars to make this suitable for the president for just a couple years of service in which he would be in office. And then we'd be on the hook for millions more to make it suitable to give to the foundation. This is the definition of grift and corruption. And it's really startling to see a president of the United States even engaging in this kind of offer.
That was the former US ambassador to the UN, Ned Price.
Well, staying with the Middle East, a major development is the release of the Israeli-American hostage Idan Alexander, believed to be the last living captive with US nationality in Gaza. The decision came ahead of President Trump's visit to the Middle East. Hamas said it also intended to facilitate a deal for the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Meanwhile, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has sent another team for talks on hostages to Qatar. We're going to speak now to Eylon Levy, former Israeli government spokesperson who joins us now from Tel Aviv. Welcome back to Newsday. Why do you think the United States was able to secure the release of Idan Alexander when Israel was not?
Because the United States told Qatar to tell Hamas to free the hostages. It's perfectly plain that Qatar has been telling Hamas to keep the hostages until it is able to get a ransom that leaves it in power free to plot another October 7th massacre. And I wish that from the beginning of the war, the United States had told Qatar it is unacceptable that Hamas's leaders are sitting in Doha in luxury. you need to extradite them if they don't free the hostages. And the United States made that demand, and that should have been the demand from the very beginning.
I suppose, I suppose there's no way to negotiate with them if you don't leave them free in Qatar, is there? If they were in a prison cell, you wouldn't be able to negotiate, surely.
Well, no, because you would be able to force a deal on the Hamas leaders who are living inside Gaza. Now, I don't mean to say that the United States made such a demand of the Qataris. In this case, they absolutely did not. But the fact is the Qataris told Hamas to release Idan Alexander. And the Qataris can tell Hamas to release the other hostages, but they're not. And that is because the Qatari government wants this war to end in a way that leaves Hamas free and in power. The Qatari government is perfectly clear. It has been trying since October 7th to secure a ransom arrangement that would leave Hamas in power, even as it threatens more October 7th massacres.
Well, certainly various governments around the world regard the Qataris as playing a very vital diplomatic game, attempting to bring about a ceasefire or a peace deal. And they have been instrumental, haven't they, in securing the release of lots of hostages previously.
That is the impression that the Qataris have been very deft at creating. The Israeli impression of Qatar is that it is playing a double game while being Hamas's chief financial patron. Let's remember, the Qataris condemned Israel for Hamas's October 7th massacre on October 7th while it was still ongoing. The arrangements that Qatar has been able to negotiate so far involved Israel paying an enormous ransom of freeing thousands of convicted terrorists from Israeli jails. And the reason that this diplomatic path is stuck at the moment is that the Israeli government is not willing to pay the ransom that Hamas is demanding, namely the release of thousands of terrorists who will go back to terrorism, just like Yahya Sinwar was released in the deal for Gilad Shalit in 2011, and International Security Council guarantees that Hamas can remain in power to rebuild its army, rebuild its tunnels, and prepare for the next war.
Many of the people who were released from Israeli prisons who were Palestinian were teenage boys who'd been throwing stones. Most people would not regard them as terrorists. But it's being reported, and Idan Alexander's grandmother in Israel has been quoted in various media outlets as saying that if his medical condition permits it, her grandson could travel to Doha, perhaps, or elsewhere in the Middle East to meet Donald Trump. What do you make of that?
I think it's absolutely horrific that this poor hostage is being forced to fly to Qatar to genuflect to the patrons of the terrorists who held him captive for 19 months. He will remain a hostage until he is free. Let's remember, Hamas has been putting on these horrific hostage parades for the hostages they have been releasing. And in this case, it appears the Qataris have requested the honor. This is a poor man who has been through 19 months of hell. Reports now are that he was interrogated under torture. He was held in a cage and he was chained. He suffered from severe malnutrition. These are conditions that Hamas held him in. And he needs to be left alone with his family to recover and not sent to Doha to kiss the ring of the regime that funds Hamas and wants to improve its international image.
Doesn't his release highlight the diplomatic failure of Israel in recent months to secure the release of further hostages?
Israel has not been able to achieve another hostage release deal because Hamas is demanding a ransom about which there is a ferocious debate in Israeli society. Hamas is demanding the release of thousands of terrorists, including people who are serving multiple life sentences in jails. And it's also demanding International Security Council guarantees that it can remain in power, that it will rebuild its tunnels, that it will rebuild its army. And we know that if Hamas remains in power, it means there will be a next Gaza war if this is not the last Gaza war. So there is an acute debate. I want to explain the dilemmas that Israeli society is debating. There is an acute debate in Israel about whether we can afford to pay this ransom and whether we can afford not to pay it, because the options in either case are very grim.
And that debate plays out regularly on this programme. And we have regularly family members from hostages on this programme saying that they believe that of the various war aims Israel has, returning the hostages is bottom of the list. Is it?
Israel wants to do both. Israel wants to bring back the hostages and bring down Hamas. Now, the current Israeli government takes the position the only way to bring the hostages back, short of paying the ransom that Hamas is demanding, is to continue putting military pressure on Israel. There are really only two levers of pressure that Israel has. One, military action against Hamas. Two, withholding the entry of supplies into Gaza. There is a third that unfortunately has not been used, which is pressure on Hamas's patrons. namely Turkey, Qatar, and Iran, who have been bankrolling and supporting Hamas, who, to my mind, should be put under international pressure to force Hamas to free the hostages unconditionally.
All right. Elan Levy, former Israeli government spokesperson, thank you.
You're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service. It's Lukwasa Burek and Rob Young with you here in London today. And a reminder of our top stories. Donald Trump embarking on the first major tour of his second presidential term, beginning with an international trip, landing first in Saudi Arabia, hoping to produce huge trade deals. Also the head of the main UN aid agency helping Palestinians, telling the BBC that Israel's blocking of aid to Gaza amounts to a war crime. And President Xi Jinping has appealed to Latin American leaders meeting in Beijing to resist bullying as he seeks to rally support against Washington. Those are the headlines. What's happening in the world of sport? Rebecca.
Well, thank you, Lukwasa. The reigning NBA champions, the Boston Celtics, are on the brink of elimination from the playoffs after losing to the New York Knicks on Monday. Jalen Brunson scored 39 points for the Knicks as they won 121 to 113 to take a 3-1 lead in the Eastern Conference semi-final. Tennis, and at the Rome Masters, world number 1 Jannik Sinner is into the last 16 after beating Jesper de Jong. In the women's draw, top seed Arina Sabalenka is into the quarterfinals after a straight sets win over Marta Kostyuk, while Coco Gauff eased past Emma Raducanu 6-1, 6-2. In cricket, the IPL is set to resume on Saturday. That's after the tournament was suspended last week because of tensions between India and neighbouring Pakistan. And captain Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood and Cameron Green have all been named in Australia's 15-man squad for the World Test Championship final against South Africa at Lord's next month. And there's more sport in half an hour.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Now let's cross to the business desk in Singapore, speak to Maura Fogarty, who is there, because you're looking at this meeting which has been taking place in the Chinese capital between President Xi of China and various guests from Latin America and the Caribbean, where it appears that in a speech, President Xi's had a swipe at Donald Trump.
Yes, well, while the U.S. president is looking for deals in the Middle East, the Chinese president is looking for deals in Latin America and in the Caribbean nations as well. So without naming the U.S. directly or even President Trump directly, it was pretty clear who he's talking about, right? He talked about how countries in the region should stand together to resist bullying. He talked about how there are no winners in a tariff war. And he also talked about, providing or opening up a deeper relationship between China and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean.
10 years on, with dedicated nurturing on both sides, the forum has grown from a tender sapling into a towering tree. This fills me with deep pride and satisfaction. Although China and the CELAC region are geographically distant, the bonds of our friendship stretch back for centuries.
Yeah, it's pretty clear, I think, isn't it, Maura? So why is Xi Jinping courting these particular countries then?
Sure. So they're trying to hedge, right? He's trying to hedge his bets in terms of where the long-term end is for this trade war between the U.S. and China. We are in a temporary respite with the tariffs being brought back down to pre-April 2nd levels. You've got U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports at 30%. Chinese tariffs, which were actually zero before, on U.S. imports at 10%. But he's playing the long game here, and he's thinking, where else can I develop trading relationships so that I can offset whatever I'm going to be losing out in lost trade to the U.S. over the long term? Now, Latin America presents a growing opportunity. It's got a rising middle class. It's got lots of natural resources, very, very attractive to a country like China. So, for example, they've just struck a deal with Brazil, where they're going to be investing about $4.5 billion in different types of industries in Brazil. Auto manufacturing is one of them. Renewable energy, which has been a big push by China, both domestically and now internationally. That's another place that they're investing money in. Semiconductor chips, interesting there. Also pharmaceuticals. So those are the 4 areas that they're putting money into Brazil. Colombia has also said they will now take part in the Brick and Road, the BRI, the Belt and Road, pardon me, did I say brick? The Belt and Road Initiative. And, they want to sign on to that. And what that does is it gives them access to Chinese capital or Chinese money and financing to help build out some of their infrastructure. So it's an attractive proposition for these companies in Latin America and the Caribbean. But from the Chinese perspective, it's an imperative decision to expand into other markets.
All right, thanks very much indeed. Maura Fogarty at the business desk in Singapore.
Nepal has held a symbolic funeral for the Yala Glacier. It's one of the most studied in the Himalayas, and the reason for this is that it's melting rapidly due to climate change. This marks the first such ceremony in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, where ice loss is accelerating at alarming rates, threatening water security, regional stability and global sea levels. It should be noted that other such ceremonies have been held around the world. Well, speaking to us now is Tenzing Chogyal Sherpa. He's a cryosphere analyst and a researcher that was born in the Namche Bazaar, just below Everest. He's also one of the authors of the UN World Water Development Report on mountain glaciers this year. Joining us today from the capital of Nepal, Kathmandu. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us on Newsday. So first off, I just want to set the scene really. The Yala Glacier, what is its place in the cycle of life, so to speak, in the Earth's cryosphere? Why is it significant?
So good morning. And so Yala Glacier is a very significant glacier for the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, because this is a glacier that's been monitored since 1970s, and generations of glaciologists from the expeditions of 1970s have done a lot of research here. But it is just one of the glaciers of more than 54,000 glaciers that are in this region, and which is also why this region is known as the third pole, meaning that it has the largest concentration of ice besides the two poles. And this is also one of the glaciers which has been consistently monitored. So consistency is very key in monitoring these kind of glaciers. So which is also one of the most consistently monitored glaciers in the region. But at the same time, it is also disappearing at an alarming rate, which is why we've come today to tribute and honor this glacier.
Okay, so I'm just going to take a step back for our listeners. When I say cryosphere, I'm talking about any part on the Earth's surface that is frozen, basically. That's what we're referring to. Why is the percentage of ice and the percentage of glaciers important to Earth? Most people would say, oh, it's so cold, particularly in the Northern Hemisphere. It's great that things are warming up. Why? What role do glaciers play?
So if you look at a global system, glaciers alongside with the Antarctic ice sheets play a very vital role in regulating our climate system, our wind system. Even the global average temperature is maintained through the albedo of the ice sheets as well. But if you go on a more local level scale, especially in this Hindu Kush Himalayan region, glaciers are very vital for the freshwater reserve. More than 70% of freshwater is stored within these glaciers. And if you look at this particular region, more than around 2 billion people are directly and indirectly connected to the water that comes from these glaciers. So it is very important for the lives and for the livelihood of the people that live in the mountains and beyond as well.
Okay, now I understand that the reason they held the funeral was the impending so-called death of the glacier, and the definition is not that it goes completely, is the thinness of the glacier, so from white to rocky with debris. In terms of livelihoods and climate change and the impact, I wonder if you could just expand on that a little bit more.
So this particular event that we had held in May 12th, so we have our team up there with more than 50 people and who have gathered about 5,000 meters above sea level, which includes Buddhist monks, members of the local community members, and glacier experts from 4 different countries, from Bhutan, China, India, and Nepal. And this particular event is trying to honor that glacier, is trying to present a tribute to the glacier. It is not entirely dead at the moment, but it is slowly dying and it's slowly disappearing. And because glacier is not just any ice that you find on a mountain, right? To define it as a glacier, we need to have snowfall incoming into it. You need to have accumulation of snow. You need to have melting going on in it. So that system, we call it as a glacier. But as this glacier is receding so fast, the amount of snowfall that is being fed into this glacier is not enough to try to balance the amount of melting it's experiencing. So it's slowly dying away, and at one point it will disappear entirely, and that would be the fate of many, many glaciers within this Hindu Kush Himalayan region. So which is also why what we're doing here today is trying to tribute this glacier, but at the same time trying to amplify this message. Yeah.
Tenzin Chocolate Sherpa, great message. I think we got that across. Thank you very much indeed for your time. This is Newsday. Stay with us. It's Rob and Laquessa with you.
This is the BBC World Service with Victoria Hollingsworth, hearing from women on the front line around the world.
More female soldiers are fighting than ever before.
I have observed men failing to meet the moment and women rising to the challenge in wartime.
Some choose to be there, while others have no choice.
Our assumption is that if a woman shows injuries consistent with fighting, she is a victim, not a fighter. But if you look at history, chances are she was probably fighting.
You're not held to a higher standard. You're held to the same standards as everyone else. But you are more visible. You stand out simply because there are so few women.
At a time of increased tensions around the world, I ask, what's in it for them?
Women Warriors, Saturday at 11 GMT. Or listen now wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
Hello, welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service. Rob Young and Laquessa Burek with you.
Coming up, more than 100 people have been killed in massive flooding in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Also, with a hostage release and President Trump in the region, there is hope of progress towards a peace deal for Gaza. Warnings of extreme levels of food insecurity, though, in the region. More of that after the news.
BBC News with Chris Barrow. President Trump is due to arrive in Saudi Arabia shortly at the start of the first major tour of his second term. He hopes to be able to secure huge trade deals during his visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Palestinians in Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini of UNRWA said the Israeli government had weaponized food by barring supplies. Israel has dismissed his views. Medical sources in Gaza say a well-known Palestinian photojournalist has been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a hospital. Hassan Azli had been in Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis for nearly a month after being injured in an earlier strike. China's President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he described as bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those gathered in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. Pakistan has indicated that it's prepared to work with India and others to address allegations that terrorists operate within its borders. The foreign minister told the BBC he was hopeful that direct talks could resolve long-standing problems. Unofficial results from Monday's midterm elections in the Philippines show a relatively poor performance by candidates backed by President Ferdinand Marcos. Australia's re-elected Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has been sworn in for a second term. His centre-left Labour Party contains a record number of women in the cabinet. Israel's entry in the Eurovision Song Contest has told the BBC she's been left scared by anti-Israel sentiment in Basel, the Swiss city hosting this week's competition. Yuval Raphael is a survivor of the October the 7th attack by Hamas on the Nova Music Festival. That's the latest BBC News.
Thank you, Chris, for that summary of the news. Hello, you're with Newsday from the BBC World Service with Laquessa Burek and Rob Young. Thanks for being with us today. Coming up this half hour, we're covering the floods in DR Congo. We look at the famine warning in Gaza and what is being called the US President's Flying Palace. Rebecca Adams will also be here with all your sport, looking ahead to the Europa League final as Manchester United face Tottenham in Bilbao. Can they do better than they have in their domestic campaign so far? Your thoughts on that and all of our other stories welcome by text or WhatsApp. The number for them is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
Now, more than 100 people, mainly the elderly and children, have died after flooding affected a village near the shores of Lake Tanganyika in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. According to local officials, the flooding happened following heavy rains and strong winds on Thursday night when the Kasaba River burst its banks. Now, this flooding comes amidst conflict in that vulnerable eastern DR Congo region. Government forces really struggling to counter an offensive by the Rwandan-backed M23 rebels. Since the beginning of the year, thousands have been killed in the first 2 months of 2025. Peace efforts so far have failed to deliver any enforceable ceasefire. Well, joining me now from the UNHCR head office is Kathy Moni. And Kathy is in Kalemi, one of those areas affected. Good morning, Kathy. I wonder if you could just tell us what you've seen in terms of the impact of this flooding, first off.
Okay, thank you. Just give me a minute.
Kathy, can you hear me?
Yes, I get you.
Okay, I wonder if you could give us an assessment of the impact of the flooding so far.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I am speaking with you from Kalemi, a city off the shores of Lake Tanganyika in eastern DRC, where torrential rain last week swept away several villages. According to local authority, at least 62 people have been confirmed dead and 15 remaining missing. The disaster also affected community north of us, particularly in Fizi territory in South Kivu, where overflowing river and lake water claim more lives and destroy home on Thursday and Friday last week. There's big back-to-back disaster have left thousands of family homeless, whippets out and farm and take away lives of innocent people. Many went disliked, please.
Kathy?
Yeah.
I wonder first
Yes.
off, just tell me, in terms of reaching the people most in need, are humanitarian people able to get to those people?
By now, some of them continue to live in the high-risk zone where humanitarian cannot reach. And we continue to try to work with local community to see how kind of assistance we can bring with local authority also.
And for those people who are homeless, what sort of help are they receiving? What conditions are they living in?
By now, the authority allow humanitarian actors to use schools and churches, and even some authorities use their own offices to welcome and help that family to have a dry place to sleep.
Okay, Kathy Moni.
By now, it is, and the local community also welcome those persons homeless.
Kathy Moni from the UNHCR. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Let's return to the situation in Gaza now. We were talking a bit earlier on about the release of the Israeli-American hostage being held by Hamas. Now the head of the main United Nations Agency for Palestinians, Philippe Lazzarini, has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Palestinians in Gaza constitutes a war crime. His comments come as a UN-backed assessment has said that Gaza's population of about 2 million is at critical risk of famine and faces extreme levels of food insecurity. We can speak to Rachel Cummings, the humanitarian director of Save the Children, who joins us from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Welcome to the programme, Rachel. Just tell us what it is like for families near you when it comes to food supplies. How many meals a day are they having? What are they eating?
Thanks. Good morning. The situation for children and families in Deir al-Balah and across the whole of Gaza is absolutely desperate. The situation is dire. There has been no supplies that have entered Gaza since the 2nd of March, over 60 days. That includes essential food, water, and medicines, life-sustaining items are being denied entry into Gaza, and people are having to resort to desperate measures. We've heard from family members in our clinics where we're running who come with their children who are malnourished. They're having to resort to extreme measures, including eating animal fodder, including bulking up food with grass, resorting to one meal a day for children. It's really, really very desperate.
They're eating animal food and grass.
Exactly. That's the reports that we've had from the people that are coming to our clinics and services. It's desperate.
And so is the level of food that was the stocks in warehouses, in shop storerooms, for example, have they been exhausted? Or is it possible for some people in Gaza still to access nutritious food?
There are some items still remaining in the market, but food distributions from WFP and others have ended. The community kitchens that were an absolute lifeline for people in Gaza are finishing up. There's no cooking gas that's entered, and obviously the supplies for the food for the kitchens has completely depleted. So there is some food available in the market, but of course it's extremely expensive, and mainly canned food. So not nutritious, not diverse in any way, and people are, as I said, resorting to desperate measures.
And so when people come to you, as you say, in this desperate, dire state, what help are you able to give them?
Well, it's very limited. We still have our medicine supplies that can last for another 6 weeks at best. We have our nutrition supplies, so we're able to provide treatment for children who present at the clinic who are malnourished. And again, those supplies will last maybe 2 or 3 months. But we know that whatever we do is a drop in the ocean compared to the extraordinary needs. The whole of Gaza is facing a critical risk of famine. And without aid supplies and commercial supplies entering Gaza, this will be realised. It's extraordinary.
And we've had this food insecurity report, and there are 5 levels of food insecurity, aren't there? Just explain where Gaza lies now and what that means on the ground practically.
Well, as I said, the whole of Gaza is facing a critical risk of famine. 500,000 people are facing starvation. These figures really tell the picture of the extreme situation that people are having to face in Gaza. We've got massive gaps in terms of food availability and food security. People do not have food. And the coping mechanisms, including, as I said, people eating animal fodder, bulking up meals with grass. People are resorting to begging on the streets, selling garbage. It's extraordinary.
And when you say 500,000 people are facing starvation, what does that mean day to day?
Well, it means that people do not have adequate food to maintain life. And as the continuation of the blockade, with the lack of food entering Gaza, this situation is extraordinarily getting worse. So people will be dying from starvation and hunger. We know that children...
Well, people will be dying now from starvation.
Absolutely, because there isn't enough food. We know how to treat malnutrition. We have supplies for now, but obviously we need to do much, much more. And also to prevent malnutrition, we need supplies to enter Gaza. We need a ceasefire so that our teams are also able to access populations with a degree of safety and security. Right now, it's very, very complex in terms of providing services. Moving people around the strip is very unpredictable.
Thank you very much indeed. Rachel Cummings there, the humanitarian director for the charity Save the Children, joining us from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza.
You're listening to Newsday, coming to you from the BBC World Service with Rob Young and Laquessa Burak. A quick reminder of our top stories here. And Donald Trump is embarking on the first major tour of his second presidential term, with talks in Saudi Arabia coming up, in which he hopes they will produce huge trade deals. And as we've just been hearing, the head of the main UN aid agency helping Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blocking of aid to Gaza amounts to a war crime. And President Xi Jinping has appealed to Latin American leaders meeting in Beijing to resist bullying as he seeks to rally support against based at Washington. Rebecca is with us here in the studio for the sport.
Thank you, LaQuesta. Well, after months of speculation, Carlo Ancelotti was confirmed as the new manager of the Brazil's national team on Monday, becoming the first foreign national to take sole charge of the side. Tim Vickery, who's the BBC's South American football correspondent, says that although the appointment of a non-Brazilian to lead the team is unusual, the Italian will be a popular choice among the players.
The people who are least concerned with this, I think, are the players. Because Brazil's players, European-based players, they're all thoroughly used to working with coaches of different nationalities. And Ancelotti himself has a wonderful track record of working with Brazilians. In fact, the current star, Vinicius Jr., absolutely loves him. It's an exciting time, I think, for him to take over.
Ancelotti will leave Real Madrid after their final league game of the season. Elsewhere in football, the Europa League final takes place next Wednesday with Manchester United taking on Tottenham in Bilbao. Both teams have had poor domestic campaigns, sitting 16th and 17th in the table respectively. But despite their lowly league position, Spurs manager Ange Postecoglou says that he's pleased with his players.
I was really proud of the fact that against the backdrop of some real difficulties and some massive challenges that the group still found a way to get to the final and give us an opportunity of something pretty special.
Well, Spurs goalkeeper Guglielmo Vicario says that winning the trophy against United would mean everything for those involved with the club.
Yeah, of course, the importance is massive. Now we are at the last step, at the last stage of this competition, and we know which is the importance of this game for, like I said, for everyone involved with this football club.
Nakombe, listening in Cameroon, has been in touch saying Tottenham is hungry for a Europa win, but for the Red Devils it is a must-win with a Champions League spot on the line. Experience could be United's secret weapon in the high-stakes game. And a listener here in Liberia says, I've been a fan of Manchester United for over 2 decades, and during this period, though there were ups and there were downs, the performances of Manchester United have been a tragic and disappointing run.
Wow, strong words there. Tragic, indeed. Well, over to cricket then, and the Indian Premier League resumes on Saturday after it was suspended on Friday because of tensions between India and Pakistan. The BBC's cricket reporter Stephen Shumlett says that the disruption caused by the restart should be minimal.
From a rescheduling point of view, to do it now is much easier. A lot of players, a lot of coaches stayed in India. Whether or not some of the overseas players that have left will go back, I think they probably will. And how it knocks on to England's series against the West Indies and the World Test Championship final, which I think begins only just a week after that IPL final, well, that remains to be seen.
And Yannick Sinner, home favourite and world number one, is in action at the Rome Masters Tennis today, where he plays Argentina's Francisco Cerundolo in the last 16. And that's the latest from sport, with more on our website.
Cheers, Rebecca. Talk to you again a bit later on. Now, millions of Syrians were displaced during the 14-year-long civil war, which finally ended in December. And now, slowly, some are beginning to return home. The BBC's Tim Hewell has travelled to Homs, Syria's third city and the scene of some of the worst destruction of the war, to meet one family who've made the journey back home and seen what awaited them.
This is an amazing sight. So there's a convoy as far back as the eye can see along the road. We're in the centre of Homs, and this is a convoy bringing back 100 families, displaced people from camps in the north of Syria, back here to their home city after years away. So they're being greeted here in the centre of the city. There are men in traditional costume, leather boots, black and white caps, silk embroidered shirts, as they're about to get off the buses.
Syria, 5 months after the fall of the Assad regime, after a civil war which began in 2011, which forced half the population to move. 6 million fled abroad, 7 million within Syria. Bringing them back is perhaps the country's biggest challenge.
My name is Fatima Hazoura.
So how do you feel to be back here?
I'm really happy. I mean, how else could I be feeling? I'm super happy being back here. She's also inviting us to go to her home.
We're going to Baba Amr, which is really the absolute centre of the fighting in the early years of the revolution, probably the most destroyed part of Homs. Homs's rebel-held districts were bombarded for years by government forces. This is actually a comparatively well-preserved street. Oh, look, here's the truck that's come from Afrin. There's a man there hanging out from a balcony. They're taking stuff straight up off the top of the truck. My God, it's loaded high. They're unloading mattresses, carpets, pots and pans. But it's not Fatima's old home. Most of that's uninhabitable. This is a rented flat. Even so, Fatima's son-in-law, Abdul Razak, who's travelled back with her, is rejoicing today.
We're back to my area. It's a very beautiful feeling. We moved it to the north by force because of Assad government. If we stay here on Homs, he will kill us.
Well, what's coming in now? Yeah, look. This is a massive sack of kitchen utensils. Keep out of the way.
Dishes.
Dishes, yeah.
Spoons.
Spoons. Yeah, this house is quite bright, actually. It's kind of freshly painted. But is it expensive?
Yes. Now, house is all expensive.
Do you have a job here in Homs?
Yes, I was a teacher in the north, but now I don't know what our future. We will wait the new government to decide.
Almost everyone I've met says that. Though they've been in power 5 months, the intentions of Syria's new rulers, former Islamist rebels, are still largely unknown. Syria's still under international sanctions, and even if they're lifted, rebuilding the country will be an almost unimaginable task. All over Homs, Assad's troops looted homes after destroying them. We've come now to the family's old house.
Two rockets hit our house. One hit this room and the other hit the wall there. And they even pulled electrical wires out of walls. They left nothing behind, not even a dish.
She doesn't know when they'll be able to return.
Just building a roof and tiling the floor alone costs about $6,000 to $7,000.
But today, at least, they can celebrate.
It is a happy day indeed, and after we finish unloading the truck, we're going to have lunch together. Maybe you can join us for lunch.
Thank you very much. Shukran katir.
That was Tim Wirral with families that have returned to the Homs region of Syria. President Trump has once again been forced to rebuff criticism from leading US Democrats over reports that he may accept the gift of a luxury plane from Qatar's royal family when he visits the country this week. That 3-day tour actually begins today. Qatar has confirmed discussions with the White House about the possible transfer of a $400 million jumbo jet. The Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer described it as a potential bribe. While writing on social media, Mr. Trump said he saw no problem if the US Defense Department was offered a free replacement for Air Force One. So just how special is this plane? For more on this, I caught up with Ben Smith. He's the editor-in-chief of Semaphore, which is an online news website based in the US.
The plane is a kind of airborne super yacht. It has a number of different rooms, a bedroom, a living room with a huge flat screen television, a private office with another big flat screen television, and lots of lacquered wood and cream-colored leather furniture.
And how does the layout differ to the current Air Force One?
The current Air Force One has a lot of space for transporting people. This is really more a luxury jet for a relatively small number of people, for a family. It has a lot of the same features. It also lacks some of the key security features of Air Force One.
What would normally be on board Air Force One?
So one of the really central things about Air Force One is that it is intended to ensure continuity of government in case of, something like a nuclear war, and to permit the president to govern the country while flying indefinitely, because it's built to be refueled in the air. Mm-hmm. And most civilian planes, including this Qatari plane, are not built to be refueled in the air. So while it's a very nice way to fly from place to place, it can't, as is this sort of American dream here, keep the president in the air indefinitely.
Okay, so what would need to be done to this plane then?
I don't think there's anything to solve some of its sort of core security deficiencies, but the American security apparatus is also worried, that it could be insecure in some way, that it could be bugged. And so they believe they would have to basically take the thing apart piece by piece and reassemble it to make sure that all the pieces are clean. And I think it has something like 150 miles of wiring. So that would be a huge task.
I mean, what is actually wrong with Air Force One?
Air Force One is 40 years old. It's a little tatty. It is not as nice as the planes that, for instance, Gulf Monarchs fly around in, or as the planes that people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk fly around in. And it is true, and Trump is onto something, that Boeing, which is a very troubled American company, has been failing to produce a new one for quite a while now and is behind schedule. And in some sense, Trump begging to the Qataris is a symptom of this real problem with this key American company.
You're saying it'll have to be retrofitted and, taken apart, put back together again. That will cost, won't it?
Yeah, I think people imagine that would cost hundreds of millions of dollars, $100 million, and probably take a while. And, Trump is in office for 3.5 more years, but this jet, unlike the jet that was given to President Erdogan of Turkey, which the Qataris gave an identical plane to him in 2018. And when they did that, he said, "Don't worry, this isn't my plane, this is Turkey's plane. And when I leave, this goes back to Turkey." This plane will reportedly be given to the Trump Library so that Donald Trump can continue flying around on it after he leaves the White House.
And is that normal? Is that usual for American presidents to claim gifts in that manner? I mean, what would normally go into a presidential library?
No, it's wildly abnormal. And typically there's a very complex bureaucratic process for taking, pieces of furniture and artwork that might have, modest value or sentimental value. So this is, it's wild. This is wildly outside the norms for the U.S., but not the norms, for instance, for the Qataris, who have done this exact thing before. It's part of a very deep-pocketed diplomacy that some of these energy states engage in. But the only thing unusual about this is that the U.S. is now part of the game.
That was an interesting conversation there with Ben Smith of Semaphore on President Trump's flying palace, potentially.
And more on his trip to the Middle East. He's due to land in just under an hour in the next hour of Newsday. Now, the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has said his country's operation to eliminate who he called terrorists in Pakistan was successful, and that future dealings with its neighbour will depend on Pakistan's behaviour. The two countries are preparing for direct talks after blaming each other for escalating violence that resulted in dozens of deaths. Well, Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has been speaking to the BBC, and he spoke to us before Mr Modi's speech. He told our Pakistan correspondent Azadeh Mashiri that his country is willing to work with India and others to address any alleged terrorism on its soil, and he reacted to the events of the past week.
From north to south of Pakistan, the public was just in chaos and in anger. What's going on in Pakistan?
Which throughout India has said it was targeting terrorist infrastructure.
Oh, come on, what terrorist infrastructure? I mean, show us one, please. You're most welcome. BBC,
I visited one of the mosques in Muzaffarabad, which was destroyed. What India is claiming is that every site was connected to some sort of militant activity or training.
Their media claimed that they have destroyed Islamabad. You are sitting in Islamabad interviewing me. They said Karachi port is vanished and disappeared from the map. You are welcome to go to Karachi port.
What concessions is Pakistan willing to make when it comes to any monitoring of militants or former militants on Pakistani soil?
We are the worst sufferers of terrorism. We had fought global war against terrorism. We have been the front ally in the war against terrorism. We have lost 90,000 people. But then it takes two to tango. We have to work together to eliminate the menace of terrorism.
What does working together look like?
I think we can work together because if they are so allergic not to work together against this menace, we can have 2-3 more partners.
Ishaq Dava, the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan, speaking to the BBC's Azadeh Mashiri. You're with Newsday on the BBC World Service.
This is the BBC World Service, and in this week's assignment,
13 million Syrians were forced to move during the country's long civil war. Bringing them home is a huge challenge. Many no longer have homes to go to. Join me, Tim Ewell, as I join families returning to the shattered city of Homs. What awaits them?
Assignment, today at 8:30 and 19 GMT. At 7:30 GMT, Business Daily.
Today we are in Saudi Arabia, looking at the relationship between this region and the United States. As President Trump flies in for an official visit, we look at the potential deals that are on the table and ask who looks to gain the most.
Now it's back to Newsday. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello, you're with Newsday on the BBC World Service with Laquessa Burak and Rob Young.
Coming up, the US President Donald Trump is set to arrive in Saudi Arabia shortly, touring the Gulf, hoping to cement investment deals for the US, but also a diplomatic agenda.
Yeah, President Trump may also hope his presence can boost talks on a potential ceasefire deal in Gaza, where humanitarian groups say that more than 2 million Gazans are experiencing acute food insecurity.
Yeah, and it's critical because the head of the UN Agency for Palestinians Relief has told the BBC that the blockade by Israel amounts to a war crime.
And we'll also hear about the luxury jet which Qatar has offered President Trump to replace Air Force One, reportedly worth about $400 million. But first, a bulletin of the latest world news.
Hello, I'm Chris Barrow with the BBC News. Donald Trump is due to arrive in Saudi Arabia in the next hour at the start of the first major tour since he returned to the White House. He'll also visit Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Ahead of the trip, the US president rejected criticism of his decision to accept an airliner as a gift from Qatar. Sarah Smith reports.
Donald Trump has said it would be stupid to turn down the offer of a free luxury plane, calling it a great gesture from Qatar. Harsh criticism of the potential gift from both critics and supporters of President Trump threatens to overshadow his tour of the Middle East, which will focus on signing economic agreements to secure financial investment in the US rather than negotiating any peace deals. The conflict in Gaza will obviously be on Mr. Trump's mind as he tours the region, but he's not planning to visit Israel. He has said he may fly on to Turkey later this week for talks between Russia and Ukraine if his presence would be helpful.
The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini of UNRWA said the Israeli government had weaponized food. He was speaking to our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
Throughout the war, Philippe Lazzarini's views have been dismissed by Israel as lies, which he denies, along with Israel's repeated allegations that UNRWA has been infiltrated by Hamas. Mr. Lazzarini's view of Gaza's food emergency is backed up by the latest update from a joint venture of UN agencies, aid groups and governments known as the IPC. It says Gaza is close to famine, with the entire population suffering acute food insecurity. In plain English, that means they're being starved by Israel's blockade.
Medical sources in southern Gaza say a well-known Palestinian photojournalist, Hassan Asleh, has been killed by an Israeli airstrike on a hospital. The Israeli military had accused him of involvement in the October the 7th attacks by Hamas. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he described as bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those at the gathering in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. Mr. Xi said they'd always be united in tough times.
The century-defining transformation is accelerating across the globe, with multiple risks compounding one another. Such developments make unity and cooperation among countries indispensable for safeguarding global peace and stability. There are no winners in tariff wars or trade wars.
China is now the main trade partner for many Latin American countries, surpassing the United States. This is the world news from the BBC. Pakistan has indicated that it's prepared to work with India and others to address allegations that terrorists operate within its borders. In a BBC interview, the foreign minister said he was hopeful that direct talks could resolve long-standing problems. Here's our Pakistan correspondent, Azadeh Mashiri.
Pakistan has consistently dismissed India's claims that it harbours terrorist infrastructure. Now Ishaq Dar says his country is willing to work with India and others to address these accusations. An intervention by the United States on Saturday helped to diffuse rising tensions between the nuclear-armed neighbours who are engaged in their worst conflict in decades. It's a conciliatory offer by Mr. Dar, though he also accused Delhi of choreographing explosions heard in Indian-administered Kashmir just hours after a ceasefire was struck. India claims these were violations by Pakistan.
Unofficial results from Monday's midterm elections in the Philippines show a relatively poor performance by candidates backed by President Ferdinand Marcos. The election was overshadowed by a bitter feud between Mr. Marcos and his Vice President Sara Duterte. 12 national Senate seats were contested. Half the candidates backed by the president won. This means there may now be insufficient votes to impeach Ms. Duterte, who previously threatened to have Mr. Marcos killed. Australia's re-elected Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has been sworn in along with his new cabinet, which contains a record number of women. His centre-left Labour Party won a surprise majority in a snap election earlier this month. 12 of the 22 jobs in the cabinet have gone to women. A court in Paris is expected to give its verdict today in the sexual assault trial of the veteran French film star Gérard Depardieu. He's accused of sexually abusing 2 women during a film shoot 4 years ago. The 76-year-old has denied the allegations. He faced claims of improper behaviour from a number of women, but this is the first case to come to trial. BBC News.
Thanks very much for that bulletin. Hello, you're with Newsday from the BBC World Service with Laquessa Birak and Rob Young. Hope you're well. Coming up this half hour, you'll hear stories from the Gaza Strip, from Peru and from Saudi Arabia, where Donald Trump is scheduled to land within the next hour. In business, Maura Fogarty on the hugely controversial aircraft deal between President Trump and Qatar. And in sport, Rebecca Adams on the reigning NBA champions, the Boston Celtics, now on the brink of elimination from the playoffs. Your thoughts on all of our stories welcome by WhatsApp or text. The number you need is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
And so Riyadh is awaiting the arrival of the US President Donald Trump. This will be the venue for the start of his tour of the Gulf nations. He's visiting Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Now, the self-styled master deal maker will be looking to shake hands on economic agreements, but also to further diplomatic deals with partners, key partners, wealthy partners in the region. And so to get a view from the Saudi capital on how this visit is regarded, I spoke earlier to Salman Al-Ansari, and Salman is a Saudi geopolitical analyst joining us from Riyadh.
It's definitely a very important day here in the region. Saudi Arabia has consolidated its global stance and global standing in the world with regards to being an important anchor of peace in the Middle East and the region and globally. And we've seen this with how Saudi Arabia helped in mediating relations between the US and Russia, and how they actually worked with the US to de-escalate between Pakistan and India. So Saudi Arabia right now is in its golden era. And this has been also crowned with the fact that President Trump has chosen Saudi Arabia as the first official state visit for him for the second time. So overall, the Saudi-US relationships, I cannot think of a period that is having this beautiful, strong fruitful relationship than now. So we are living the golden era of Saudi-US relations, and I'm not being hyperbolic. Saudi Arabia is among the biggest investors in the US with over $700 billion, and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is willing to invest an additional $600 billion in the US, some in the form of investments in technology, AI, knowledge transfer, stock market, and some in the form of direct purchase of military arms. And like military arms alone will exceed $100 billion according to reports. So there are so many things that we can discuss. Definitely there are some regional dynamics that we can get to in a moment.
Simon, let's get to those regional dynamics because, many people are saying that for the US and for international politics, this is quite a unique time that the president could be using to try and, work diplomatically on those major issues within the region. What are they, and what is the role of Saudi Arabia in those?
Saudi Arabia in a very rough neighborhood. We are speaking of many countries that are not actually functioning well, with a lot of non-state actors, with a lot of internal problems. The issue in Syria and how Saudi Arabia wants Syria to be back to the international community, and how they are actually really interested to pressure and convince the Trump administration to lift the sanctions. So you can't actually put the blame on the people and make them accountable for the previous Assad regime, etc. Also, we have the Gaza issue, and the Palestinian cause as a whole will surely be discussed heavily in the summit. The Saudis want to have an end to the cycle of violence and having an end to this 7 decades conflict. And the focus should not be on Gaza alone. It should be about the overall grievances of Palestinians. And the Saudis are working decisively on reviving the two-state solution, which unfortunately the Netanyahu government has been trying to rebrand it as the two-state delusion. But I think the Saudi position is principled and also pragmatic and realist, because how can the Middle East be safe and prosperous and become the new Europe, as the Crown Prince has mentioned earlier, while having a complete people under occupation?
And that was Salman Al-Ansari there, the Saudi geopolitical analyst, speaking to me earlier.
Well, there is hope that Donald Trump's Middle East tour could inject some impetus into ceasefire talks over the war in Gaza. We heard earlier on from an aid agency in Gaza talking about people being forced to eat animal feed and grass because they can't find nutritious food. She also said that she knows of people dying right now from starvation there. Well, the United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees has warned that Israel's blockade along the Gaza Strip is causing irreparable harm to the lives of Palestinians there. UNRWA's Commissioner General, Philippe Lazzarini, says Israeli authorities are denying children their basic right to learn and accused them of a blatant disregard of international law. An Israeli ban on UNRWA took effect earlier this year. Israel has accused the agency of being infiltrated by Hamas, a claim the agency denies. Our international editor Jeremy Bowen has been speaking to Philippe Lazzarini.
Israel has not allowed any humanitarian aid in now for, more than 2 months. How serious is the situation there for civilians?
I think we have soon no word anymore to describe the misery and the tragedy affecting the people in Gaza. Starvation is spreading. People are exhausted. People are hungry. And more now we can expect in the coming weeks, if no aid is coming in, that people will not just die because of the bombardment, but they will die because of the lack of food aid.
Netanyahu and the Israelis have on many occasions said there is plenty of food in Gaza, but the problem has in fact been weaponized by Hamas because they've stolen aid shipments and they're either keeping it for their own guys or they're selling it at a ridiculously high rate to make money.
Again, this is part of a broader narrative. Obviously, any aid diversion would be a matter of concern, but what I can tell you is whenever UNRWA or UN agency is distributing food, we're directly distributing the food to the people in need, for which needs have been assessed by us.
Now, there is a new plan to try to get humanitarian aid in, which is to set up some hubs for distribution in the south of Gaza.
protected by the Israeli military, but also private security, American private security perhaps being involved in all of that. The UN has said they're not going to take any part of this. It's against humanitarian principles. But actually, it's better than nothing, isn't it?
It's not because it's not in line with humanitarian principle. We have humanitarian principle because this principle helps us to save life. What is today being proposed falls short from that. Yes, some people might receive food, but others will be discriminated and receive no food. And in a situation where food is not available, you give to few and not to the other one. This is a recipe for chaos.
Do you think Israel is using food aid, medical aid, humanitarian aid as a weapon of war?
I have absolutely no doubt, and this is what we have witnessed during these last 19 months, but especially during these last 2 months.
That's a war crime?
That will be qualified as a war crime. The qualification will come from the ICJ, not from me. But what I can say, what we see, what we observe, food and humanitarian assistance is indeed being used to meet political or military objective in the context of Gaza. That's nothing else than the weaponization of humanitarian assistance.
UNRWA you have a big network inside Gaza. You know what's going on to a large degree. What about those accusations made by the South Africans that genocide is taking place there, the elimination in whole or in part of a group, the destruction, the dislocation, the movements of people? Do you think it fits that category?
Listen, by any account, the destruction are massive. The number of people who have been killed is huge and certainly underestimated. We have seen the systematic destruction also of a school, of health center. People have been constant pinballs within Gaza, moving all the time. So there is absolutely no doubt that we are talking about massive atrocities.
Genocide?
It could end up to genocide.
When people look back at what's been happening in the future, will they see actually a big international failure here?
I think in the coming years we will realize how wrong we have been, how on the wrong side of the history we have been. We have, under our watch, let a massive atrocity unfolding.
Would you include 7th of October in that?
I would definitely include also the 7th of October. What I'm saying, the history of the region is decades of war, decades of occupation. You had the 7th of October, which has been the largest killing of Israeli and Jewish in the region since World War II. It has been massive. The response also has been massive, has been disproportionate, basically almost leading to the annihilation of an entire population in their homeland.
Who's responsible for that?
I think there is a collective responsibility from the international community. The passivity, the indifference being shown until now, the lack of political, diplomatical, economic action. I mean, it's absolutely monstrous, especially in our countries where we have said never again.
There are international rules. Do you think they are applied to Israel with the same tenacity as they might be applied to other countries? A lot of people say there are double standards.
Well, you have the answer in your question. There is a double standard. There is a feeling that it is selectively implemented, that some rules do not apply the same way when it comes to Israel, Palestine. And there is a very, very deep feeling of injustice in the region, which is also fueling polarization.
Do you share that feeling?
I do share this feeling. It's deeply frustrating.
Philippe Lazzarini there, the Commissioner General of the UN aid agency UNRWA, speaking to our international editor Jeremy Bowen. And Jeremy joins us now. Jeremy, very strong words there from Philippe Lazzarini. What hope is there, if any, for people in Gaza when it comes to food, medicines, drinking water, getting into the Gaza Strip anytime soon?
Well, a resumption of the pretty much free flow of food, medical aid, humanitarian supplies that happened during the 2-month ceasefire until Israel broke it back in March, basically abandoned it. I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. Doesn't seem to be. There is this new idea that with the Americans that there will be some kind of so-called humanitarian hub set up in the ruins of the south of Gaza. Israel is planning an offensive after President Trump does his Middle East trip, and the idea is that they're under pressure. Many hundreds of thousands of Gazan civilians will be heading in that direction, and that they will be given, very, very basic aid. The UN, people like Mr. Lazzarini and others, have said, look, that is not going to work. It's against humanitarian principles. It will not save lives. And they have refused to cooperate with it. So, at the moment, there is an absolutely acute food situation inside the Gaza Strip.
And what is the state of play with any talks about the possibility of a ceasefire? We had a former Israeli government spokesman, Elon Levy, on the programme an hour ago, incredibly critical of Qatar's role in the conflict, saying that its heart wasn't in the possibility of a ceasefire that would see the role of Hamas reduced. But we have had this Israeli-American, Idan Alexander, released on Monday, unconditionally, it would appear, by Hamas. So at least the Americans are talking to Hamas.
Yeah, and there seems to be a little bit of daylight between Netanyahu and Trump on some of these issues. Trump himself has said there has to be food going in there. As has been very heavily discussed over the months, Prime Minister Netanyahu has got, his own views, but also the extreme ultra-nationalist Jewish hardliners in his cabinet are absolutely against anything other than a continuation, first of all, the resumption, because let us not forget there was a framework for a ceasefire which actually only came into place because of the pressure of Donald Trump, actually, which would, had they gone into the second phase, ended up with all the hostages released and Israel leaving Gaza. But for Netanyahu and his hardliners, the bad point about that was leaving Gaza. So they want the hostages back. They've said that loads of times, but they also want to be able to stay in Gaza. And there is a land hunger on the hard right of Israeli politics. And plus, I think a desire to continue to inflict not just military defeats on Hamas, who have been broken as a coherent military organization a long time ago, but I think there is a desire as well to exact further revenge on a collective sense on the Palestinian population of Gaza. I think that if you look at the way these things are playing out, the levels, huge continuing levels of civilian casualties, I think you can only conclude that.
It's interesting what you say about that slight difference there is between Israel and the United States, because it is clear that the US cut Israel out of its talks with Hamas, as it also did with the Houthi movement in Yemen as well. And we had Adam Boehler, Donald Trump's hostage envoy, recently refer to Hamas as pretty nice guys. Is it clear that the Trump administration is losing patience with Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah, well, Mr. Boehler had to walk that one back pretty quickly, actually. Well, they may be. I mean, we don't quite know, of course, what goes on inside the mind of Donald Trump. But I think that Trump would like to do deals. He's made that very clear on this tour he's doing of the rich Gulf monarchies. He's hoping for a lot of their money being vested in America. There's also this bizarre and many people would say highly corrupt idea that the Qataris will provide a jumbo jet fitted out to be, they will pay for it to be fitted out as an Air Force One, in other words, his official presidential transportation, and then he might get to keep it afterwards. So, yeah, he's ploughing his own furrow on this to a degree, but Israel is always going to stay close to Israel.
I suppose it's notable he isn't going to Israel, and although there is an awful lot of hope that his presence in the region might help jumpstart or put some impetus into these ceasefire talks, it's not the main thrust of his visit, is it?
No, this is about deals, it's about business, it's about Gulf money going into the United States. I mean, one thing we haven't discussed are the latest details of the absolute hunger inside Gaza, which have been released by the so-called IPC, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, which is an authoritative sort of statistical study by UN agencies, aid groups and governments about famine. And they've said Gaza is close to famine. The entire population, almost half of whom are children, are experiencing acute food insecurity. In plain English, that means they're being starved by Israel's blockade. And that study also says that nearly 500,000 Gazans, 470,000, are in a classification that they call Phase 5 catastrophe. And it's worth reading out in one sentence their definition of that. They say Phase 5, which is their most acute category, quote, at least 1 in 5 households experience an extreme lack of food and face starvation, resulting in destitution, extremely critical levels of acute malnutrition and death. They estimate that 71,000 children and more than 17,000 mothers will need urgent treatment for acute malnutrition. And of course, the grim reality is that only a couple of miles away on the other side of the border in Egypt, there are stockpiles of thousands of tons of food, medical aid and humanitarian supplies that those people need, but Israel is blocking it from going inside Gaza.
Jeremy Bone, our international editor, thank you.
Let's catch up with all the sport here on Newsday. Hi, Rebecca.
Thank you, LaQuessa. Well, reigning NBA champions, the Boston Celtics, are on the brink of elimination from the playoffs after losing to the New York Knicks on Monday night. Jalen Brunson scored 39 points for the Knicks as they won 121-113 to take a 3-1 lead in the Eastern Conference semi-final. Tennis, and at the Rome Masters, world number 1 Jannik Sinner is into the last 16 after beating Dutchman Jesper de Jong. In the women's draw, top seed Aryna Sabalenka's into the quarterfinals after a straight sets win over Marta Kostyuk, while Coco Gauff eased past Emma Raducanu 6-1, 6-2. In cricket, the IPL is set to resume on Saturday. That's after the tournament was suspended last week because of tensions between India and neighbouring Pakistan. And captain Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood and Cameron Green are set to return from injury and have all been named in Australia's 15-man squad for the World Test Championship final against South Africa at Lord's next month.
Rebecca, thank you very much. Let us hop across to Singapore. Maura Fogarty has been watching those markets and the reaction to this trade deal between China and USA that was announced yesterday. What are you seeing?
So we had a strong start to the markets here in Asia, reacting to that news. The U.S. overnight, the share prices there did very, very well, especially some of the companies like toy makers that rely on importing from China into the United States. But as we get towards the close here in Asia, we're not seeing these markets as buoyant anymore in this region. So I'd say they're rather mixed at the moment. Japan is up. Hong Kong, a big logistics hub for goods leaving China. Those shares are down today. A rather mixed picture, I'd say.
I think it was last week, wasn't it? We had news that some of those small packages, for some of the big companies, it just didn't make sense for them to send them to the US. What's happened there?
Well, we all learned a new phrase, right? De minimis, for example, a new Latin phrase that we never thought we'd be using. But essentially, the big companies like Shein, Temu, they ship small packages to the United States directly to consumers and customers there. For a very long time, these packages that were worth under $800 were exempt from any tariffs or duties. The White House closed this loophole and then put new tariffs on these products. So, for example, they were facing tariffs as high as 120% in some cases. And starting on the 1st of June, for example, they had to pay $200 per parcel. So if you're buying, a T-shirt and a couple of pairs of shorts or maybe a summer dress and you're paying $40 for that, why on earth would you be wanting to pay a flat fee rate and then tariffs on top of it? Most of that's been undone now. So in the wake of this sort of like détente or truce between the U.S. and China, they have brought down the tariffs on these small packages to 54%. And they're still charging a flat fee per package of about $100. So it's still pricier than before, but less sort of like, stratospheric in terms of how much it costs.
Okay, Maura, thank you very much. Just very quickly, we're getting some lines from the U.S. Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He has been quoted as saying that they've had very productive discussions with Japan, but also saying that the U.S. will bring medicine, semiconductor and other strategic industries home. Plenty more coming up right here on Newsday.
This is the BBC World Service, where Ghanaian journalist Justice Baidu is looking at how many of the languages in Africa are at risk of dying out.
Chi, Ewe, Gan, Fanti, Wala, Frafra. Just some of the hundreds of languages spoken across the continent. But the dominance of English and French means many are facing extinction. I'll be hearing how campaigns to keep languages being passed down to younger generations are not just about speaking a language, but also about maintaining a link to a cultural legacy and unique identity. It's also the story of my personal journey to teach my two young boys, Ahanta, the language of my birth, which is slowly fading away.
Monday, Kizli.
Monday, Kizli.
Tuesday, Choko.
Choko.
Tongue and Talk, keeping language alive in Africa. To listen, search the documentary online or wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
Hello, you're with Newsday from the BBC World Service with Laquessa Burak and Rob Young.
Coming up, we had that announcement yesterday, didn't we, of a ceasefire from the Kurdish group, the PKK. The government is assessing what next.
And we'll be speaking to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, as Donald Trump is scheduled to land in Saudi Arabia for a tour of the Middle East. He's due to touch down in the next 20 minutes or so. First, a summary of the latest world news.
BBC News with Chris Barrow. President Trump is due to arrive in Saudi Arabia shortly at the start of the first major tour of his second term. He hopes to be able to secure huge trade deals during his visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Palestinians in Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini said the Israeli government had weaponized food by barring supplies. Israel has dismissed his views. Medical sources in Gaza say a well-known Palestinian photojournalist has been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a hospital. Hassan Azli has been in Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis for a month after being injured in an earlier strike. China's President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he described as bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those gathered in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. In a further easing of US tariffs on imports from China, President Trump has slashed the tax imposed on small parcels. The levy is being cut from 120% to 54% from Wednesday. Pakistan has indicated that it's prepared to work with India and others to address allegations that terrorists operate within its borders. The foreign minister told the BBC he was hopeful that direct talks could resolve long-standing problems. Unofficial results from Monday's midterm elections in the Philippines show a relatively poor performance by candidates backed by President Marcos. A court in Paris is expected to give its verdict today in the sexual assault trial of the veteran French film star Gérard Depardieu. He's accused of sexually abusing two women during a film shoot 4 years ago. He's denied the allegations. That's the latest world news from the BBC.
Hello, thank you for that. This is Newsday on the BBC World Service. Rob Young and Laquessa Burak with you this hour. In this final half hour, of our programme. You heard Jeremy Bowen, didn't you, earlier, give us that really detailed assessment of the situation in Gaza. Coming up, we've got our next international correspondent joining us to talk us through the intricacies of Donald Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia. Also, Rob will be speaking to a Turkish politician to discuss the disarmament of the PKK. What happens next? It is that time of year, folks. Get your bling on. It's Eurovision 2025. We'll be crossing to Switzerland shortly.
Well, after 40 years and 40,000 people killed, and without securing a Kurdish homeland, the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers' Party, which has been banned in Turkey, has said it will disarm and end its war against the Turkish state. We broke you that breaking news this time yesterday. This signals the end of one of the longest conflicts in the world, so it's a historic moment for Turkey, its Kurdish minority and neighbouring countries into which the conflict has spilled over. But there is now scepticism and caution about what lies ahead. Let's speak now to Mehmet Mehdi Ike, who's a Kurdish-Turkish politician, member of the country's governing Justice and Development Party, a former minister as well. Welcome to the programme. What do you make of this historic move, and do you believe it, that this is the end of the conflict between the PKK and the Turkish state?
Good morning, Rob. Good morning from Ankara. And, we all welcomed, actually, the decision that yesterday is issued and declared. All parties of, actually, this conflict are they welcomed the decision of this armament and this banned the solution of the PKK. Because it's very, very important, as you earlier mentioned. More than 40,000 of people are killed, and of course, it caused a lot of suffer and problems in not only in Turkey, but in the whole area. Now we're all actually very hopeful about the future. And very optimistic, I would say, because this historical moment shows that the bright future is ahead of us, and we're happy with it.
Okay, and how should your party, the governing party, respond to this? Because the PKK has laid down a number of, not quite conditions are they, but issues they would like the Turkish state to resolve.
Rob, I was in the government at that time. We actually, the decision of yesterday is actually started in 2005, as far as our government is concerned, our effort is concerned, in 2005. So at that time, we as a government, we declared that PKK should lay down the arms and come to the political arena and say whatever they would like to say. Okay, so
well, they want recognition, don't they? That they are Kurdish.
Yeah,
they would like some further element of autonomy. For example, we've been hearing from people who say on their ID card they wanted to say that they are a Kurd.
Rob, we recognize all Kurds, and we took many steps towards this, amalgamation of the society and democratize the system of Republic of Turkey. Like, for instance, the Kurdish, lingua, the Kurdish language banned, but we opened a state television channel and radio stations, and this in universities, the philology, Kurdish philology, department. All of these, meanwhile, in these last 20 years, have been taken. So what we
and
now...
sorry, let me just jump in if I may. The PKK also said they would like their jailed leader, Abdullah Öcalan, who has been held in that notorious island prison off Istanbul for the best part of 30 years now, to be released. Do you think he should be released?
Well, the international law and the Constitution of Republic of Turkey, what the opportunities and the possibilities of all this law actually shows. All this depends on the demand that come from parts from
the PKK have demanded it. So should he be released? Yes or no?
Or will be discussed.
Okay, fine. It's going to be discussed. Another brief question, if I may. We going to see Ukraine's President Zelensky arriving in Turkey on Thursday. He hopes to talk to Russia's leader, President Putin, about ceasefire talks in Ukraine. There's also now the tantalising prospect of Donald Trump turning up as well. What do you and other politicians in Turkey make of this surprising resumption of its role to try and end the Ukraine conflict?
From the very beginning, the position of Turkey actually is trying to reach a peaceful solution as Ukraine and Russian war. So we both actually parts are relying on the position of Turkey, and they appreciating the efforts of Turkey. So it is not surprise to us that they are coming to Istanbul and talking here in Istanbul. We hope that will end in the best way for both countries and for the region as well.
Thank you very much indeed. Mehmet Mehdi Ekebe, who's a Kurdish-Turkish politician, member of the governing Justice and Development Party.
You're listening to News Now on the BBC World Service. Lakwesa Burak and Rob Young with you. Quick reminder of our top stories. And really, there's just one big story that is coming up today, and that is Donald Trump beginning his 3-day tour in Saudi Arabia. We're awaiting his landing. We can already see the flags of Saudi Arabia and the US at King Khalid Airport. But also hundreds of police officers have conducted raids across Germany early this Tuesday morning after the Interior Ministry banned a hard-right militant group, referring to it as the biggest arm of the so-called Reichsbürger, or Citizens of the Reich movement. Let's catch up with the sport. Rebecca.
Thank you, Lakwesa. Well, Africa's most successful table tennis player, Quadri Aruna, is a household name in his native Nigeria, having represented his country at the past 4 Olympics and having won a silver medal at the 2018 Commonwealth Games. He's the first African player to be ranked inside the world's top 10 and now ranked 25. He heads to Doha tomorrow for the Table Tennis World Championships, leading a Nigerian contingent who'll be competing across singles, doubles and men's and women's. And he joins us now this morning. Quadri, welcome to Newsday. You have a big week coming up with the World Championships beginning on Saturday. What are your hopes for the competition?
Good morning. Thanks so much. I'm very happy and excited to be part of the program. I've played in World Championships for several years, and I got very close to win a medal in Houston. And my hope is to do better than in Houston. And I really hope and pray that I will give my best and my dream will come true to win a medal.
You're a pioneer for a sport that's dominated by Chinese athletes. So how does it feel to represent Nigeria and Africa as the continent's biggest threat to that dominance?
It feels so good to represent Nigeria and Africa. Whenever I'm wearing the color of Nigeria, green, white, green, I'm always very happy and excited. And the feeling is always like to give my best because I get to be selected among millions of Nigerians. And it's always a privilege for me to represent my country. And I will always give my heart and soul while representing Nigeria.
And what kind of reaction do you get from fans back home when they see you at these events?
It gets super popular over the years. I've been able to have some great results, especially when I got to top 10. So many fans across Nigeria get some kind of interest to watch more and more of table tennis, even while playing in French league. They are always there to support. You can see them online, and they make my participation in several tournaments much more exciting. And because of that, I'm super motivated to even do much more better. So the fans in Nigeria are great, and I would like to say thanks to them for the support over the years, and I want to tell them to keep supporting me while I keep working harder and harder and give my best.
And there are 6 other Nigerian players heading to Doha for the World Championships with you. Have you noticed that the standard of table tennis is improving?
Of course, it's improving. Actually, ITTF and WTT changed the system of qualification to continental qualification. So if you play in continental tournament and you go to round of 16 or 32, you stand a chance to qualify. And that was how some of the unknown players get to qualify. And I seriously believe they have a lot to offer.
And it's a sport that's not necessarily traditionally played in Nigeria, table tennis. So how did you get started?
I think it's a popular sport, one of the top 5. We have Atonda Musa before, and he used to be seriously popular in Nigeria. Even while athletics was going on, people prefer to watch table tennis than athletics, and sometimes even football. So it used to be really popular. I started on the street when I was 7 years. We just draw line on the street, on the floor, and use something to separate ourselves. And that was how I started to play table tennis when I was 7 on the street.
And now you are heading to the World Championships. Quadri Aruna, very many thanks to you for joining us this morning, and the best of luck for that tournament this week.
Rebecca, thank you very much.
Now, let's head to the Philippines, where unofficial results from Monday's midterm elections show a disappointing performance by candidates backed by President Marcos. The election was overshadowed by a bitter feud between Mr. Marcos and his vice president, Sara Duterte, because allies of the president have started impeachment proceedings against her. Well, the BBC's Jonathan Head joins us now from the Philippines capital, Manila. Jonathan, just tell us what we know about the results so far.
Well, of course, this is a midterm election. There are actually thousands and thousands of political posts being contested all across the country, right down to very local level. So people here have got an interest in lots of different kinds of contests. But nationally, all the focus was on these 12 Senate seats. That's half of the Senate, and the 12 come up every midterm. And the fact that Mr. Marcos's camp is trying to get Sara Duterte impeached makes votes in the Senate critical. 2/3 of the Senate is required to impeach her. That impeachment proceeding in the Senate is expected to start in July. So every ally that the president could get into the Senate matters to him. I mean, this is a very, very bitter fight. If Sara Duterte is impeached, she would be barred from office. Her father, remember, Rodrigo Duterte, the former president, has been sent by President Marcos to The Hague to face charges of crimes against humanity. He's the patriarch of the Duterte clan. So there's very bad feeling between these two. And if Sara Duterte isn't impeached, she's very popular. She looks to be in pole position to win the presidential election in 3 years' time. And everybody expects if she got the presidency, she would really go after the Marcoses. So there's a lot at stake here. And typically incumbent presidents usually do well in midterm elections. It's typical for most of the president's slate of senators to win seats. And this case, only half of those backed by Mr. Marcos did. And although some will interpret that as, well, at least he's got 6 allies there, that doesn't quite count. Senators are very independent. He can't guarantee they'll vote for him in impeachment. And in fact, one of those 6 is got one foot in the Duterte camp as well. So, and also, his candidates didn't get a lot of votes. It's a national vote for the senators. And those candidates loyal to the Dutertes were getting much, much higher levels of votes, which suggests that the president himself is not very popular.
Now, you've written a great piece for the BBC website, the headline of which is "The Philippines has voted, now the Game of Thrones begins again." And there's a line in there where you say that politics in the Philippines is a family business. And as these two political family businesses, if you like, feud, what does it mean for the people of the Philippines?
Well, the same show they've always had, in a way. I mean, the difference this time is you've got two epically powerful, deeply rooted clans who made a huge impact in the country in the past, who are now slugging it out. That's not normal. Normally in the Philippines, you might get one powerful family, but then lots of other families have a share in the spoils. They all negotiate. And the extent to which family matters here is quite extraordinary. I mean, down in Davao, the Duterte stronghold, former President Duterte, who's languishing in a jail cell in the Netherlands, won an absolute landslide as mayor, even though the only sight of him that the voters got there was a life-size cardboard cutout. And all his family members won every seat they contested. Up in the north, in Ilocos Norte, you only have to be called Marcos and you win. If you were a dog called Marcos, you would win. The same applies in other regions. It's a big country, the Philippines. In each of these regions, big families count and people just vote for the family name. But there's always been a stability that the families jostle for power and take turns. You don't get that sense with this rift between the Dutertes and the Marcoses. It feels much more existential. The Dutertes play rough and they're very, very angry. Remember, Sara Duterte actually claimed that she'd hired an assassin to kill President Marcos if anything happened to her. Things have really deteriorated. So everyone's gripped by saying, well, what happens now? Well, I don't think President Marcos has got the numbers he needs to see her successfully impeached. He will be doing everything possible now to persuade those who've won in the Senate and those who didn't stand for election to back impeachment. But a lot of them are uneasy about doing that because he's got 3 years left. If Sara Duterte wins in the next election, that's 6 years of her they've got to deal with, and she could be very vengeful.
And briefly, you mentioned that former President Duterte has been elected to the job of a mayor. I mean, there's not a remote prospect that he's ever going to set foot in that city, is there?
No, but it doesn't matter because it's the Dutertes. His son, Sebastian, was mayor. He's now gone for vice mayor, and he'll run the city as vice mayor. I mean, the Dutertes have run Davao for 34 out of the last 37 years. Nobody really cares. Just so long as there are Dutertes there, if one of them happens to be in a jail cell in the Netherlands, they don't mind.
It's entertaining, if nothing else. Jonathan Head in Manila, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
This is News Now, the BBC World Service. Now, the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has said that his country's operation to eliminate terrorists in Pakistan was successful and that future dealings with its neighbour will depend on their behaviour. Pakistan and India are preparing for direct talks after blaming each other for escalating violence that resulted in dozens of casualties. And there has been some credit that has been placed on the US and the UK on negotiating those talks. And on the subject of the US and diplomatic matters within the wider region, I'm just looking up at the screen and seeing that President Donald Trump's Air Force One has now landed in Riyadh. We are waiting to speak to some of our correspondents in the region to find out what's coming up next. But returning to Pakistan and India. Now, Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar have been speaking to the BBC before Mr. Modi's speech, telling Azadeh Moshiri that his country is willing to work with India and others to address any alleged terrorism on its soil. He reacted to the events of the past week.
From north to south of Pakistan, the public was just in chaos and in anger. What's going on in Pakistan?
Which throughout India has said it was targeting terrorist infrastructure.
Oh, come on, what terrorist infrastructure? I mean, show us one. Please, you're most welcome. BBC,
I visited one of the mosques in Muzaffarabad, which was destroyed. What India is claiming is that every site was connected to some sort of militant activity or training.
Their media claimed that they have destroyed Islamabad. You are sitting in Islamabad interviewing me. They said Karachi port is vanished and disappeared from the map. You are welcome to go to Karachi port.
What concessions is Pakistan willing to make when it comes to any monitoring of militants or former militants on Pakistani soil?
We are the worst sufferers of terrorism. We had fought global war against terrorism. We have been the front ally in the war against terrorism. We have lost 90,000 people. But then it takes two to tango. We have to work together to eliminate the menace of terrorism.
What does working together look like?
I think we can work together because if they are so allergic not to work together against this menace, we can have 2-3 more partners.
Okay, so that was The Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar speaking to Azadeh Mashiri. OK, let's return, Rob, to King Khalid Airport in Riyadh.
Let's have a listen, shall we? But
Shall we?
hear what is going on.
We have sound on
There's
that?
not much going on, frankly. A plane has landed.
Air Force One.
And has stopped. And I think we can hear the clanging of flags on flagpoles, American and Saudi flags. Maybe the odd...
It's a very
the odd
striking
cameraman
image.
talking as well.
Yeah. So we've got the flags of Saudi Arabia. We've also got America's flags blowing in the wind there. Air Force One touched down around 3 minutes ago. So why is this visit key? It's a 3-day visit. Now, normally the president visiting a region like this would travel on to see their allies, including the likes of Israel. But this is a 3-day Gulf nation tour.
Yeah,
the important element is that these are very wealthy nations, the UAE, Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
And Donald Trump has again honoured the Saudi capital, Riyadh, with his first stop on his first official tour. Of course, he was at the Vatican for the funeral of Pope Francis. That was not planned. This is his first major foreign outing. He's done this again. He, unlike previous American presidents, has not stopped at a European capital like London or Paris or wherever else. He's decided to go to the Middle East, and he wants deals to be done. That he has said that he would like the Saudi state, which of course has deep pockets because of its oil wealth, to invest something in the order of $1 trillion into the United States throughout his term, a figure that analysts say is frankly unachievable because the Saudi economy is trying to wean itself off oil and that they want to invest at home. But he's got big deals.
Well, I think Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince, de facto Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, have already indicated that they are going to put further investment into the US. Lise Duzette is with us. Hello there, Lise.
Yes, good morning from Riyadh.
Good morning, Lise. I'm just going to give it to you. The Air Force One is now taxiing at King Khalid International Airport. What are the key things to look out for on this trip?
Yes, the flags are flying on the tarmac, American and Saudi flags. This is the start of President Trump's first official tour in the region. And just like in 2017, in his first term, he's given the honor to Riyadh, the Saudi kingdom, for his first stop. There will be truly a royal welcome for President Trump. This is a very, very deep-seated political and personal relationship, not just between the United States of America and the Saudi kingdom, but most of all between President Trump and the Saudi leadership. And there is a lot on his agenda. It's a very different region and in some ways a very different president from the first time in 2017. We were here at that time. It was a major summit of leaders from across the Arab and Islamic world talking about the fight against terrorism, standing up to Tehran. This time, the states that he's visiting on this trip, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, are among the world's wealthiest, most ambitious states. They've all pursued rapprochement with Tehran in recent years. They don't want another war, and they and President Trump want to focus on doing deals.
Lise, you said it's a very different president. Is it a very different region, a very different Saudi Arabia? This is all about quid pro quo. What do they want in return?
One of the centerpieces of this visit by President Trump is going to be an investment forum. There are top business and tech leaders who are coming with President Trump. They're going to sign deals worth more than $1 trillion investment in the U.S. economy. This is all about America first. This is something, of course, that the Saudi leaders, leaders across this Gulf region speak the same language as President Trump. They understand his transactional approach. Yes, there will be talk of moving towards a ceasefire in Gaza, but this is very much a trip about investment and about deal making, not about peace, but about profits.
Yeah, many people saying this is money rather than soft power, but there is a certain gentleman who will be watching on and many people saying the frustration is growing. It is an incredible slight by the US of Bibi. Tell us the significance of not visiting Israel.
Yes, we understand there's been exchanges between the Israeli and American leadership about why Israel is not included on this first trip. Israel, of course, and the United States have a very long-standing strategic partnership, no matter who is in the White House. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was delighted when President Trump returned to power. But there is a sense in which President Trump is growing impatient with Prime Minister Netanyahu. He's already spoken openly about ending the war in Gaza, and his envoy for the Middle East, indeed his envoy for everything, Steve Witkoff, has spoken about how Israel is dragging this war on. And so there's no talk this time about this grand bargain of normalizing relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel.
Okay. Lise Doucette, thank you very much. And I know we will be talking to you across the BBC throughout the day, where you can follow this visit. It's a 3-day visit to the Gulf nations. And particularly, I think, some key points to watch in terms of what comes back to the Gulf nations. We're talking the end of the Gaza war, normalisation of relations with Israel, a possible nuclear deal, and also an end to conflict with Yemen. This is Newsday.
This is the BBC World Service, and Jude Shapiro is finding out what happens when faith and flying combine.
Come with me as I spend a week with the multi-faith chaplains at the UK's busiest international airport.
Hello, can I help you?
They support the emotional and spiritual needs of passengers and staff.
Faith on the Fly, the airport chaplains. At bbcworldservice.com/documentaries, or wherever you get your BBC podcasts. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today we are in Saudi Arabia, looking at the relationship between this region and the United States. As President Trump flies in for an official visit, we look at the potential deals that are on the table and ask who looks to gain the most.
People Fixing the World is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
On People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service this week, we're in Chile meeting a remarkable woman who's dedicated her life to mothers who were wrongfully separated from their children.
Part of the solution is to first listen, because nobody has heard the mothers here. They were shouting out that someone stole their babies and nobody believes them.
We'll follow the journey of one man who decided to go looking for his birth mother to find the truth after 42 years.
That woman, she wrote back, she said, "We have a Maria Angelica Gonzalez on my mother's side." And I'm telling you, I clung to the tense of that word, because she didn't say had, she said have, present. I had this wave of emotion when I heard the word have. It was hope to finally learn the truth.
I'm Myra Anubi, and you can join me to find out more about this powerful solution on People Fixing the World right after the BBC News.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. In the past few minutes, Donald Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia for his first major tour since his re-election. The US president will also visit Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. He hopes to be able to secure deals worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, is in the Saudi capital.
President Trump has again given to Riyadh the honour of his first stop on his first official tour, just like in 2017. But this time it's a very different region and in some ways a different president. The main focus here is going to be not on the politics but on deal making. Some very prominent business and tech leaders are coming with the American president. There's talk of investment in the US economy of $1 trillion and more. It's all about America first.
The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini of UNRWA said the Israeli government had weaponized food by barring supplies for more than 2 months.
By any account, the number of people who have been killed is huge and certainly underestimated. We have seen the systematic destruction also of a school, of health center. So there is absolutely no doubt that we are talking about massive atrocities.
Israel has dismissed Mr. Lazzarini views as lies. It says UNRWA has been infiltrated by Hamas. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he called bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those at the gathering in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. Mr. Xi said they had always united in tough times. China is now the main trade partner for a number of Latin American countries, surpassing the United States. Earlier, President Lula da Silva of Brazil, who's travelling to Beijing, criticised the Trump administration's policies. Pakistan has indicated that it's prepared to work with India and others to address allegations that terrorists operate within its borders. A ceasefire announced on Saturday has largely halted the worst clashes between the nuclear-armed neighbours in decades. In a BBC interview, Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar said he was hopeful that direct talks could now resolve long-standing problems.
We are the worst sufferers of terrorism. We had fought global war against terrorism. We have been the front ally in the war against terrorism. We have lost 90,000 people. But then it takes two to tango. We have to work together to eliminate the menace of terrorism.
World News from the BBC. In a further easing of US tariffs on imports from China, President Trump has slashed the tax imposed on small parcels. The levy is being reduced to 54% from Wednesday. Chinese online retailers such as Shein and Temu had used the previous exemption from tariffs to win a big market share in the US clothing sector. A man's been arrested in connection with fires at two homes linked to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Police say a 21-year-old was detained on suspicion of arson with intent to endanger life. Damage was caused to the entrances of the two buildings. A court in Paris is expected to give its verdict today in the sexual assault trial of the veteran French film star Gérard Depardieu. He denies sexually abusing two women during a film shoot 4 years ago. Israel's entry in the Eurovision Song Contest has told the BBC that she's been left scared by anti-Israel sentiment in Basel, the Swiss city hosting this week's competition. Yuval Raphael was speaking to our special correspondent, Lucy Manning.
At the last major music event Yuval Raphael attended, she was nearly killed. She survived the October the 7th Hamas attacks by hiding for 8 hours under dead bodies. But at the weekend's opening Eurovision parade, an anti-Israel protester directed a throat-slitting gesture at her. The singer said she was expecting to face some boos and had been practicing singing under those circumstances.
I had a few rehearsals where we put sounds so I can practice when there is distractions in the background.
New day As some countries call for a discussion about Israel's participation at Eurovision, the 24-year-old said she was concentrating on her music and was proud to represent her country.
Lucy Manning with that report. BBC News.
People fixing the world.
Welcome to People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service with me, Myra Anubi. This is a program that goes a step further to find out about solutions to some of the many problems we face today. This week, we're in the South American country of Chile, finding out about an extraordinary grassroots organization that's reuniting families. Now, just a heads up, today's program includes some traumatic stories because we'll be talking about issues of forced adoption and infant trafficking. As a mother, I can't imagine what it would be like to give birth only to have my baby taken away from me at the hospital and then sent to another country to be adopted, all without my consent. But this is what happened to thousands of mothers in Chile in the 1970s and 80s. Today, many of those adopted children are trying to find their birth families. And we're going to hear about an organization that's helping them do that using DNA tests, detective work, and a lot of emotional support. We'll hear some incredibly positive stories of reunion and hope. But first, let's go back to the beginning to understand how and why these families were separated in the first place. In order to do so, I've got our reporter on the line from Chile, Jane Chambers. Hi, Jane.
Hi, Mara.
Now, Jane, this story, it's almost unbelievable, the horrific scandal of Chile's stolen babies.
Yes, it really is. It's a huge story here in Chile and an emotive issue. So during the 1970s and 80s, Chile was under a brutal military regime ruled by General Augusto Pinochet, and that's when these illegal and irregular adoptions happened in Chile. The regime actively promoted overseas adoption, and they saw that as a policy for reducing the number of poor people. And unfortunately, there was money to be made in trafficking these children.
Yeah, but Jane, how exactly did this happen? How were the babies taken?
Well, there was a vast network of people behind this scheme, from doctors and nurses to priests and nuns to social workers and overseas adoption brokers. And what they did was they targeted women who were particularly vulnerable. Many of them were unmarried and they were typically young and poor. And lots of them were from the largest indigenous group here in Chile, the Mapuche. And these mothers were sometimes coerced into giving up their children by social workers, but many simply had their babies stolen from them by hospital staff who lied to them and told them that their babies had died after birth. So sometimes these women signed paperwork they thought was a death certificate, but it was actually an agreement to release the child from their custody.
Honestly, this is really shocking. And just imagining these women and how vulnerable they were in that moment. So most of these babies, they ended up being sent abroad?
That's right. The families who were adopting these babies in countries like the USA, Germany and Sweden thought they were using reputable adoption agencies, so they had no idea that anything was wrong. But it's thought that a lot of the money these parents would have paid in administration or healthcare fees was actually used to bribe the various people who were complicit in this trafficking.
And how many babies are we talking about here exactly?
Well, it's hard to know how many for sure, but the number's thought to be in the thousands. A Chilean judge involved in investigating the issue says the number of cases could reach 20,000, but others think it could be many more. And this was covered up for decades. It was only in 2014 that some Chilean investigative journalists began to expose the scandal. And that's when many mothers and adoptees reading the story in the news began to ask questions about what had really happened to them.
Honestly, Jane, I can't even begin to imagine what this would be like, for the children as well, realising that this had happened to them.
I know. Well, I got to speak to some of them, like Jimmy. Now, he's a lawyer and a father of 3 girls, and he was raised in Virginia in the USA with the name Jimmy Tyden Lippert. And he knew from when he was a little boy that he was adopted from Chile. Now, Jimmy's parents worked with a Chilean adoption lawyer, and they were told that his birth mother had given him up willingly. And then when Jimmy was 31, his mother gave him his adoption documents.
And this was the first time where I'd actually had them all in my hands. When I went through them with a very basic understanding of Spanish, like very basic, like high school Spanish, the only thing I was able to discern from them is that there were no less than 5 different accountings, and those accountings were so divergent, they couldn't all be true. These were stories that didn't jive together, like they didn't go together.
One of the documents said his mother was unknown, but another gave her full name. Something didn't add up, but Jimmy tried not to think about it. He didn't pursue it any further until one day his wife stumbled across a news story.
It was a USA Today article about a gentleman who had just recently discovered that he was a stolen child and had reunited with his sister in Chile for the first time. And so my wife had sent me that article saying, like, man, this story is crazy. And so for me, it was very clear that like this would be the most obvious explanation of like why I have all these different versions of a story that couldn't all be true. Well, if the whole thing is a lie and it's all to hide something like this, like that to me made the most immediate sense.
The article mentioned an organisation called Nos Buscamos that was helping adoptees find their Chilean families. So Jimmy sent them a message.
I was just hoping, maybe, just maybe they'll take my case. Maybe, I'll hear from them in 6 months or a year or, something. I couldn't even fathom that they would call me the very next day.
That call came from the founder of Nos Buscamos, Constanza del Rio.
She said, we need to talk. Your paperwork is very serious.
Wow. And what was it she saw in your paperwork?
What she saw was the obvious fraud and trafficking of a child. What she saw were two names, the attorney that my parents had used and the social worker that they had used were the two most notorious traffickers in Chile at that time. The social worker, she ran the state's orphanage. So the two of them worked together and trafficked many, many children.
Wow, I mean, what a devastating revelation for Jimmy. His whole world basically changed. And we're going to come back to Jimmy's story because there's more here, right?
Yeah, there is. That's by no means the end of it.
Yeah. Now, first, let's talk about this organization, the people who are helping individuals like Jimmy. Tell me, what does Nos Buscamos mean?
Well, it means we're searching for each other. So it was created by Constanza del Rio, and she has her own story to do with this. So she discovered when she was 39 that she was an adoptee. And while she was searching for her birth mother, she created Nos Buscamos to help other adoptees do the same. I wanted to know how she does it, so I went to meet her. It's a hot, sunny day here in Chile's capital, Santiago, and I've come to a leafy part of town called Providencia, which is full of apartment blocks and little cafes. And I've come to meet Constanza del Rio, and this is where she has her office.
Hi. How are you? I'm very well.
When Constanza asked me to meet her at Nos Buscamos' offices, what I didn't realise is that she runs the organisation out of her modest apartment, where she lives with her dog.
This is an apartment, 2 floors, and we work with all the volunteers in this floor, the living room kind of area.
Nos Buscamos is a very small outfit. Constanza runs it with the help of a few volunteers. Sometimes Chilean mothers come here to her living room to tell their stories in person.
And this is the area where we talk to the mothers or whoever comes to ask for help. Part of the solution is to first listen, because for more than 50 years, nobody has heard the mothers here. They were shouting out that someone stole their babies and nobody believes them. They treat them like they were crazy, that they didn't have a baby, like they were trying to convince them to forget about this baby, to continue with their lives, and they were treated like crazy people. We have one of the cases now is in a psychiatric hospital, and we're waiting to work with the people who is helping her, because she has always claimed that she lost a baby when she was 16. And now the people in the hospital say, oh my God, she was saying the truth.
And all these years?
These years, yeah. In the second floor, we have rooms, and those rooms are for the adoptees when they come to Chile.
Should we have a quick look?
Really very old kind of building. Everyone's like So we have 3 rooms here. I live here, and we receive people. You saw the sofas on the first floor. There are beds too. We have had in this apartment more than 10 people at the same time. And we are going to receive someone this Friday, coming from the UK. They were stolen from Chile, and they have lived all their lives in places like Sweden or United States. And come back to Chile is a huge journey. We are trying to say, welcome to your country. We try to get them to feel comfortable and secure.
The organisation helps both adoptees looking for their parents and Chilean mothers looking for their children. Once someone like Jimmy submits their case, the first thing Constanza does is give them a call to get as much information as possible.
For a mother, it's very difficult to find clues to find her baby. They only have the birthday and the hospital, and that's it. They don't know what happened to the baby. Maybe the baby died, maybe the baby was taken away. She doesn't know. But the adoptees has clues. They have some paperwork, some passport, because all the babies were taken with passports. And with that information, we can do a lot.
She gathers any official data she can, like records from an adoption agency or hospital. But it can be tricky. These organisations don't always want to help. Then it's a matter of detective work. Sometimes the only detail Nos Buscamos has is the birth mother's surname. But by doggedly messaging everyone with that name on Facebook, they crack the case. The real game changer, though, is DNA testing kits. Nos Buscamos works with a company called MyHeritage, who give them the kits free of charge.
We here in Chile give the DNAs for free to the mothers who lost their babies, with a very little hope that maybe the children, now an adult, will do the same, and we are going to find them through the DNA.
Once someone submits their DNA sample, MyHeritage processes it and checks it against their database to see if any previous samples are a genetic match. Nos Buscamos suggests all the adoptees and mothers they work with use the MyHeritage database because it's one of the biggest DNA testing companies, so it offers the best chance of matching with a relative who might also be looking for them in different parts of the world, not just Chile. But one of the problems they come up against when trying to track down the mothers of stolen babies is a lack of awareness about the issue in the places where this happened. These are mostly poor communities many hours drive away from the capital, Santiago. So Constanza decided to take Nos Buscamos on the road and invested in an office on wheels. We stepped outside her apartment into the blazing Santiago sun so she could show it to me. Oh wow, so this is like another member of your team, the van.
Her name is Hope. We go around Chile with this little office.
Let's get in. This van, Hope, you're off down south in a couple of weeks because that's where a lot of the children were trafficked from. Where are you going?
Okay, we have this van. It's a big one. We have a little office and a little bed inside of the van, and we can sleep here when it's necessary. We are going to go to Perquenco, Victoria, and Temuco, where many children from the Mapuche people were stolen, to make DNA tests for free. When we get there, the first thing is to go to the local radios stations, and we go to the local TV stations too, so to spread the word, to talk about this, so much more women can know about this. We go in the plaza. In every town in Chile, we have the plaza, the main square. We always say that we are going to be there, so people can go to the van and talk to us, and people just come very quiet and very in private to talk to us, and we can help them. Sometimes they don't even search for their kids because they are still afraid to tell the others that they lost a kid or that maybe they were stolen. So to get this awareness is very, very important.
Talking to Constanza, I was impressed by everything she's doing. It's so much work. It's taken over her life and her apartment, but it's certainly making a difference.
We are more than 600 cases solved. In this year, 2025, we already have 19 cases solved. So we are solving like 2 or 3 cases a week because it's our protocol. It works, like really works.
This is People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service with me, Myra Anubi. And I've got our reporter in Chile, Jane Chambers, joining me as well, telling us about this organization, Nos Buscamos, that's reuniting so many families.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? Something so positive after something so terrible.
Now, how are they able to do this? How do they get their funding?
They operate on a shoestring budget. They don't charge anyone for their help, and they rely on the work of a network of around 20 volunteers in Chile and around the world. They cover their costs through donations, and MyHeritage give them a few hundred DNA kits a year.
Jane, the truth is that these were terrible crimes. So isn't this something that the Chilean state should be taking a lead on?
Well, Chile's current president has announced the creation of a task force to investigate these irregular adoptions, and the government said they'll do more to help adoptees search for their relatives. However, successive governments in Chile have been criticised for not doing enough, fast enough, so civil organisations like Nos Buscamos have taken it upon themselves to do this work. And alongside Nos Buscamos, there's this one other group in Chile who are actively conducting these searches. They're called Hijos y Madres de Silencio. And there's an initiative based in America, run by a Chilean-American adoptee called Connecting Roots.
Well, from what we've heard so far, it's important work. Jane, I'm still waiting to find out exactly what happened to Jimmy.
Yes, so as we've heard, first Constanza analysed his paperwork, and she was able to quickly spot the signs he might have been a stolen baby. But what Jimmy wanted help with next was tracking down his birth mother.
And Constanza said, well, the problem is your mother's name is very common, my mama's name is Maria Angelica Gonzalez. And she's like, that's like a John Smith in America.
Constanza advised Jimmy to take a DNA test.
So I ordered the kit and I decided to take the test. From the moment we sent it out, it took less than 41 days to get the results back and get the truth after 41 years of lies.
Wow.
I remember when those results came in, I was in my driveway making snow cones for the kids in our neighborhood, which is something I do whenever it's a hot day. My girls go and gather the rest of the kids and we make snow cones for everybody. And I got these results in and it said, there's a cousin of your parents in the database. I just started drafting this email to this woman who's a match. And I was like, hi, my name is Jimmy Titan and I'm trying to find Maria Angelica Gonzalez. She had a baby boy on October 31st, 1980, and she may or may not know that I'm alive. And I'll never forget, she wrote back, she said, we have a Maria Angelica Gonzalez on my mother's side. And I'm telling you, I clung to the tense of that word because she didn't say had, she said have, present. I had this wave of emotion when I heard the word have. Like it was hope to finally learn the truth, whatever it was.
I was finishing my lunch when my cousin called me and said, hello, I want to ask you a question. Did you have a son on October 31st, 1980?
This is Maria Angelica Gonzalez, Jimmy's birth mother.
At that moment, my heart was pounding. I said, why are you asking me that? My cousin told me that a young man was looking for me. It was like someone had thrown a bucket of ice water over me. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, it can't be. It can't be.
Maria Angelica told me what she remembers about the day Jimmy was born.
I was discharged on the second day, and they told me that my son would be hospitalized because he had turned yellow. I had to come and pick him up 48 hours later. I couldn't find my son. They told me that he had died. I went crazy crying. They said when the babies died, they were discarded. I felt such immense pain. All my life, I remembered him. I cried for him so much.
After she got that call from her cousin, she got another call from Constanza. A big part of Nos Buscamos' work is providing emotional support to people like Maria Angelica as they cope with the shock of learning what really happened to their babies and prepare themselves for contact with their adult children. Maria Angelica wanted to talk to Jimmy, but she needed time to be ready. So Jimmy decided to start small.
I sent her a photo of me and a text saying, hola mamá, soy su bebé.
I couldn't believe it. I looked at his face and found him identical to my eldest son. My heart leapt with rage, then happiness, then suddenly rage, then happiness. He sent me a video of my granddaughter saying, hello, grandmother. I was overjoyed.
Those first text messages were followed by phone calls, and soon Jimmy and his family set off for Chile so he could meet his birth mother and hug her for the first time in 42 years.
My oldest daughter asked me, what are you going to say? And like jokingly, I was like, probably hola mama. And that's exactly what I could get out in that moment. So those were the first things I said to her was, hola mama, te amo mucho.
It was good. It was painful. It was a mixed feeling. I was angry, a lot of anger, outrage, joy to know my son was alive, but indignation that so many years have passed.
She's so tiny. She's such a tiny woman. She's so sweet. And I just couldn't imagine somebody doing something so horrific to someone so kind and so small. It was heartbreaking.
Since that reunion in 2023, Jimmy and his mama, as he calls her, have met several times and formed a strong bond. He's even added her last name, González, onto his own.
Mi relación con mi hijo es muy hermosa.
My relationship with my son is very beautiful. He's a wonderful son. We are always communicating. All week we have video calls. And now I have a third granddaughter, who I went to hold in my arms in the United States when she was born.
We brought Mama actually to America when my youngest daughter was born, because she's missed every major family moment. So we felt really strongly about bringing her to America so that she could be there for that.
Eso ha sido maravilloso, maravilloso tener esta familia que Dios me ha
And it has been wonderful, wonderful to have this family that God has given me, and that this puzzle, the missing piece, was completed.
Jimmy Tyden Lipet Gonzalez and his mama, Maria Angelica Gonzalez. What an incredible story. Thank you so much, Jane, for sharing this with us today.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of today's program, but I would love to hear your thoughts about what we've shared today. All you need to do is send an email with your feedback to peoplefixingtheworld@bbc.co.uk or catch me on WhatsApp. The number is +44 8000 321 721. Now, I'll be back again next week with more positive news from around the world. Until then, thanks for listening.
Business Daily is coming up next. In 20 minutes, we witness history and the rivalry between Tesla and Edison.
Edison was the Napoleon of invention. Edison had invented the light bulb, or at least he built the first really good light bulb. And he also invented the phonograph. So Edison was hugely famous, and he was a hero.
Then, in an hour, join assignment in Syria as millions return home following years of civil war.
Unable to believe that I'm here, also struggling to understand the scale of loss and grief that have happened in this city.
And at 9 GMT, it's the Arts Hour.
With Oscar-winning French star Juliette Binoche and British actor Ralph Fiennes, I talk to American writer and filmmaker Neil LaBute and music from Spanish star Rita Paez.
Stay tuned for that and more here on the BBC World Service.
Coming up on Business Daily on the BBC World Service, we are in Saudi Arabia ahead of the arrival of US President Donald Trump. Billions of dollars of investment deals with Gulf states are on the table. So how important is this region for President Trump? And what could the Gulf get out of it? That's with me, Samir Hashmi, after this latest world news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. President Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia for his first major tour since his re-election. He hopes to be able to secure huge trade deals during his visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Palestinians in Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini said the Israeli government had weaponized food by barring supplies. Israel has dismissed his views. China's President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he called bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those gathered in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. In a further easing of US tariffs on imports from China, President Trump has slashed the tax imposed on small parcels. The levy is being cut from 120% to 54% from Wednesday. Pakistan has indicated it's prepared to work with India and others to address allegations that terrorists operate within its borders. The Foreign Minister told the BBC he was hopeful that direct talks could resolve long-standing problems. Unofficial results from Monday's midterm elections in the Philippines show a relatively poor performance by candidates backed by President Marcos. A man's been arrested in connection with fires at two homes linked to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Police say a 21-year-old was detained on suspicion of arson with intent to endanger life and remains in custody. Dozens of people in Nepal have held a symbolic funeral for the Yala glacier as it rapidly melts due to climate change. Since the mid-70s, the glacier has lost more than half of its area, and scientists warn it could disappear altogether by the 2040s. That's the latest. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to Business Daily from the BBC World Service with me, Samir Hashmi. Today we are in Saudi Arabia ahead of a visit from US President Donald Trump to this region. For Saudi Arabia, Trump's visit is about strengthening ties with a long-standing Western ally, a relationship that grew strained during the Biden years.
From a Saudi or Emirati point of view, success is keeping this president happy and on his good side. These are relationships that I think from Saudi Arabia, from the UAE, they want to just sort of keep things on calm waters and not have to delve into the more contentious and difficult issues within the region.
For President Trump, it is about landing investment deals that can be framed as a win for his economic agenda.
These will all be packaged in a manner that looks, appropriate and will give the president the sort of headline that he needs. Again, he's looking for a headline of big investments in America, and he will get that.
Saudi Arabia is moving hugely toward tech and IT solutions, and I would say that the tech sector in both countries is ripe for collaboration.
So will the visit be a win-win for the US and the Gulf? That's all coming up in today's Business Daily. It's the 20th of May 2017. The venue is Murabba Palace, one of the oldest and most historical palaces in Riyadh. Hundreds of Saudi men are performing the Ardha, their traditional sword dance. It's a powerful display of rhythm and heritage, drumming, chanting, and synchronized movement. And among them, in a moment that made headlines around the world, stands Donald Trump. Swaying gently with a sword in his hand, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Saudis, performing the Ardha. This was the grand welcome he received on his first foreign trip as president. He broke with decades of tradition by choosing Saudi Arabia as his maiden foreign trip. Modern US presidents typically visit Canada, Mexico, or the United Kingdom first. Now, 8 years later,
I can also confirm the dates of the president's trip to the Middle East. He will travel to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates from May 13th until May 16th.
Donald Trump will land in the Saudi capital Riyadh for a 3-day tour of the Gulf on his first major overseas trip since returning to office. The US president will meet Saudi Arabia's crown prince and de facto ruler Mohammed bin Salman. He will also attend a summit with regional leaders and heads of state, and then he's scheduled to travel to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. For President Trump, the stakes are high. He's chasing fresh Gulf investments, particularly from the region's powerful sovereign wealth funds. Back in January, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman pledged to invest $600 billion in the US economy over the next 4 years. But Donald Trump is aiming higher, seeking deals that could total up to $1 trillion.
And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America, but I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them.
So will the Saudis agree? And what could be announced during the visit?
I think what's different and what's important this time is that this administration is very focused on bilateral engagements, the deal making.
This is Karen Young, a leading Gulf expert at the Middle East Institute based in Washington, D.C.
It is the first foreign policy trip that the president is making, and it is a repeat of what he did in his first administration of visiting Saudi Arabia, but also now including other GCC states in this visit. So it's not a regional trip. It's not a trip that's meant to really make significant progress on regional crises, whether that's in Gaza or in Syria or even in Lebanon. I don't think he's there to ask for Gulf support on regional issues. He'll be asking them for what they can do for the United States. So this is really about those investment pledges and about the ways that they can find synergies or meet mutual interests. And so it's a real change of tack, I would say, from a foreign policy perspective of what traditionally U.S. presidents have seen as the role of Gulf financial intervention and support in the wider region, and then prioritizing, of course, this idea of America first.
What's interesting is that Donald Trump has been very clear that he's expecting big investments from Saudi Arabia. I mean, there are talks that the Crown Prince has agreed to pledge about $600 billion. Donald Trump is talking about $1 trillion.
Yeah, I mean, these are very big numbers. They're not really realistic in terms of what would flow in direct investment. This is also about arms purchases. It's about sort of long-term strategic investment in the United States. And so I would take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. But yes, he wants the announcement. He wants to have a big poster in a meeting that describes, where these investments might go and some estimation of what they do in the American economy in terms of job creation, or his big push, of course, on domestic manufacturing. And it's quite delicate because investment of that size, particularly in what the U.S. administration wants, which is support for critical energy infrastructure, whether that's in LNG or pipelines or port systems for export facilities, or perhaps even in nuclear technology for driving growth in data centers and AI. These are, sensitive industries. And so one of the points of discussion in advance, and that's why Sheikh Tahnoun was in Washington, and also Khaldoun Mubarak and other UAE officials, was to try to get some assurances that an Emirati investment would be very much a safe one, and one that could be fast-tracked in terms of U.S. CFIUS review, so the congressional review that is making sure that any foreign investment in critical infrastructure of any kind is okay, and with a partner that is trusted, because historically, and this is true in any country, that having foreign investment in very sensitive infrastructure would be considered a risk.
It's pretty clear what Trump wants from this trip. What about the Saudis and even the Emiratis for that matter? What are they expecting to gain out of this trip? What would success look like from the Saudis' point of view, from the Emirati point of view, and even from Trump's point of view?
Well, I think from a Saudi or Emirati point of view, success is keeping this president happy and on his good side. And so it's quite easy to make commitments of investment. They have large sovereign wealth funds, which are already directing a lot of allocations into U.S. markets. The U.S. has critical technologies and assets, which are good investments from their sovereign wealth funds point of view. So it's I think pretty straightforward from a Gulf state point of view. You make a commitment, make the president happy, and that he can claim a win on his economic policy, and then leave the difficult things sort of off the table. These are relationships that I think from Saudi Arabia, from the UAE, they want to just sort of keep things on calm waters and not have to delve into the more contentious and difficult issues within the region, on which there are some anxieties and I think real apprehension, including the negotiations ongoing with Iran.
Defense will be high on the economic agenda during President Trump's visit to Riyadh. According to reports, he is expected to offer the Saudis an arms deal worth over $100 billion that would include a range of weapons like transport aircraft, missiles, and radar systems. The United States has been a long-standing arms supplier to Saudi Arabia, with President Trump offering weapons worth $110 billion during the first term. But as of 2018, only $14.5 billion in arms sales had been initiated, and those deals came under growing scrutiny in Congress following the murder of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi. In 2021, the US Congress imposed a ban on the sale of offensive weapons to the kingdom, citing the murder and Saudi Arabia's role in the war in Yemen. The Biden administration began easing its stance in 2022 as Russia's invasion of Ukraine disrupted global oil markets. By 2024, the ban was lifted, with Riyadh viewed as a crucial Washington partner in the post-war reconstruction of Gaza. Ali Shehabi is a Saudi political commentator and author with close ties to the government. I asked him what was Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman looking to get out of this trip.
I mean, you want to solidify the American Saudi security relationship. It's already quite strong. There's a lot of cooperation. Saudi Arabia works very closely with Central Command, which is the U.S. Gulf military organization. And you want that, fortified and sort of solidified by this visit, which I think it will be.
What do you mean when you say solidified? What would be the specifics, if you can give us some kind of...
Well, it's a question of also having in place a more efficient procurement system, which allows the kingdom to get ammunition, for example, on an expedited basis, to get access to more military equipment, to get access to more American assistance and advice. This is obviously an ongoing process, but its continued efficacy depends on the ongoing relationship with each current U.S. administration. So it's important that the visit of President Trump highlights that and confirms it and keeps it on a solid footing.
President Trump, of course, has set the agenda very clear, what he's looking for from this trip. He wants Saudi capital to come into the United States. But there are also concerns that given where oil prices are, and there are budgetary challenges that Saudi Arabia is facing right now, that they may not be in a position to pledge such a huge amount, whether it's $600 billion or more, into the US markets.
Well, look, again, it's a question of packaging. And the kingdom has a huge portfolio of existing investments in America and a pipeline of investments it intends to make in America in any event. So these will all be packaged in a manner that looks, appropriate and will give the president the sort of headline that he needs. I think it will not be affected very much by the movement of oil prices at the moment.
And what is the kind of headline that the Saudis are looking for from this trip?
No, it's more the headline that the president's looking for. Again, he's looking for a headline of big investments in America, and he will get that.
You're listening to Business Daily from the BBC World Service. I'm Samir Hashmi in Saudi Arabia, and today I'm looking at the relationship between this region and the United States as US President Donald Trump flies in for an official visit.
Made to change.
No.
No, Mo, it is
Earl.
Neom.
What did you say to me?
It's Neom.
What's Neom?
C'est un changement dans le paradigme civilisationnel enraciné.
A glimpse into Saudi Arabia's ambitious trillion-dollar futuristic zone, roughly the size of Belgium.
There, in that corner of Saudi Arabia. Neom.
Neom is the centerpiece of the kingdom's Vision 2030 strategy, an economic diversification program to move the country away from its reliance on oil, as global demand for hydrocarbons is expected to fall in the coming decades. As part of this strategy, the Saudi government is investing heavily in sectors like tourism, entertainment, mining, and sports. But the country now faces twin challenges. First, oil prices have recently plunged to a 4-year low, creating budget pressures that could slow down the momentum of these mega projects. In fact, spending on several initiatives, including NEOM, has already been scaled back over the last year due to falling oil prices. Second, foreign direct investment into Saudi Arabia fell for a third consecutive year in 2024, highlighting ongoing difficulties in attracting international capital. I'm standing outside the King Abdulaziz Convention Center here in Riyadh. This is the venue where the Saudi government will be organizing a major investment summit on the day President Trump arrives. It will be attended by ministers and chief executives from both the countries. While much of the attention is on President Trump drawing Gulf capital into the US economy, the Saudis will use this opportunity to attract American investments into the country. The US-Saudi Business Council, an organization working closely with governments and private businesses in both countries, believes that President Trump's visit will help to shine a light on potential investment opportunities in Saudi Arabia for American firms. Hutam Al-Jalal is the head of the Riyadh office.
Saudi Arabia is moving hugely toward tech and IT solutions, and I would say that the tech sector in both countries is ripe for collaboration, focusing on areas such as AI, fintech, and smart technologies. There is also one sector that is booming and super expanding here in Saudi Arabia, which is entertainment and tourism. With Saudi Arabia's focus on becoming the global tourism hub, there is a substantial investment opportunities in, I would say, liaison activities, cultural events, and hospitalities. Also, I would say healthcare. The demand for advanced healthcare services and technology is rising heavily in Saudi Arabia. This demand creates opportunities for American firms specializing in medical devices, pharmaceuticals, healthcare IT solutions. I would also would like to mention construction and infrastructure, and this is a very important sector. I will tell you why. With the ongoing mega projects like NEOM, Red Sea projects, Qiddiya, and etc., this will create the perfect atmosphere for the U.S. construction firms to participate in building the infrastructure that is necessary for this ambitious development.
In the sun-scorched Riyadh, the Saudis are getting ready to roll out the red carpet once again. For Saudi Arabia and its neighbors, President Trump's visit isn't just symbolic. It's a strategic reset to rekindle ties with their oldest Western ally. Ties that frayed during the Biden years. For President Trump, this trip is about investment deals, about headlines. It's a chance to bring back home big-ticket investments once he can sell as proof that his America First is working. And it comes at a time of turbulence. The American economy shrank between January and March, the first contraction in 3 years. Government spending dipped while imports surged. And uncertainty looms, both at home and abroad. For Trump, the stakes are clear. A successful trip would be projected as a win for his economic agenda. The Gulf is betting on him again. And in a region where handshakes often signal billion-dollar deals, and where politics and profit walk hand in hand, this visit is not just about diplomacy. It's about validation and stability as well. Thanks for listening to this episode of Business Daily, produced and presented by me, Samir Hashmi. To hear more episodes, just search for Business Daily wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
Hello, you're listening to the BBC World Service. Now, witness history. Today, we're going back 110 years to the United States, when two great rivals had brought electricity to the world, and it looked like they were set to share the Nobel Prize for Physics. But it never happened. Claire Bowes has the story.
It's November 1915, and the front page of the New York Times reveals the names of two men who were to share the Nobel Prize for Physics, a Serb called Nikola Tesla and the great American inventor Thomas Edison, celebrated for his work with electricity and sound.
We present the actual voice of Thomas Alva Edison.
Ladies and gentlemen,
when I look around at the resources of the electrical field today, I feel that I would be glad to begin again my work as an electrician and inventor.
Edison was the Napoleon of invention. Edison had invented the light bulb, or at least he built the first really good light bulb, and he also invented the phonograph. So Edison was hugely famous, and he was a hero.
One of the people who idolised him was Nikola Tesla. The Serb had moved to New York to work for Edison. Once there, he'd made a huge impact. Tesla had delighted in showing Edison his new, more effective way of producing electricity using alternating current, or AC, instead of Edison's system, which used direct current, or DC. Mark Cypher is Tesla's biographer.
If you wanted to light a town with direct current, you would have to have a power station at every mile throughout the town, and power would drop off over distance. So if you were, 3/4 of a mile away, you have dim light bulbs, and if you were near the power station, you have bright light bulbs. There's something called a commutator, which made the natural alternating current into direct current. What Tesla did was he removed the commutator, and so he would be harnessing alternating current unencumbered. And so now you could send energy literally hundreds of miles, and you could also distribute electrical power. So it's kind of like comparing a horse and buggy to a jet plane.
But Edison was not convinced, and the two very quickly fell out.
Alternating current, by its nature, changes its direction of flow at many times a second. Say you had a waterfall which went downstream and then upstream and then downstream and upstream at many times a second. How could you put a water wheel on that? No one knew how to do that. So what they did was they just used the downstream. And that's the world that Edison had been working with for 20 years. So he didn't even want to look at the system. And so Tesla said, well, let me redesign your DC system. Instead, I can make that more efficient. And Edison said, well, there's $50,000 in it for you. And Tesla went ahead and redesigned the DC system. And when he tried to collect the $50,000, Edison said, you got to be kidding. It was an American joke. And so Tesla left in a huff. And that was about 1884. So that was their early relationship. And it ended on a sour note.
Tesla was no longer in awe of Edison.
Tesla looked upon Edison, as he once said, inventor of useful appliances.
William Turbo is Nikola Tesla's closest living relative, his great-nephew.
In my household, we talk about Edison as a misplaced icon for electricity, when it was obvious to my family and to other technical people that Tesla was much more important for electricity than was Edison.
The hatred escalated when the two went head-to-head to compete for the right to build a hydroelectric power plant at Niagara Falls and potentially light up the whole of the northeastern corner of the US. If alternating current, or AC, won out, then Edison would have to completely overhaul his business. Playing on the fears of this new and mysterious power, Edison set about convincing the American public that alternating current was dangerous.
So Edison started what was called the War of the Currents. What he did was he started to electrocute cats and dogs and even a rogue elephant using Tesla's system. So Tesla began to experiment as to how to send electricity through your body, and he realized that he could send hundreds of thousands of volts, but a very, very tiny amount of power. And with that, he could hold a light bulb in his hand, and he could light a light bulb. And he'd appear on stage, and he appeared as like a Svengali. And he was winning the PR campaign because people could now see that the Tesla AC system could be safe.
He succeeded. He won the Niagara contract and changed the world.
Before Tesla's system, you could only send energy about a mile, and if you want to have a factory, you needed to be right next to a power source. After Tesla's system, you could have one hydroelectric plant at Niagara Falls, and you could literally light up the entire Northeast. You could send electrical power to Chicago, Toronto, Boston, to New York, all from this one system. This was a gigantic system all over the world. They would now be starting to use the Tesla system. So I would say in 1897, Tesla became easily as famous as Tom Edison, and for the next few years he was hugely famous.
So, by 1915, it was no surprise that the names of these two men had been put forward as Nobel Prize winners. News spread quickly, but when Tesla's friend Robert Johnson wrote to congratulate him, it was clear that Tesla himself held Nobel in considerable contempt. This was his response.
In 1,000 years, there will be many thousand recipients of the Nobel Prize. But I have not less than 4 of my creations identified with my name in technical literature. These are honors real and permanent, which are bestowed not by a few who are apt to err, but by the whole world, which seldom makes a mistake.
The newspaper reports in 1915 that they were going to have a Nobel Prize for Edison and Tesla together. In our family, we knew that that was not going to happen. It didn't appear to anybody in my family that he would have accepted it.
Tesla's family knew that Nikola was still stinging from a rebuke several years earlier when the award had gone to another of his rivals, Guglielmo Marconi, who Tesla was suing for stealing his ideas.
He made a very big distinction between an inventor, he even saw Edison as an inventor, and Marconi as compared to a discoverer of new principles. So Tesla said, I've discovered new principles, and that's how to send complex wireless information through the airwaves, as opposed to an inventor who just builds a better mousetrap. So looking at the letters between Tesla and Johnson and seeing that, wow, he's already telling Johnson, I don't really want this Nobel Prize because they're giving it to people that they shouldn't be giving it to.
Ultimately, the 1915 Nobel Prize is given to someone entirely different. Does Nobel ever explain why?
Yes. I mean, they said that they would never have not given an award to someone even if they wanted to refuse the award. But I don't think they can explain really why someone like Tom Edison never got a Nobel Prize or someone like Nikola Tesla never got a Nobel Prize. I think both of them certainly deserved the Nobel Prize. So it'll remain a mystery. I mean, we'll never really know. But if you put all the pieces together, there's a darn good chance that Tesla had written the Nobel Committee once they gave it to Marconi, that he was very upset with them for giving it literally to a patent pirate for his invention.
Nikola Tesla never managed to make money out of his discoveries the way his rivals Edison and Marconi had. In his later years, he became known more for his eccentricities than his pioneering work. Months before he died, he wrote this.
One night, as I was lying in bed in the dark, solving problems, as usual, my beloved pigeon flew through the window and stood on my desk. As I looked at her, I knew she wanted to tell me she was dying. When that pigeon died, something went out of my life. I knew that my life's work was finished.
Nikola Tesla died alone in a hotel where he was lodging in 1943.
Mark Cypher and William Turbo were speaking to Claire Bowes in 2011 for Witness History. William Turbo died in 2018.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, and here's what's happening in the studio this week.
Singer-songwriter Luke Black represented his country Serbia at the world's largest live music event, the Eurovision Song Contest. Luke takes us into his studio as he creates his latest collection of songs, inspired by the villains in his beloved video games.
In the studio, today at 10:30 and 21:30 GMT. In half an hour, assignment.
13 million Syrians were forced to move during the country's long civil war. Bringing them home is a huge challenge. Many no longer have homes to go to. Join me, Tim Ewell, as I join families returning to the shattered city of Homs. What awaits them?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Donald Trump arrives in Saudi Arabia looking for deals worth more than $1 trillion. Welcome to the newsroom at 8 hours GMT. This is Andrew Peach in London. Also on the way, BBC News speaks to the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees.
Do you think Israel is using humanitarian aid as a weapon of war?
I have absolutely no doubt.
That's a war crime.
That will be qualified as a war crime.
We question the Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan.
What India is claiming is that every site was connected to some sort of militant activity or training.
Their media claimed that they have destroyed Islamabad. You are sitting in Islamabad interviewing me.
And Kim Kardashian is due in court in Paris for the trial of a gang accused of robbing her.
It was not Ocean's 11. This was not well planned. One man fell off his bike and left behind a £30,000 diamond necklace.
Those stories on the way in the newsroom from the BBC. Please do stay with us.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Donald Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia for his first major tour since his re-election. The US president will also visit Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. The main focus of the trip is expected to be on trade. Our chief international correspondent Lise Doucette is in Riyadh.
For the president who styles himself as the world's biggest deal maker, this trip is less about peace deals than about deals for profit. There's talk about projects and deals across this region worth more than $1 trillion of investment in the U.S. economy. Some of the U.S.'s biggest business and tech leaders are coming here, they're going to see investment in sectors ranging from artificial intelligence to energy. This is very much emblematic of the transactional approach of President Trump. The Gulf leaders know that, and they understand that language as well.
The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini of UNRWA said the Israeli government had weaponised food by barring supplies for more than 2 months. He complained that the world had shown a monstrous indifference to the conflict.
Starvation is spreading. People are exhausted. People are hungry. We can expect in the coming weeks, if no aid is coming in, that people will not just die because of the bombardment, but they will die because of the lack of aid.
Israel has dismissed Mr. Lazzarini's views as lies. It says UNRWA has been infiltrated by Hamas. A senior Ukrainian government advisor has said President Zelensky is only prepared to meet Vladimir Putin and not any other Russian official at planned peace talks in Istanbul on Thursday. Mikhailo Podolyak said Kyiv understood the system of power in Moscow and that President Putin was the only person with the authority to make decisions that could end the war. The direct talks between the two sides were proposed by Mr. Putin, but Moscow has not yet said if he'll attend. On Monday, Donald Trump said he was thinking of going. A man's been arrested in connection with fires at 2 homes linked to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Police say a 21-year-old was detained in the early hours of Tuesday on suspicion of arson with intent to endanger life. He remains in custody. Callum Mackenzie has this report.
Firefighters were called to Sir Keir Starmer's former family home in Kentish Town in the early hours of yesterday morning. The investigation into the fire was taken over by counter-terrorism officers as a precaution because of the property's links to Sir Keir. Detectives are now considering whether that fire is linked to 2 others in the local area in recent days. All 3 fires have been treated as suspicious and inquiries are ongoing.
Callum Mackenzie with that report. You're listening to World News from the BBC. In a further easing of US tariffs on imports from China, President Trump has slashed the tax imposed on small parcels. The levy is being cut from 120% to 54% from Wednesday. Chinese online retailers such as Shein and Temu had used the previous exemption from tariffs on small packages to win a big market share in the US clothing sector. The German authorities have arrested 4 men in nationwide raids against an extremist organisation called the Kingdom of Germany. Prosecutors said the group, which has about 6,000 followers, denies the existence of the Federal Republic of Germany and its legal system. The Interior Minister said it had tried to establish a counter-state. Australia's right-leaning Liberal Party has elected a woman as leader for the first time. Susan Ley will take over following the party's heavy defeat in national elections earlier this month. Ms Ley said the Liberals had previously let women down. Women are set to play a larger role across Australian politics. A record number entered Parliament at the election. In the new cabinet, which was sworn in on Tuesday, men are in the minority. A symbolic funeral has been held in Nepal for the Yala Glacier, one of the most studied in the Himalayas, as it rapidly melts due to climate change. It's the first such ceremony in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, where glaciers provide water to nearly 2 billion people. Tenzing Chogyal Sherpa is a Nepalese cryosphere analyst.
Glaciers are very vital for the freshwater reserve. More than 70% of freshwater is stored within these glaciers. And if you look at this particular region, more than around 2 billion people are directly and indirectly connected to the water that comes from these glaciers. So it is very important for the lives and for the livelihood of the people that live in the mountains and beyond as well.
That's the latest world news from the BBC.
And this is Andrew Peach on the BBC World Service. Welcome to the newsroom. Donald Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia for the start of the first big tour of his second term in the White House. The emphasis on trade, Mr. Trump hoping to secure deals worth $1 trillion. Saudi Arabia was also the first country he went to in the first term, so why is it so important to him? Our North America editor Sarah Smith is travelling with the president.
Because it's about the cash, to be absolutely brutally blunt about it. Donald Trump is not on a diplomatic mission to cure any kind of peace deals or negotiate long-term strategic goals in the Middle East. He is here to secure American investment, and Saudi Arabia has promised him hundreds of billions of dollars of it. Donald Trump's visiting 3 countries in all. First Saudi Arabia, also Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. And if it goes as he hopes, he wants to go home with $1 trillion worth of promised investment in America, which of course he can tell his constituents is money coming to their communities for prosperity and jobs. His son Eric Trump has been on a sweep through the Middle East doing deals with the Trump Organization in all the countries that Donald Trump is visiting for new Trump towers and hotels, commissioning a Saudi building firm to do hundreds of millions of dollars worth of work for them. He has signed on the dotted line all of these personal business deals from which Donald Trump himself will ultimately profit just before his father sweeps through on this political visit. All of this, of course, has a whiff of corruption about it, say Donald Trump's adversaries, but he has always been very, very upfront about saying, look, if it's out in the open, if it's transparent, if you know about it, then it cannot be corrupt. Although, of course, what many of his critics are saying is we have no idea what he might promise now or in the future in return for this.
Sarah Smith. Our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, is also in Riyadh and watched the president arrive in the last hour.
It's a very royal welcome for the United States of America. This is a very strong personal relationship between Donald Trump, the President of the United States, and the de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. This relationship has gone from strength to strength, and it is threaded through with very ambitious visions for this region and very ambitious deal-making.
There has been a flurry of diplomatic activity from the Trump administration in the past couple of days, even by his standards. He's been involved in negotiations over Ukraine, Russia, over India, Pakistan, over Gaza, over the trade deals with China. What's on the agenda during this trip?
It is a dizzying week for diplomacy, and this is very much the signature of President Trump's style, is that everyone wonders in the morning just what will President Trump post on his Truth Social platform? What will he say when there's a microphone in front of him? And he seems to have microphones in front of him at all times of day, and he'll certainly be speaking out here. Will he speak about the meeting on Thursday, if there is a meeting, between President Putin and President Zelensky of Ukraine? President Trump has even said that if something happens in Istanbul, and there's some skepticism that it will, that he's willing to join those talks. Will he talk about moving towards a ceasefire in Gaza? He's made it clear, as he does on every other front line, he wants those wars to end. And it's been clear that there's a growing impatience between him and the leader of Israel, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. President Trump's envoy for the Middle East, his envoy for everything really, Steve Witkoff, also took the unprecedented step of publicly criticizing Israel for dragging its feet, keeping the war going when it had achieved all of its objectives. So we may hear something about the Gaza ceasefire. We may hear about other issues, but we'll see a lot of images of him with his Sharpie pen signing those deals. He's got prominent business and tech leaders who've come to the kingdom with him as well.
Donald Trump is certainly very comfortable striding the international stage, meeting other world leaders. He gets a lot of criticism for all sorts of things. Is this something he's actually quite good at?
Well, he likes to see himself as the world's best deal maker. He attributes his success to his own personal style, to personal relationships, and this is very much on show here. He doesn't hide his admiration for the kind of authoritarian rulers who can literally call the shots in their own country, and if those rulers are also fabulously wealthy, well, that's even more attractive to President Trump. He likes all the glitter, he likes all the gold, he likes the lavish receptions. All of this he'll get in abundance here on this trip. There's going to be no signs of any tension between the Saudi and American leadership, between American and Saudi ambitions. None of that awkwardness that we saw when President Biden, our listeners may remember how in his election campaign many years ago, he had vowed to make the Saudi kingdom a pariah state, and then he really had to eat humble pie. He arrived here in the kingdom and did a fist bump with Mohammed bin Salman, because no matter who's in power in the White House, they have to deal with Saudi Arabia. Not only is it one of the world's most important oil producers, huge sovereign wealth fund, but more and more Saudi Arabia is a pivotal political player in the region.
Lee's Doucette with me from Riyadh. So this tour of the Middle East takes in Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the UAE over the next 4 days. If you're wondering why Israel is absent from Donald Trump's itinerary, well, there's a piece online about that. If you go to bbc.com/news and the live page on this story, you can read the thoughts of my colleague Anthony Zerka on why Israel is not, at least at the moment, a place that's on the destination list. Now, there is hope that this Middle East tour could help bring about a ceasefire in Gaza and address the humanitarian situation there. Philippe Lazzarini is head of UNRWA, the main UN agency for Palestinians. He's told BBC News that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Palestinians in Gaza constitutes a war crime. He's also denied Israel's repeated criticism of UNRWA. Philippe Lazzarini was talking to my colleague, our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
Look, the Israelis say that your activities are hopelessly compromised in Gaza by infiltration by Hamas and the fact that staffers at UNRWA actually took part in the killing on 7th of October.
Well, first of all, we do not have any proof that staff of UNRWA has participated to the October 7 massacre. There have been an investigation for 19 staff, and the conclusion has been that for 9 of them, if the information can be authenticated and corroborated, there might be a crime behind it, and they should be held accountable. The agency decided, for the sake of the agency, to suspend the 19 staff, even for those for which there was absolutely no proof. Since then, we are receiving hundreds of allegations from the State of Israel. Each time, as a rule-based organization, we keep asking for substantiated information. We never, ever receive them.
Israel has not allowed any humanitarian aid in now for, more than 2 months. How serious is the situation there for civilians?
I think we have soon no word anymore to describe the misery and the tragedy affecting the people in Gaza. Starvation is spreading. People are exhausted. People are hungry. And more now we can expect in the coming weeks, if no aid is coming in, that people will not just die because of the bombardment, but they will die because of the lack of food aid.
Do you think Israel is using food aid, medical aid, humanitarian aid as a weapon of war?
I have absolutely no doubt, and this is what we have witnessed during these last 19 months, but especially during these last 2 months.
That's a war crime?
That will be qualified as a war crime. The qualification will come from the ICJ, not from me. But what I can say, what we see, what we observe, food and humanitarian assistance is indeed being used to meet political or military objective in the context of Gaza. That's nothing else than the weaponization of humanitarian assistance.
There are international rules. Do you think they are applied to Israel with the same tenacity as they might be applied to other countries? A lot of people say there are double standards.
Well, you have the answer in your question. There is a double standard. There is a feeling that it is selectively implemented, that some rules do not apply the same way when it comes to Israel, Palestine. And there is a very, very deep feeling of injustice in the region, which is also fueling polarization.
Do you share that feeling?
I do share this feeling. It's deeply frustrating.
That was Philippe Lazzarini from the UN Agency for Palestinians talking to our international editor, Jeremy Bowen. Kim Kardashian is due in court in Paris later to give evidence in the trial of the gang accused of robbing her at a hotel in the city 9 years ago. Jewellery worth around $10 million was stolen from the TV star and businesswoman who was tied up and held at gunpoint during Paris Fashion Week in 2016. So what can we expect to hear from Kim Kardashian later? Emma James is a freelance journalist based just outside Paris.
She's already given interviews about that night and has said that, yes, she did fear for her life. That concierge who was made to take the robbers up to her room, but held at gunpoint, gave evidence yesterday. He said she was terrified, she was hysterical, and he confirmed what she has said in interviews before, that she basically pleaded with the men who burst into her room at 3 a.m. in the morning. She's on her own. She was naked except for her hotel robe, so she must have felt so immeasurably vulnerable that she was pushed to the bed. She has said in interviews before that she feared she was going to be assaulted. She was then zip-tied, her hands and feet together. They put duct tape over her mouth, dragged her off to the bathroom. She feared she was going to be killed. Now, she begged with them, "Don't kill me. I'm a mother. I have children. Take whatever you want," which is what they then proceeded to do. Around $10 million worth of jewellery was taken, and only one item has ever been recovered. And it was, without question, an absolutely terrifying ordeal for Kim Kardashian. Forget her star quality. That means nothing when you're under threat and you've got men with guns charging into your hotel room at 3 in the morning. But it was terrifying, and yet somehow it's become this kind of almost like a folk tale, because these burglars, it was not Ocean's 11, this was not well planned. They fled on foot and on bicycles. One man, Yunus Abbas, who is one of those pleading guilty, he didn't really have a lot of choice because he's actually written a book called I Kidnapped Kim Kardashian. He actually fell off his bike as he was trying to make his getaway with a bag of jewels, dropped a load on the floor, scrabbled to pick them up, and left behind a £30,000 diamond necklace, which is the only item that's ever been recovered. But it will be interesting to see. I'm sure that the focus is going to shift today, because when you hear the detail and the fear, Kim Kardashian, her lawyers say that she wanted to confront her attackers in person, didn't want to do this by video phone. She wanted to actually be here in person to show the effect that it's had on her.
This is the BBC World Service with Andrew Peach. Pakistan has indicated it's prepared to work with India and others to address allegations that terrorists operate within its borders. The Foreign Minister, Ishaq Dar, said he was hopeful direct talks could resolve long-standing problems. A ceasefire announced on Saturday has largely halted the worst clashes in decades between these two nuclear-armed neighbours. Speaking to my colleague Azadeh Mashiri, Ishaq Dar began by reacting to the events of recent days.
From north to south of Pakistan, the public was just in chaos and in anger. What's going on in Pakistan?
Which throughout India has said it was targeting terrorist infrastructure.
Oh, come on, what terrorist infrastructure? I mean, show us one. Please, you're most welcome. BBC,
I visited one of the mosques in Muzaffarabad, which was destroyed. What India is claiming is that every site was connected to some sort of militant activity or training.
Their media claimed that they have destroyed Islamabad. You are sitting in Islamabad interviewing me. They said Karachi port is vanished and disappeared from the map. You are welcome to go to Karachi port.
What concessions is Pakistan willing to make when it comes to any monitoring of militants or former militants on Pakistani soil?
We are the worst sufferers of terrorism. We had fought global war against terrorism. We have been the front ally in the war against terrorism. We have lost 90,000 people. But then it takes two to tango. We have to work together to eliminate the menace of terrorism.
What does working together look like?
I think we can work together because if they are so allergic not to work together against this menace, we can have 2-3 more partners, global partners to deal with it.
The ceasefire. Within hours, our team heard explosions in Srinagar in Indian administered Kashmir. What were they?
We have nothing to do with this, so sometime it's choreographed. Unfortunately, I don't want to go into any negative.
Choreographed, so you think it was India's doing?
But I don't want to just, because it's a very fresh ceasefire.
In this instance, they're talking about violations.
Yeah. We had Jafar Express just a few weeks back. We didn't blame anybody. We know that we have ample evidence to put blame on certain actors, global actors, but we didn't do it.
That was Ishaq Dar talking to our Pakistan correspondent Azadeh Mashiri in Islamabad. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he called bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those at the gathering in Beijing are trying to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policies. Mr. Xi said they'd always been united in tough times.
The century-defining transformation is accelerating across the globe, with multiple risks compounding one another. Such developments make unity and cooperation among countries indispensable for safeguarding global peace and stability. There are no winners in tariff wars or trade wars.
Our business reporter, Maura Fogarty in Singapore, was listening to what Mr. Xi had to say.
He had some sharp words for the U.S. He said there are no winners in tariff wars. He also said bullying or hegemonism only leads to self-isolation. So again, no guess as to who he's referring to. But it is part of President Xi's strategy to become less dependent on trade with the United States, looking for new trading partners and investment partners around the world. And he sees that Latin America and the Caribbean countries as a key part of that.
Now to the Philippines, and a game of thrones between the two most powerful families resuming after disappointing midterm election results for the incumbent president Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. Candidates backed by him won half of the national Senate seats up for grabs. He's embroiled in a bitter feud and power battle with his vice president, Sara Duterte. As allies, they won a big victory in the last presidential election in 2022. Since then, their relationship has fractured, he accusing her of threatening to assassinate him, she accusing him of incompetence and saying she dreamed of decapitating him. This midterm election then a critical barometer of the strength of these two political dynasties. With his assessment, our Southeast Asia correspondent, Jonathan Head.
So what are we to make of the results of the Philippines election? Well, they're certainly not great news for President Marcos. Usually, incumbent presidents in the Philippines get most of the senators on their slate elected, but this time, only half of those backed by Mr. Marcos won, and he needs those votes if the plan to impeach his great rival, Vice President Sara Duterte, is to succeed. Also, some of the candidates backed by her and independents got a lot more votes than those in the Marcos camp, suggesting falling popularity for the president. So in the remaining 3 years of his term, Mr. Marcos has to restore his popularity at a time when the economy is not doing well and try to persuade at least 2/3 of the senators to back impeachment. That's a tall order. If impeachment fails, well, Sara Duterte is still the front runner to win the next presidential election, and few doubt that she would use the authority that she got being president to go after the Marcoses.
Anthony Albanese has been sworn in as Australia's Prime Minister, along with his new cabinet, which boasts a record number of women. He was sworn in by the Governor-General of Australia, Sam Mostyn.
I, Anthony Norman Albanese, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve the Commonwealth of Australia, her land and her people in the office of Prime Minister.
Mr Albanese was re-elected after his Labour Party won a landslide in a federal election just over a week ago. Here's our Australia correspondent Katie Watson in Sydney.
It's a new-look cabinet, with 12 of the 22 jobs being given to women. That mirrors Labour's majority in the House of Representatives. After the historic election on May the 3rd, the party looks set to have at least 92 seats in the lower house, with a higher proportion of them held by female MPs. While the Prime Minister and his new cabinet were being sworn in, the opposition Liberal Party elected their new leader. Susan Lee will be the party's first woman to head the Liberals, replacing Peter Dutton, who lost his seat in the federal elections. Anthony Albanese's first trip overseas will be to Indonesia on Wednesday. He's then expected to fly to Rome to join world leaders for the inauguration of Pope Leo XIV.
Tonight sees the first semi-final of Eurovision in the host city of Basel in Switzerland. As our arts correspondent David Silito now reports, behind all the flags, not everything is quite as it seems.
The sound of the turquoise carpet, the gala opening of Eurovision Week. A parade of 37 hopeful acts, among them Vibe.
Never stop. Oh no, don't stop believing.
Two silver-clad brothers from Iceland, Halfdan and Matthias Mathiasson, and a song with a very Icelandic vibe.
We have a song about boat and rowing. We want to win Eurovision and host it in our garden. Yes, in our back garden. We have a pretty big garden, yes, and there are dogs, and we have cats. Yes. We represent the whole country, and it's just us. It's crazy.
How many people are there in Iceland?
Oh, I think like 400,000. Yes. We're so small, so like basically everyone has already competed in Eurovision. We're the finalists. Yeah, we're the last ones that have not gone.
But of course you don't have to be Icelandic to represent Iceland. Rules are pretty flexible. Denmark's entry this year, Sissel, is from the Faroe Islands. How many people are there in the Faroes?
I think like 54,000 and like 75,000 sheep, so more sheep than people.
They'll all be watching you, won't they?
They all will.
The frontrunners, Sweden, aren't really Swedish.
We're from Finland, actually.
You're Finnish?
Yeah, we're Finnish. Yeah, Swedish-speaking Finns.
Do you speak Finnish as well?
Yes. Kyllä. A bit.
And Ireland, who used to be a Eurovision superpower, have... Well, I'll let her introduce herself.
Ready for takeoff. Emmy Kristine Guttorpsrud Christiansen.
I'm trying to work out which bit of Ireland that's from.
We're actually Norwegians. Like a party in the sky.
Yes, Norway, a country once famous for the number of times it got null point. Times change, and for an event that shies away from politics, there are always controversies. Questions this year about Israel's participation and the Georgian entry's political allegiances. And the whole build-up feels like an election campaign.
What the hell just happened?
The UK's entry this year, Remember Monday.
What the hell just happened?
Lauren, Charlotte and Holly-Ann have been on a non-stop Eurovision tour with up to 6 countries a week.
We started the last week in Amsterdam.
Yes. Yeah.
Then we went to Copenhagen.
And then we went to Oslo.
Norway, Oslo.
And then we went to
Reykjavik. In 7 days. 7 days. We landed last night. It is wild.
It's amazing.
Are you enjoying it?
I can't explain to you how much we're enjoying it.
Yeah.
We are literally travelling the world, performing in front of hundreds of millions of people. And you're doing it with 2 best friends. I mean, we couldn't ask
We're just on a
for
girls'
anything
trip.
more. We're literally on the best girls' trip of our lives.
And tonight it's the first semi-final. We might think it's tough representing the UK, but at least we're guaranteed a place on Saturday. For many, a Tuesday night in Basel will be the end of their Eurovision dream.
No clue, but I liked it.
David Silto reporting. I've been to Eurovision a few times in Germany, Sweden and Turkey. I can tell you those gathered in Switzerland for the next few days will have a whale of a time. Our main news, Donald Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia, hoping to make huge trade deals during the first major tour of his second term in the White House. From me, Andrew Peach, and the team here in London, thank you for listening.
This is the BBC World Service, and Jude Shapiro is finding out what happens when faith and flying combine.
You can spend hours in an airport and never learn anything about the people around you. Who they are, why they're travelling, how they're feeling.
Flying generates all sorts of emotions. We see everything in one way or another.
Come with me as I spend a week with the multi-faith chaplains at the UK's busiest international airport.
Hello, can I help you?
They support the emotional and spiritual needs of passengers and staff.
Sometimes I just sit and talk to somebody who's perhaps frightened, and we talk about faith. They've got faith that the aeroplane's going to stay in the air, and I say, just like me, I have faith with my walk in life.
I don't actually believe there is any such thing as a random conversation. People are so often placed in our path just at the right time.
Faith on the Fly, the Airport Chaplains. At bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
Welcome to Assignment on the BBC World Service from Homs, Syria, where convoys are bringing home people who were displaced to refugee camps during the country's long civil war. Half Syria's population was forced to move, internally or abroad, but many no longer have homes to go back to. Can those returning to Homs build new lives amid the ruins? That's Assignment with me, Tim Hewell, after the news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. President Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia for his first major tour since his re-election. He hopes to be able to secure huge trade deals during his visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. The head of the main UN agency for Palestinians has told the BBC that Israel's blockade of food deliveries to Palestinians in Gaza constitutes a war crime. Philippe Lazzarini said the Israeli government had weaponised food by barring supplies. Israel has dismissed his views. A senior Ukrainian government advisor has said President Zelensky is only prepared to meet with Vladimir Putin and not any other Russian official at peace talks due to take place in Istanbul on Thursday. Moscow has not yet said if Mr. Putin will attend. China's President Xi Jinping has called for unity in the face of what he called bullying at a meeting with leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean. Those gathered in Beijing want to strengthen ties amid uncertainty created by Donald Trump's erratic trade policy. A man's been arrested in connection with fires at 2 homes linked to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Police say he was detained on suspicion of arson with intent to endanger life. The German authorities have arrested 4 men in a series of nationwide raids against an extremist organisation called the Kingdom of Germany. Prosecutors said the group denies the existence of the Federal Republic of Germany. Pakistan has indicated that it is prepared to work with India and others to address allegations that terrorists operate within its borders. The Foreign Minister told the BBC he was hopeful that direct talks could resolve long-standing problems. And Australia's right-leaning Liberal Party has elected a woman as leader for the first time. Susan Ley will take over following the party's heavy defeat in national elections earlier this month. BBC News.
This is an amazing sight. So there's a convoy as far back as the eye can see along the road. We're in the centre of Homs, and this is a convoy bringing back 100 families, displaced people from camps in the north of Syria back here to their home city after years away. So they're being greeted here in the centre of the city. There are men in traditional costume, leather boots, black and white caps, silk embroidered shirts as they're about to get off the buses. And next to the buses is another line of trucks carrying all the people's belongings piled high with mattresses, carpets, beds. Syria, 5 months after the fall of the Assad regime, after a civil war which began in 2011, which forced half the population to move. 6 million fled abroad, 7 million within Syria. Bringing them back is perhaps the country's biggest challenge. I'm Tim Hewell, and for assignment here on the BBC World Service, I've come to Homs, Syria's 3rd city, heavily bombarded by government forces in the war, to meet them and other returnees. Inside this bus, there's not a single spare place. Women, a lot of children. Can you tell us your name and where you've come from today?
My name is Hannah and I've come here today from the northern countryside of Aleppo. I'm thrilled to be back in my city, Homs.
How many hours have you just travelled?
We've spent 8 hours on the road.
And how long have you been away from Homs? 14 years? So how do you feel?
It feels as if I'm reborn, being back into my city, Homs.
But a lot of the city has been destroyed. Do you have a house to go to?
My house was destroyed, and so today I'm visiting relatives, and then I'll see, what I can do.
Despite the dancing, they're returning to ruins. How will they fare?
My name is Ammar Azzouz. I have come back to Homs. It's been 14 years for me without being able to return. I was aching for this day where I can return and walk in the city, touch the stones, meet the people, look at their faces, unable to believe that I'm here, also struggling to understand the scale of loss and grief that have happened in this city.
Ammar trained as an architect in Homs. Now he researches at Oxford University in England. He left Syria in November 2011, 6 months into the uprising against the dictator Bashar al-Assad.
I still remember a lot of crying, my mom and myself just weeping on a staircase. There were already tanks in the streets and snipers put across the buildings of my neighborhood. So I left with a sense of relief that I will be safe somewhere else. But even though I left Homs, Homs has never left me all the time. I felt like my life is divided into two pieces. Like part of me is in Homs, and the physical part is in the UK. And sometimes when just watching the news, I would just go to the bathroom, close the door and just cry there. To see one's own city under attack, getting destroyed, losing one friend after the other, knowing neighbors who were tortured or forcibly disappeared. Because of the resistance that happened inside Homs, the city was known as the capital of the revolution.
In spring 2011, anti-government protests in Homs were attacked by security forces. Dozens of people were killed. Soon afterwards, fighting broke out between rebel forces and the Syrian army. It besieged the city centre for 3 years until the rebels surrendered. Oh my God.
So this is Jurat al-Shayyah. It's one of the central part of the city. And it was, as you can see, heavily destroyed. And some of the buildings are completely abandoned because they are uninhabitable.
It really looks like a war zone. So some of the houses have got their fronts completely blasted away.
So this is the historical mosque, Khalid ibn al-Walid Mosque. In an entire street there will be like one family in every building, or like one family in every few buildings.
Oh look, so there's two little girls hanging off a balcony in a not completely destroyed house and blowing bubbles. That's rather beautiful. So the bubbles, they're catching the sunlight now and they're drifting down, well, over the rubble actually.
Yes, life is back despite everything.
Who's that?
I'm saying I'm from this neighborhood.
Hi. Suddenly, an inquisitive man in his 30s, black beard and a peaked sports cap, has come up to Ammar, me and my guide, Arif Al-Krais. What's your name?
This street, only 3 families are living.
So where do you live? You can just see lumps of concrete just hanging from the side of the house. Can we go in for a minute? So the front of this would be open if there wasn't plastic sheeting across it. But he lives upstairs. Salaam. So this is just about livable in, I'd say. There's 2 sofas, there's a stove, they've got a television in the corner, so there is electricity here.
He fixed this flat and rebuilt it. I was living in Lebanon and I returned in 2020.
This is Yassir's mother. Sorry, I don't know, شو اسمك? Well, I don't know your name.
Siham.
Siham. Right. She's just saying this is a very old Arab house, which I can see for myself because look at the height of the ceiling. She's a bubbly woman, bright eyes and plump cheeks, framed by a flowing white hijab. So young-looking that first I thought she was Yassir's wife.
I've lived here since I was 14 when I got married. In this house, yes. I'm 65 years old now and I've lived here since I got married. Weddings back in the day were very different from weddings today. We would have belly dancers. People would celebrate over 7 nights and play the oud, the tambourine and drum. And it was also the norm for the bride to change dresses. And with every dress she'd change, she'd have to sing a song. Unlike today when, brides just, dance to recorded music.
How many dresses did you have?
والله كتير. 12 واحد. ايه والله سودي وبيضة وزهر وناري.
Well, I changed so many dresses. I changed about 12 dresses. There was black, there was white, there was red. So many dresses.
That was 1974. Bashar's father, President Hafez al-Assad, was consolidating his dictatorship. 37 years later, when she'd raised 5 children in this house, The uprising began, the regime tried to suppress it, and the family fled. He's gesturing now how they were spraying the street with machine guns. They basically had to go flat on their stomachs to even like crawl along to escape the gunfire. They moved in with relatives in Damascus. Then Yasser found work in Lebanon. When they came back to Homs, they rented a flat for 3 years while they re-roofed this one, while Yasser, a professional carpenter, made it homely again. Oh, look! Wow, it's a little yellow bird in a cage.
It's his hobby. He really likes to raise birds.
Does it sing?
Yeah. 7 to 8 melodies. He's imitating the bird. He's imitating the bird.
Despite much coaxing, it won't sing for us. But Siham will, just as she did on her wedding day.
يلي عقلها دايب مثل حكايتك شو عندها حبايب ويلي بيسألها بتقول له رايب هيدا ابن عمي وهيدا على الذمة وهيدا بيقرب بابا.
This is about different types of girls. Girls who have, you know, like lots of lovers, and a girl who smokes, and a girl or a woman who's married and, you know, like can stick by her husband through thick and thin. So, you know, things like that.
مامات الغير نسوان نزلي بالقرون ايه وايه وغربل حلوة ما.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That was really, really great. You know, people have such resilience.
Despite everything around us, there's still this humanity that makes Homs so unique and so special. Any joke starts by saying, once upon a time there's a guy in Homs, or there's a woman in Homs who did this and that. So there's a huge sense of humor in this city.
But now it's laughter through tears. Most stories start with a guy or a woman who left.
This is our home.
That house there? It's a completely gutted building. There's marks from bullets or artillery on the outside, all the windows blown in. This is Samira Madwar, an artist friend of Ammar's. She lived here, her childhood home, till the battle for Homs began in 2011. Now she lives on the edge of the city. She's returned here only once or twice since.
They took everything. After that, they threw bombs, phosphor bombs, to burn the house.
Phosphorus bombs. This is Samira's husband, Ra'ad. So first of all, you were forced to leave, then they looted the house, and then they burned it.
Exactly.
Broken plates here, toilet bowl there, they're just broken in half.
Because they couldn't take it.
Samira's picking something up.
It's my photo. I am here.
What year is this from?
Maybe 1971 or 2, camping from the school. This one, my best friend, her name is Rose. We are still now very loyal. She is a Christian and I am Muslim. And we never said, you are Christian and I am Muslim. And the same. She was my best friend. She is now in Lebanon.
We should go.
She wanted to find one of her books, and she found the book and she touched it, and it was all like dust. The book was just a powder.
5 سنين أنا أروح على وزارة التربية مشان أشتغل بالمناهج الجديدة اللي عملوها لمادتنا.
I spent 5 years going to the Ministry of Education working on the art curriculum. So everything I worked on, everything I wrote was on those shelves, and I lost them all.
I can't speak. In my brain, there is a hole. My paintings, my books, my everything, I put it on the walls. They took it. And left us without memory about our life. about our life. They burn all the home, all the house.
Those responsible, Assad soldiers or Shabiha pro-government thugs, scrawled their names on the wall.
These must be the people who either looted or destroyed or damaged something in this building.
So they're like boasting that they came here and ransacked the house?
Sometimes inside the houses you would find like the name of the branch of the soldiers or something.
Boasting of their superiority. They, the victors, were Alawites, the minority that Bashar al-Assad belonged to. Their victims, the losers, were Sunni Muslims, like most Syrians.
They put our furnitures and everything in their streets and said, this is Sunnah Souk.
Sunnah Souk, they meant this is where you could come and buy things from the Sunnah. That's like a way of mocking you.
Or not being ashamed about what's being done.
Christians, Sunnis like Samira and Alawites, had long lived side by side in Homs. But in the civil war, it was the Syrian city that divided most violently along sectarian lines. And that's left a very visible mark on Homs today, because the neighbourhoods of the Alawites were barely touched by the war. Yeah, this is a much tidier, better preserved part of Homs, kind of almost suburban, with little stretches of grass between the blocks of flats, trees. That's not surprising, because this is basically an Alawite district, part of the town that President Assad's forces protected and which they used as their base to fire from. Hi, hello.
Hi.
Hello, nice to meet you, Tim.
Nice
How do you
to meet
do?
you too.
Hi.
Haneen.
Hi,
Hi.
nice to see you.
My name is Haneen Ahmad. I am a civil activist from more than 10 years. Now, after the falling of regime, I am a part of a local network here in my city Homs to protect the civil peace.
Yesterday, we spent most of the day going around districts quite close to the centre of town, basically Sunni districts, largely or at least partially destroyed, where everybody had to move out. In those years, you were living here in this suburb which was kind of untouched almost by the war. What was that like for you?
انفجارات يعني كنا نقدر نسمع
Haneen slipped into Arabic, so my translator, Maria Mohammed, is helping out.
Well, I would hear explosions. I would see big explosions. And I witnessed when they actually dropped barrel bombs on the old city, which is in that direction. And we couldn't do anything. I was a paramedic, but I felt helpless leading a somewhat normal life while others are being killed, are being murdered.
And now the tables have turned. Yesterday's winners are today's losers. Since President Assad fled in December ahead of a lightning advance by an Islamist Sunni rebel group called Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, it's Alawites, tarred by their association with the old regime, who are now the victims of revenge attacks. The day before I visited Haneen, 2 men on a motorbike opened fire on a mother and her 2 daughters outside their home nearby. All 3 women are now dead.
هلا هي الجريمة اللي صارت امبارح صارت 7:30 بالليل بشارع
The crime that was committed yesterday was committed in a crowded street at 7 p.m. It's a loop, like a vicious cycle.
كل العلويين اليوم لديهم شعور مرعب.
All Alawites today feel horrible terror. The murdering, the kidnapping, it is expected because of all the grudges that people hold. But what's really terrifying is the reaction of the authority. There is this sort of impunity. For instance, my own uncle, his house was like completely looted. And when he complained about it to the authority, they were like, lucky you didn't get killed.
In March, hundreds of Alawite civilians were massacred on the Mediterranean coast north of Homs, following attacks on the forces of the new HTS government by remnants of Assad's army. Now, Haneen's taken a decision that she never took during the war.
In 2012, all my friends go to Europe or to Arabic countries to find a normal life far away from the war. But I take my decision to not leave Syria, to take my part of pain. I facilitated many dialogue sessions between Syrians in the last years. Yani. I thought I can stop the killing in Syria, but now I think everything is changed. And me too, maybe in this month I will leave Syria. I think I lost my country. I didn't find a place for my voice in this new state.
You think everything is closing down and narrowing when a lot of other people think everything is just opening up.
Maybe. I think we repeat the same story. The new state built a country for a part of Syria, not for all the Syrians. Yani I have some good friends in the new authorities, in HTS, and they talk to me to be a part of their teams to manage some dialogue in Alawat Street and with women and I don't know what. But they just look to us as tools, okay? Again, after all these years under Al-Assad regime, now again we are not citizens. Because of this, I will leave my country, yes.
Will there be an exodus from the intact parts of Homs, just as life returns to its destroyed quarters? Time to catch up with the convoy of returnees I saw arriving in the central square. There's quite a scrum here, actually, because a lot of the men have gone ahead on the trucks with the belongings. They've gone ahead to people's houses, or the remains of people's houses, and the women are waiting here for all the food and I think maybe clothes that's been given out by a charity to kind of help them in their first few days here.
My name is Fatima Hazoura.
So how do you feel to be back here?
فرحانة مكيفين شو بدك أحلى من هيك والله الحمد لله عنا عياد وعنا كل شيء.
I'm really happy. I mean, how else could I be feeling? I'm super happy being back here. She's also inviting us to go to her home. وين بيتك؟
بابا عمر.
بابا عمر.
We're giving her actually a lift ourselves. We're going to Baba Amr, which is really the absolute centre of the fighting in the early years of the revolution, probably the most destroyed part of Homs.
هذا كله بدكم تبسوا بكرة. والله برافو.
She's laughing about this being broadcast in the future.
I'm not surprised. It's not really what you expect. This is actually a comparatively well-preserved street. Oh, look, here's the truck that's come from Afrin. There's a man there hanging out from a balcony. They're taking stuff straight up off the top of the truck. My God, it's loaded high. But this isn't Fatima's old home. Only 2 rooms of that are habitable, and 2 of her children are already there. This is a flat that the family's renting until they can fully repair that property. They don't know how long that'll take or where the money will come from. But even so, Fatima's son-in-law, Abdul Razak, who's travelled back with her from the north, is rejoicing today.
We're back to my area. It's a very beautiful feeling. We move it to the north by force because of Assad government. If we stay here on Homs, he will kill us.
Assad?
Yes.
Bashar?
Many people stay here, not went to the north. Now, no anyone know anything about them. They missing.
Well, what's coming in now? Yeah, look. This is a massive sack of kitchen utensils. Keep out of the way. Dishes, yeah.
Spoons.
Yeah, this house is quite bright, actually. It's kind of freshly painted. But is it expensive?
Yes. Now, house is all expensive.
Do you have a job here in Homs?
Yes, I was a teacher in the north, but now I don't know what our future. We will wait the new government to decide.
Almost everyone I've met says that. Although they've been in power for 5 months, the intentions of Syria's new HTS rulers are still largely unknown. Once affiliated to Al-Qaeda, they're still proscribed as terrorists by the UK and many other states. And how can they rebuild a shattered country when Syria's still under international sanctions?
I don't see at the moment any adequate support for people to return to their homes.
Ammar Azzouz, the British-Syrian architect.
and many families wouldn't return to where they are, even if their flat is still standing there, if they don't have access to a market, if they don't have access to send their children to schools. How can they return?
There's still no national resettlement programme, let alone any coordinated effort by international agencies to support returning refugees. Going home is difficult enough for internally displaced people. It will be still harder for many of those who've settled abroad, like Amar. People like you, millions of Syrians, established alternative lives. They found jobs, they started families, they sent their children to school in more stable countries. I mean, so that's a huge pool of talent, isn't it, that in many cases will be reluctant to come back.
I met last week a family in Damascus. They pulled their children out of the schools in France and they brought them and registered them here in Damascus, in Syria. And you see people really like living the luxurious life they have and leaving everything behind and coming. But this is not the case of every person. Some people are making an effort to start dividing their time between here and their current and new country. We live in this time where many people are describing it as the honeymoon period, where there's a new energy and excitement and hope and optimism. But at the same time, the reality is harsh. I'm not expecting every exiled Syrian to be returning, but I think building bridges between those who are outside and inside would be such a fascinating time, because they bring in new skills, opportunities, networks, and knowledge that we need so much at this time.
Homs also needs to build bridges within the city, between those who left before and those considering leaving now. It needs, more than ever, that famous sense of humour that Khaneen also told me about.
You know, Homs is very small and simple and poor and funny. We have local National Day. It's Wednesday. Every Syrian know that. The Homsian people make parties every Wednesday because it's a day for telling jokes and laughing. It's Wednesday.
Sadly, I was only there on a Friday, a Saturday and a Monday. But there was laughter, and before I left, Yasser al-Nagdali insisted on singing another song. It's about hiring a posh Mercedes taxi to go all the way to Beirut in Lebanon, and to hell with the cost. Maybe it reflects the make-do spirit of Homs, or maybe just the spirit of Yasser and his mother. Yasser's canary also seemed to like it. Almost, but not quite, bursting into song over the rubble. There was a little Twitter.
Do you want to interview the...
This edition of Assignment was produced and presented by me, Tim Hewell. The editor was Penny Murphy.
This is the BBC World Service, where Sue Nelson is challenging the stereotypes associated with autism.
Why does society imply that autistic people don't understand the feelings of others? Worse is the stereotype that anyone with low empathy is a potential psychopath. Join me to find the truth.
Autism, Empathy and Psychopaths. Thursday at 8:30 and 19 GMT. At bbcworldservice.com, the documentary.
I am Justice Beidou, a journalist from Accra, Ghana. I'll be looking at the battle to save endangered languages in Africa.
These are languages that have not received documentation. These are languages that are not even taught in schools.
That's Tongue and Talk.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.